Oh no. Okay, that's working. Yes. Still have my creator dashboard up. There we go. All right. Probably need to exit out of all of these. But anyway, hello, everybody. Are we ready to continue off where we were? I know I am, because I'm pretty excited, because hopefully maybe we get to cross-examine Black Quill's sister. I want the lore drop. You know, I want the Simon Black Quill lore drop.
Director Cosmos, a new possibility has been presented by the defense. You're claiming that you were this third person.
Ooh. Why is that like that? Yeah. There we go. Much better. Okay.
Forgive me, I'm so sorry. So the great pioneer of space development is revealed to be another fabulous.
I never heard of this word. Fabulous. I don't think that's how it's pronounced. Fabulous. Fabulous. What does that mean? Fabulous. It's very close to no. I need a U. Fabulous. Person composes or relates fable.
Fabulous.
Fabulous. Okay. A person who is fabulous. Thank you, C Wimpsy. Halin, hi, good evening. How are you doing tonight? I am doing good. Dawn, how are you tonight? Yeah, actually, I had to. Lol, don't trust me. I mean, it sounds close. IDK, what it means? Apparently it means a person who composes or relates fables. A liar, especially a person who invents elaborate or dishonest stories. A born fabulist with an imagination unfettered by the laws of logic and probability. That's what Google says. But you know, not to trust Google.
So the great pioneer of space development is revealed to be just another fabulous cur. I only have one question for the likes of you. I shall send you off shall I send you off quickly or very quickly?
I'm doing good. I made some honey mustard honey chicken. I'm doing good. I made some mustard honey chicken. Ooh. Also, hello, Cave Johnson. How are you tonight? Alien Isolation. You know I do not do scary games. Before I say this line, do y'all want to hear what I had for a snack today? Okay, I'm gonna put a little trigger warning, because this whole recipe includes raw, like, red onions. And I know some people do not like raw onions. Oh, nice. 7-stream streak. Oh no, what do you mean, oh no? What do you mean, oh no, Dawn? But anyway, the snack I watched somebody last night and they made this snack and I was like, suggest a game. Okay. Yeah, I'll wait until I get a different moment to tell the story. The evidence doesn't lie. Director Cosmos. So don't try to talk your way out of this. I gotta finish it.
Fine, I'll tell you the truth. It's all just as you say, Mr. Wright. It is true I was there in the boarding lounge. I got there before Detective Armay, and when she arrived, she fired warning shots at me. I was afraid people would mistake me for the killer, so I escaped to the control room. Then I went past the elevators and all the way around the boarding lounge once again.
I think my lights are flickering.
I came up behind Detective Armay and pretended to be the second on the scene. What A troublesome old man you are, with such convoluted deeds and thoughts. I see. So then...
Lynn eats a raw onion on stream. I mean, I probably could. I don't mind raw onions. Trigger warning, red onions. But no, the thing I tried, so this is the snack. I watched somebody trying weird TikTok snacks. And the snack was, it was red onion pieces, kind of like cut into little leaves. Not like big giant leaves, but you know, you cut it in half and then you quarter it. So that way you could have like a little petal, but not like a big petal. Not like a whole half, but like a quarter petal. And then, you know, as the onion gets, because, you know, onions have layers, they get smaller and you have more little petals. So you put that on a plate, you get some olive oil, balsamic vinegar, Parmesan cheese. I use feta cheese, but I could have used Parmesan. I misremembered the recipe and I thought it was feta cheese. Probably would have tasted better if it was Parmesan. And then you put capers on it. And that's what you eat. And it was pretty okay. I liked it. It definitely, like, I think I might switch out the olive oil because I think the olive oil for me, I don't ever taste olive oil. It's just oil and I don't like that. I mean, I don't mind cooking with olive oil, but eating like raw olive oil, it tends to be like a bland experience for me because I just can't taste olive oil. Greetings and good luck, Lynn. Thank you, Diaz. You came in at a really weird time. Anyway, but I can stand eating raw onions. Back when I was in college, the buffet bar at my school never had cooked onions, and whenever I would get a burger, I would want an onion with it. And the only onions I could get were raw. So I just kind of got used to it and I didn't really mind it. So I'm pretty okay with eating raw onions. I think though maybe I ate too many raw onions today because I ate like a whole half an onion. It was not a small onion. Sauté onions are ruined. Crude oil is the most nutritious of oils. Lynn. Anyway, I would it's definitely a recipe I like, but I want to edit to my own preference, but I don't know how to do that. I don't know what preferences I would like, you know? I mean, some people like onions. I don't mind eating like a whole half an onion.
Are you still insisting that you did not kill the victim? Of course I am. When I arrived at the lounge alone, I saw the true killer. The great Yuri Cosmos was making history, was a history-making witness. Now, hold on just one moment. We just proved a few minutes ago that the third person that Mr. Starbuck and Miss Aura Blackwell saw was you. No, it wasn't me. I saw the person as well. If I were the killer, why would I lie to cover for Starbuck? I would just leave him to take the fall.
That is an excellent point.
All I wanted to do was protect Starbuck.
I saw the culprit too, right there in the mirror. Diaz, did you kill Clay? Oh wait, who are you talking about? Are you talking about the captain guy, Cosmos? Are you implying that you're the murderer?
I said I was in the control room to invent an escape route for a third person.
Well, it makes some sense if he told those lies to cover for Mr. Starbuck. Still, a lie's a lie, Athena. So, Director Cosmos claims he's not the culprit, but where's the proof? Cosmos, one of these days we need to do a knockoff where we put Lynn on trial. Okay, listen. On Steam sale, because Nail brought this game to my attention, there is You'll love this. There's a game called Guilty as Soft. And it is like because I know that, like, doesn't the Apollo Justice Phoenix Wright universe kind of have, like, because there's multiple series, and then they had the whole one in the past stuff. So you have like multiple, and there's like an online thing that you can play as the character. So you could be Francesca von Karma arguing a case with like Gavin or like Phoenix for all we know, and like people could do silly like cases. Have you played her story, spooky mystery solving game? Neat format. No, but I will put that in my Steam wish list. But yeah, I had to pull it up. But there's a game called Guilty as Sock, and it's like that, but you're sock puppets, and you're this is what the store page says. Enter a chaotic courtroom where socks play lawyers, prosecutor, and judges. Use absurd evidence, craft wild arguments, deliver verdicts in this hilarious online party game, and improvise, strategize, and shout objection, because in Guilty as Sock, chaos always wins. And so like you can make your own little sock puppet character. The only weird thing is that they have like horse teeth. Some of them do. I don't know if it's odd. For once, I'm a little creeped out by teeth, even though I supposedly have so many.
I just remembered. I have an alibi. Miss Blackwell said she saw the killer at 10 a.m., correct?
Yes. And...
Oh, well, I was on the 4th floor helping with the evacuation effort. As ask any member of the staff you like. They'll corroborate me.
The director is not fibbing to the court for once. I confirm he has an alibi for that time specified. So, you're claiming that Miss Blackwell saw the killer commit the crime. You're claiming that Miss Blackwell saw the killer commit the crime first at 10 a.m. and that you arrived at the lounge after that.
Yes, I believe the person I saw is the same person that Miss Blackwell saw. Although it was pitch black, so it was more of a shadowy figure and less of a person. And I couldn't actually see their face, but it was definitely the silhouette of an earthling.
Ooh, no, that's not, I don't want that. I didn't mean to click that. I flew a little too close to the court record. As long as he has an alibi, we can't very well claim Director Cosmos was the killer. No, we can't. Then again, maybe we don't need to yet. I wonder if he was really covering for Mr. Starbuck. Your Honor, the defense moves to have the director testify about the person he saw.
Very well.
That was very much a Cosmos type of voice.
Very well. Director Cosmos, your testimony.
It's a fine line between the judge voice and the Cosmos voice. The Cosmos voice is more eccentric. The judge voice is a little more composed. I'm like battling a fine line to not keep him sounding like Director Cosmos. What I really witnessed. Hold it 1 second.
As I tried to enter the lounge, the true killer inside fired a gun at me. I hid to avoid getting shot. But when I tried to get another look, they had vanished into thin air. Eureka! I was near the elevator side door, and well, the launch pad one door. And the control room door should have been shut tight to the killer.
So you were shot at by the killer as well, and then they disappeared.
Yes, though luckily no harm came to my glorious body. Unfortunately, the bullet hit Turan's oxygen tank. I know because I heard a pang. That must have been the sound of the tank being ruptured.
Wait, but I thought the bullet hit his metal. That was Detective Armay's bullet, remember? Right. What a mess this is turning into. So, let's see. Director Cosmos is claiming that when he found Mr. Turan and his killer, culprit shot a 10 caliber bullet at him. Right. But it actually hit Mr. Turan's oxygen tank and ruptured it. And then the killer disappeared, and the director went into the boarding lounge. When Detective Armay caught up and fired those warning shots at him, judging by his medal, it looks like one of them almost took him out too. Good summary, but that doesn't explain where our mystery killer went. Director Cosmos, I was wondering if you could elaborate on when the figure disappeared.
I'm ashamed to admit I tried to hide myself when I was shot at, but when I peeked back into the lounge, the real killer was gone. I rushed into the lounge straight away to investigate. But what I found was Turan with a knife in his chest and Starbuck out cold on the floor. So we have a culprit who vanished from a scene that had no escape route. Vanished without a trace. It's truly like what?
I don't know what I just said there.
It's truly like one of the greatest mysteries of the cosmos.
Silence.
A riddle of the ages, indeed. But I'd rather know how a fibbing leech such as you can be lauded as great. A great man is always misunderstood in his own time.
I don't know. He has a point there. He has a point. I think he might have a point. I still think, though, he killed him.
But he must remain true to himself, even if those around him don't understand.
Wow. That might be the first. Phoenix agrees with me. Justified. Wow. That might be the first true statement he said all day. But how do you suppose this person managed to vanish so suddenly? Simple. Because it was simple. Because it was Space Boy himself. When he was spotted by the director and Aura, he quickly feigned unconsciousness. That would certainly take all the mystery out of the idea of a vanishing culprit. I want to raise an objection, but I don't have any counter evidence. Director Cosmos, when you saw this person, did you also see Mr. Starbuck on the floor? Greetings, is this still Rocket Man's trial? Yes, Everett, it is. We are cross-examining the director today.
No, because it was as dark as a black hole in there. I didn't see Starbuck until the other person vanished and I entered the room.
Hey, it's the guy with the feather from King's Quest 3. Nice crossover. That wasn't exactly helpful.
I am prepared to accept your surrender, right, Dono?
I can't find any holes in this testimony, but I can't give up. Mr. Wright, why don't you let me help?
Huh?
While the director was giving his testimony, I detected I know this word. Don't type it. I already know you are getting ready to type it. I have Google up today. I have Google up. Let me cacophony. Cacophony. What am I? Cacophony. Cacophony. It's not ca. And I should know that. Cacophony. My voice wanted to go ca, not k. Like cat. I detected a cacophony of discord. Which means he's hiding his true feelings from us, huh? This just might help us find out what happened to our vanished killer. That'd be great, Athena. Let's see what you can do with him. You got it, boss. I wouldn't want to miss this chance to delve into a great mind. Yuri Cosmos, prepare to hand over the secret of your heart to me. Linda's ready with the self-help pronunciation tools. I am ready with them. I like how she makes a smiley face twice. She does the one in the air, and she does the circle. And then when she opens up the screen, she taps, and then she draws another smiley face.
As I tried to enter the lounge, the true killer lurked inside. I hid to avoid getting shot.
Wait, he never stepped off that Segway? I'm sorry, but can you imagine confronting somebody like a killer, an actual killer on a Segway? What do you mean he was afraid of getting shot? He could easily swerve it team with that thing, you know?
But when I tried to get another look, they had vanished into thin air.
I mean, he is moving faster than normal people. He could easily dodge the bullet. I mean, plus it's dark in there, you know? All the lights have gone out, right? Besides maybe emergency lights? But I don't know. Aura said it was like super dark. So... I'm sorry. I just think if I was on a Segway, I could easily dodge the bullets. I don't know, but maybe that's me hoping too much.
I was near the elevator side door. And well, the launch pad 1 door. And the control room door should have been shut tight to the killer.
Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you seem to be afraid of the launch pad door.
The great hairy cosmos are afraid? And what basis do you have for that outlandish accusation?
Whether I have any basis or not, you seemed quite distressed by it.
I'm most certainly not.
Director Cosmos, there's something about the launch pad door you're not telling us, isn't there? Wow, he's speechless. Looks like you hit the nail on the head, boss. It's working, boss. One more punch and it'll be a knockout. There seems to be one more emotion that's at odds with his testimony. Go get him. Go get him. That's a much better one. Okay, back in the Matrix it is. Time to pinpoint our way to victory. As I try to enter the lounge, the true killer inside fired a gun at me. I think all of these are very fitting emotions. One, I think I'll be a little more angry that somebody shot a gun at me. But I would be very frightened and very surprised. I don't know, maybe he should be more angry, you know? Fired a gun at me. I hid to avoid getting shot. When you view your emotions alongside your testimony, find unexpected emotion. Wait a minute. There really isn't anything strange here. No. I don't know. I don't know, but I think maybe we made a mistake, Mr. Wright. I think maybe you're right. Let's take another look. There must be an unexpected emotion here somewhere. These... Okay, it is odd that he suddenly, like... I was near the elevator side door. He stopped feeling emotions. He gets afraid of the launch pad door. But then he doesn't feel anything. And the control room door should have been locked tight to the killer. He's not feeling anything. Okay. Okay, maybe the not feeling anything's not it. Was near the, okay. But when I tried to get another look, they had vanished into thin air. Well, I mean, it's odd that he's not having any emotions here. Like, no surprise. I think I would be like, where the hell did they go? You must have thought it was very strange that the killer vanished into thin air. What is this machine? Does the spaceship have an emotion tracker? No. Remember, Athena can hear people's emotions. She can like hear like the heartbeat change or something. It's like a special power of hers. Kind of like how Apollo has his like zoom in eyes and he could be like, I know you're lying. I see your tail. You know, the thing that makes Apollo great at poker.
I did. That kind of thing just doesn't happen usually.
And yet, at that time, you barely registered any shock at the occurrence.
What?
I can only think of one reason as to why you weren't surprised by the killer's vanishing act. But Aren't these what his emotion used to be? Well, it's during his retelling, you know? It's not what his emotions used to be. It's his emotions during the retelling of like his testimony. Hey, Lynn. Hi, McCann. How are you doing tonight? But yeah, no. It's like, you know, it's his emotions during the testimony. So you're finding faults because they're displaying odd emotions. Doing good? Oh, nice. You must have had a good idea of where they went. Isn't that right?
What? No, of course not. That is preposterous. Only I can enter the control room.
You good, Lynn? What do you mean? If you're talking about my tweet about me eating primarily raw onions, yeah, I'm fine. Kinda. I don't know. I'm doing good. It's just doing the director voice is a little hard on me. But it's fun to make him sound kind of crazy.
And the area beyond the launch pad door was filled with smoke, making it impassable.
Impossible. Impossible. Impassable.
And as for the southern door, I was standing right there.
Recently, I experimented with onions and smoothies. It's what? Hold on, wait. What type of onions? Are we talking about sweet onions? Everett, you need to. Okay, hold it. We have to pause everything. Everett, you need to tell us what do you mean. What do you mean? I mean, I admit the thing I had was a little weird. Because it was like raw red onions with like capers, balsamic vinegar, oil, and like cheese. And you would eat like a petal at a time. I'm guessing you're thinking of, was it Vidalia onions? Those are the sweet onions. Because it's a very specific brand of Vidalia onions. Is it onions? Vidalia. Vidalia. Right. I thought it was Vidalia. 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 Vidalia onions. Yeah. It's one of several varieties of sweet onions grown in production defined by the U.S. law of Georgia. It's only grown in Georgia. The onions are named after Vidalia, Georgia, where they've been historically grown. The cultivation of Vidalia onions started in the 1930s. Yeah, it's like a really like heavily commercialized spicy type of onions used for chocolatey smoothies. A bit of onion adds a bit of spiciness that can be really nice. They were just regular purple round onions. You know what? You know what? I might actually try that. Yeah, I want to try that. That's so interesting. That's just regular purple round onions. So regular red onions. It's odd how purple burgundy onions are called red onions.
So there was nowhere for the killer to run.
Maybe or maybe not. You went into the room to check on Mr. Starbuck and Mr. Turan, yes? Lynn refuses to read any of my offensive comments, but this of all things grinds the game to the hall. Yes! Either my light is about to go out or my lights are flickering. I don't know. Maybe the ghost is very offended by my onion talk. But I don't know. Strange food things is very interesting to me, if that makes sense. Because I mean, like, the strangest thing I've ever made was like I've taken like this is like a desperate meal, but it turned out okay. I've taken like the green beans in the can. Like they're supposed to be like the French cut green, not French cut, but like just like regular canned green beans. Drain them, put them in a frying pan with like this one type of seasoning my family likes to use, and like kind of slightly fry them a bit. And stuff, because I don't like the taste of regular just pour it into a boiling pot, heat it up type of green beans. Well, we had a similar conversation about cabbage and smoothies, which is also good. Okay, see, cabbage is a little more blander of a taste, I believe. I mean, not as much as lettuce. Cabbage does have a taste. I'll admit that. But it's more of a smell taste than a taste, in my opinion. So I don't mind cabbage as much. See, now I'm going to have a whole stream where I might actually make a chocolate smoothie with cabbage and onions in it. Maybe or maybe not. You went into the room to check on Mr. Starbuck and Mr. Tranius. What if the culprit took that opportunity to silently slip out through the southern door?
I highly doubt it. As you recall, right after I entered the lounge, Detective Armée came rushing towards it herself via the southern hallway. Anyone trying to escape through there would have been caught by her.
Yeah, the only problem is just I don't have anywhere really suitable for that type of streaming. The other outlets in my house are, I don't know how to describe it. They look normal, but nothing wants to stay inside them. Like anything I try to plug up, most of the other outlets, they just like to fall out. I don't know what it is. I mean, luckily a lot of those outlets I really don't use. But I just don't know. I plug something up. I go to do something and it just falls out. And I'm like, I don't know what to do with you. And yet, I was about to read that in the director's voice. And yet, the director wasn't surprised the killer vanished. So you're absolutely sure there was no escape route for the culprit to use? Why is he really bad at lying? Listen, you got a Mario star right there. Use it to power up and you could easily jump on Phoenix and take him out. I'll just input those I'll just input those 2 pieces of data and yes, just what I wanted to see. Presto changeo. Less Discord. It looks like we're on the right track. Thanks, Athena. Now to make sense of what we've learned. Director Cosmos wasn't surprised that the culprit suddenly vanished from the lounge, which points to the possibility that he knew where the killer had escaped to. Before you insert the plug, Jim. Hold it! Don't listen. Everett, I don't know about that. Furthermore, talking about the door to the launch pad made him uneasy. In other words, he's probably hiding something about launch pad 1 door. When we put these 2 puzzle pieces together, only one solution to this puzzle comes to mind. Director Cosmos, did the real killer escape through here? Hold up, wait. I gotta do my obligatory save. The culprit went through the launch pad 1 door to escape, didn't they? Yes, thank you. The culprit went through the launch pad 1 door to escape, didn't they?
Yes, I mean, no! There's that at the starboard! We're going to crash into an asteroid!
Master Tactician, you are not. But the area beyond that door was filled with smoke, wasn't it? True. But this is still the only logical answer there is. If we could just figure out what the director is hiding about the Launchpad 1 door, we should be able to iron out the logical inconsistencies.
But that door requires fingerprint recognition.
Only
Starbuck, Turin, and I have access. I don't see how the killer could have opened that door, could have opened that security lock. Do you?
Okay. I have a sudden idea that I'm not sure about. This is really odd, but hear me out. We have cute little robots, do we not? I think we can see them in the court records. What if we are seeing the start of the robot takeover? What if Ponko killed Turan? Because think about it. If he's saying that somebody went into Launchpad 1, the only people who could have done that were robots. I mean, Aura kind of hits kind of beats this thing up. I would not put it past this thing to suddenly decide, today's the day I'm going to rise up. I think the robots did it. I really think the robots did it. It's odd that I came to this conclusion faster than Phoenix. But it's the only thing. Does that mean... I don't think Aura's a killer. That makes no sense. So far. But him wanting to hide the robots... the robot uprising makes sense if it was Poco. I don't think it would make sense if it's Clonco. Anyway, I think the robots did it. That's an easy one. The killer was right there in the boarding lounge, meaning... No, he's not saying that. There's a way he could have easily gotten past that security lock. Come to think of it, we did examine the fingerprints on the fingerprint recognition device. I propose that the killer used this person's fingerprints to get past the security lock. I don't know.
Gotcha!
Mr. Starbuck was lying unconscious there in the boarding lounge. Anybody could have easily gotten past the security lock by using Mr. Starbuck's prints. Oh, I don't know what God. And actually, Mr. Starbuck's prints are exactly what we found on the device's screen.
Oh!
It looks like he does have something to hide about about the Launchpad 1 door. Now I'm betting it's got something to do with the culprit's escape route. But I don't have enough information to see the whole picture yet. I do. It's the robots.
I don't know. Something just occurred to me. Would you like to hear it?
Of course. Huh? Oh, yes, by all means.
There's a security camera in boarding lounge 1.
Right. Right. The one that recorded the victim and the defendant. What about it, Your Honor?
If the true culprit escaped into Launchpad 1's corridor, then that might be recorded on the security footage as well. Then the mystery would be solved. What do you think of my logic?
It's almost lunchtime, and I have a protein dinner, TV dinner in the refrigerator. Everyone's silent. Simon, don't be mean. I hope you didn't strain your facilities too much for that, your baldness.
I beg your pardon.
Look, if we play the security footage beyond this point,
Oh my! The footage cuts off.
the camera was running on backup power, but apparently the power cables were damaged, most likely by the after effects of the explosion. There was no footage after this, be it of criminals or space aliens.
And I thought it was such a good idea, too.
Okay, but my thing is like, what about before that? If the killer was already waiting in the boarding lounge room, why can't we look and see when they entered before that? Not when they escaped, but when they entered before. Just because your grandchild is watching from the gallery, it doesn't mean you should try to show off too much grandpa baldness.
Prosecutor Blackwell, how did you know about my grandchild?
I think his grandchild just learned a little about the harshness of the adult world. Setting aside the issue of grandchildren, I'd like to have the witness continue. Director Cosmos, could you tell us more about when you entered the lounge?
If I must.
Okay, I hid to avoid getting shot. After the killer vanished, I went into the lounge. But that's when Detective Arme appeared from the elevator side door. And then the detective shot at me. So you see, the killer could have only escaped to the launch pad, right? What do you think about Director Cosmos' emotional response at the end? Actually, my cat is really sick, you know. What? Athena, what are you talking about? What? Oh, I'm very sorry to hear that. And on top of that, my dog just doesn't want to seem to play with me. What? Tina, this is not important. I mean, I'm very sorry about your pets. Why are you telling me all of this now? Just humor me, okay? Now, when you heard about my cat, and then about my dog, which story made you feel sadder? The story about your cat, of course, it's only natural. Exactly. That would be the natural reaction. But there's nothing natural about the director's reactions. I think how each individual reaction changes across the whole testimony will be key. Sounds unnaturally complicated, but that somehow doesn't surprise me. Options. Save. Okay, so I hid to avoid getting shot at. After the killer vanished, I went into the lounge. But that's when Detective Armé appeared from the elevator side door. When you view your emotions, no, that's not it. Wait a minute, there really isn't anything. Yeah, I know. No, that's not it. That's not it. Well, this makes sense, but maybe wouldn't you think he'd be feeling happier when he sees the detective? Okay, maybe I need to actually have the actual emotion selected. Okay, it had to be the actual emotion. Director Cosmos, why were you so surprised when Detective Armé found you? And again when she fired? Isn't that a bit unnatural? I mean, how is it unnatural?
Sadly, even great men such as myself have ordinary human feelings. Our bodies are bound by the forces of gravity and emotion. Even a great man such as myself experiences surprise on occasion.
Yes, I'm sure you do. But my real point is not the fact that you were surprised, but rather what you were surprised by.
Pardon me?
First, you were surprised when Detective Armé found you in the lounge. And just after that, you were, of course, again surprised when she shot at you. But considering what you were surprised about, a strange phenomenon occurs here. Director Cosmos, what is strange about your surprise reaction is the fact that you were more surprised when Arme came. But I want to save. I don't know about this. I really don't know about this. Not surprised by something else. Surprised twice. I think more surprised when when Detective Arme came in. Sure, you were surprised when Detective Arme shot you. But the surprise you felt when she found you in the lounge was much greater. Girl! The fact that you were more surprised by simply being found than being shot at suggests to me that you were conflicted about whatever it was you were doing there.
The enemy had acquired a new weapon. Commence Operation Hide Under Your Desk. Ah!
Please tell me I finally sunk his battleship. No luck. Boss, I'm getting less Discord now. That must mean he really is hiding something about Launchpad, about that Launchpad door. And whatever he's hiding most likely has something to do with the killer's escape. I wonder what it could be. If he was doing something suspicious around that door, maybe we could spot some change between before he came to the room and after. Detective Fulbright gave us a photo taken after the crime. Let's run a comparison. Let's see. This is the footage of the door before Director Cosmos arrived. And this is how the door looked after the director entered the lounge. Hey, look at that. There is a change. Something's definitely different. Director Cosmos.
What is it? What have you been up to over there?
Finding the answers to what you were doing when Detective Arme found you, that's what. And that answer lies clearly in this footage. All we have to do is compare it to a photo that was taken during the investigation.
Don't be ridiculous. If you really do have an answer, you'd have pointed it out already.
He's asking for it. This is what changed directly after the incident. The answer is this knob.
That's...
Your Honor, please take a look at this footage.
Let's see.
Take a look at the knob next to the launchpad door. As you can see, it's horizontal.
Yes, it is, isn't it?
However, one sec. When we investigated the scene of the crime yesterday, the knob was vertical.
And what does that mean?
It means that sometime between before the director arrived and after, someone turned this knob.
Arr!
After the scene was discovered, you were the only one that could have turned the knob. Come on now, Director Cosmos. Let's hear what you have to say. What were you trying to do by turning that knob by the door?
Fine, I admit it. All right, I did turn that knob. That knob is the safety lock meant to keep the launch pad in place. I was afraid there would be more explosions, so I wanted to move the launch pad away.
You wanted to do what? Hey, didn't Ponko tell us something about how they prepare for lunch? Yeah, but that yeah, that's the knob for mood lighting. I wanted to make sure the murderer had good lighting and be in the mood for a killing spree. She said that once the launch pad's fully assembled, it's moved to the launch site. But the safety lock in the boarding lounge has to be disengaged first. I guess that clears up what that knob is for. Oh, so if the killer escaped into the Launchpad 1 corridor, maybe they were transported along with the Launchpad to the launch site. I don't think so. The Launchpad 1 corridor was filled with smoke. I don't think they could have escaped through that corridor. So then, where did the killer escape to? I guess there are still some things that we have to uncover. Director Cosmos, I request that you tell us about moving the launch pad in more detail.
Fine, but listen carefully, for I'm about to give a history-making testimony. I had no choice but to disengage the safety lock. I feared that there might be more explosions, so I had to cut the launch pad loose. Truly, the only escape the killer had was through Launchpad 1. But that area was a sea of smoke. Confound it, where on earth could they have gone?
I'm gonna save again. Doing the director's voice is not easy on my throat. Okay. When we view your emotions along, no, see, Okay, well, why was he happy? I had no choice but to disengage the safety lock. You make it sound like you were reluctant to do so. Yet, when you did it, you felt some joy, as if you were very pleased with yourself.
Ah! How did you do it? How do you know everything as if you were there?
Pretty impressive, isn't it? This is the power of analytical psychology. So care to explain why you felt joy when you disengaged the safety lock? When I think back on the facts that we discovered up until this point, I have to believe that you were trying to fulfill some hidden agenda.
Oh, how do you know about that, too?
Because more or less, I'm more or less a pro at guessing.
But you have no proof that I had a hidden agenda. Even if I did, I would never, ever tell you. So there.
I know they say people regress as they grow older, but you, sir, take the cake.
And how could you doubt a man with such great intensity, intelligence, and integrity?
The 3 I's: intensity, intelligence, and integrity.
Silence.
You, a man of integrity, don't make me laugh. Prosecutor Blackwell? What came over him all of a sudden? You spouted nothing but falsities since you stepped up to the stand. You're not the kind of man that will be glorified in the annals of history. Not for greatness, anyway. Unless you consider greatest barefaced liar an honor.
Liar!
His words bite harder than his blade. You moved Launchpad 1 after the explosions. My, how naive you are. You fail to realize that even the facts themselves have betrayed you. You know, just a thought, but modern English can be your friend. What was wrong with that sentence? I didn't notice that he's on the stand with the segue. That is quite odd. I know. That's what I'm saying. If he has a segue, don't y'all think he could dodge a bullet? I mean, a segue is faster than like a person at dodging. I mean, that thing, like, you know, you see how fast he can turn that thing? I mean, that thing has to be sensitive, right? He sees somebody shooting a gun at him. I mean, I imagine he just turns it a little and that thing just goes flying towards the other's way. I'm just saying, I think he could have dodged the bullets on the Segway. It's easy to swerve it thing on those. Easy to do a zigzag. 1 second. My nose was starting to get stuffy. Okay, but what was wrong with what he said? You failed to realize that even your facts themselves have betrayed you. You moved Launchpad 1 after the explosions. My, how naive you are. You failed to realize how even the facts themselves have betrayed you. You, a man of... What has he said that's not like... Yeah, he said some old-timey stuff a little bit. You are not the kind of man who would be glorified in the annals of history. You spout nothing but falsities since you stepped up to the stand. Maybe the word falsities? I don't know. Why are you... Why? What is with this line? You know, just a thought, but modern English can be your friend. And here's a thought for you immediately following the bombing. Launchpad 1 was on the boarding lounge 1 side. The police confirmed this on the scene. What?
Liar!
So that means the director didn't move the launch pad? Curse my judgment for calling history's greatest
Liar to the witness stand. Leave us. Let us leave him to indulge in his lies and war games to his heart's content. Liar! But it doesn't make sense. You can't deny that someone turned that knob. And once the safety lock was released, I'm sure the pad must have went somewhere.
When you say the phrase, I keep on thinking of Launchpad McQuack. I mean, Launchpad's a long word.
If we chase down the truth of this issue, we might just find where the killer escaped to. Ugh! You're sure it must have went somewhere. We just might find out. Your arguments are nothing but conjecture, bluffing, and wishful thinking. Stop chasing your fantasies and see reality for what it really is. Or are you not man enough to, boy?
I think Blackwell, I'm pretty old. I don't think you can say that to Phoenix. I'm pretty sure he's older than you. You're 28. You need to back off. My daughter, who happens to be aspiring a magician, I adopted her 8 years ago. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Phoenix is 33.
Gah!
Talk about hitting below the belt.
Youngins these days.
I don't understand it. I'm sure Director Cosmos must have moved the launch pad. The knob was definitely turned after he came to the lounge. But the launch pad is right to where it's supposed to be. Ugh! Wait a minute. Maybe I have it all backwards. What if the director turned the knob not to move the launch pad away, but to bring it back to where it was supposed to be? What is Trucy doing these days? Did she finally attend? Yeah, she's attending school. Yeah. But she's also like a actual pretty famous magician now.
Ugh. What are you blathering about?
What if the launch pad was at the launch site before the incident? And then after the incident? I'm glad she sort of missed, she's sort of making up for all the days she missed. Well, I mean, I think they have like, you know, certain, depending on certain laws, I'm pretty sure like, even here in America for like child actors and stuff, I'm pretty sure they have like specialty requests and all that. Director Cosmos moved it back. Director Cosmos moved it back to its usual spot. All he had to do was turn the knob to call the launch pad back. And it would be right where the police found it. Phoenix lost his spike.
Ah.
You made him sigh like Mr. Starbuck. Hold on. It's more like this. What was what I said really that off base?
It pains me to have to explain how wrong your own logic is to you. However,
But no, how is that illogical? Hold on, wait, I'm so confused. Because didn't they say that this happened when they were going to launch? doesn't it make sense that the thing would be in the launch pad and then he brings it back? You know?
Our great liar turned the knob only after he discovered the crime scene. Indeed, the pad existed beyond the lounge when our astro wonders made their escape. A fact that has been recorded for posterity on this filmless film.
Oh, right. I'm confused though. Why would the knob be turned? Like, doesn't this make sense? Like, they were on the launch pad. They were about to launch, and then explosions happen. He brings it back. They come through. He goes in there. Oh, well, no, wait. No, that doesn't work. That does not work. That doesn't work. That does not work. I realize the folly of my thinking now. Okay. I'm trying to think about this. Like, why would this be such a big deal, you know? Like, why would this be a problem? Like, why is this an issue for them to, like, how does this work? Unless there's something wrong with the controls.
So, to reiterate, stop chasing your fantasies and see reality for what it really is, boy.
Stop. You like, how older is, hold on, I'm pretty sure Phoenix is 33 in this. 33 minus 28. 5. He's 5 years older than you. He's definitely not a boy. Ah!
Get a grip, Mr. Wright, and focus. We know the launch pad must have been moved. But our deduction and actual facts of the case are in direct contradiction to each other. Well, maybe the two astronauts never actually boarded the rocket. This footage could be fake, taken with body doubles after the incident or something. That's, on second thought, that's too far-fetched, even for me. Never actually boarded the rocket. Hey, wait a minute. Maybe, just maybe. Huh? Prosecutor Blackquill, what if I told you that the two astronauts...
Hold it, wait. This thought has crossed my mind, but I didn't see any proof in it. Because I admit, I think the boarding lounge could easily look like a rocket. Cockpit in a oh, I'm having so much trouble with that word. Easily. Okay, I'm gonna double save because messing up the word cockpit threw me off. But I it's not 2 1-to-1. Listen, how would they fake it to the astronauts and to everybody else? Prosecutor Blackquill, what if I told you that the two astronauts never set foot inside the launch pad area, but instead went into another place? And what if when the direct... Oh, it just hit me. It just hit me. Oh my gosh. Court record. Okay. No. Where is the map? I'm glad she sort of made. I already read that. Okay. So it just hit me. So the thing about the spaceship station, right? They have the whole Hat 1 rocket replica in the museum, which is a 1-to-1 replica of the original rocket. And it used to be the launch pad for that. I'm pretty sure that's what was told. Look at the diagram cross-section of the Space Center. A full-size replica of the Hat 1 and importance related to the space exploration and the Hat 1 expedition are on display. The Space Museum is open to the public every day of the year from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. What if the director moved the launch pad 1 back? It was not from the launch site, but from another place. What would you say then? Cut the existential bull, or I'll cut you.
Mr. Wright, you will explain yourself at once.
I know I'm right. It was all the other way around from the beginning. Very well, Your Honor. Let me explain. Director's Cosmos for moving the launch pad. For moving launch pad 1 was to switch it with another place, to hide it, to track the killer. Okay, I want to save, but my theory is leaning towards that the Space Museum was what they were in. Because he wanted to switch it with some other place.
I'm sorry, but did you say switch it? But what could he have possibly switched the launch pad with?
Oh, you'd be surprised, Your Honor. All it takes is a little thinking outside the box and the answer becomes clear as day. This is what was switched with launch pad 1. Launch pad 1 was switched with the Space Museum. In the past, the Space Museum used to be launch pad 2. It has all the same features as launch pad 1 and can even be moved to the launch site, meaning the Space Museum and the launch pad 1 can also be switched with each other. I wish that was kind of combined. Is this going to be the cliche of someone putting looping footage on in the security footage? No. It's a little worse.
You can't mean.
The rocket the astronauts boarded was not the one in launch pad 1. It was the one in the Space Museum.
What? Balderdash!
And yet, it's the only explanation that accounts for every riddle and inconsistency. This is how the Space Center was just before the incident. I see Launchpad 1 and Space Museum have
I see Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum have already switched places.
That's right. And with the other two switched, like this. The astronauts entered the Space Museum from boarding lounge 1. This allowed the true killer to enter enter Launchpad 1 from the boarding lounge 2 and set the bomb on the rocket. Come to think of it, the door to the Space Museum from boarding lounge 2. Welcome! The Space Museum is open to the public every day of the year from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. Exactly. Anyone could pass through the door to the Space Museum. There is no fingerprint recognition system on that door. In other words, with the two launch pads switched like that, someone other than Mr. Starbuck could have easily planted that bomb.
Gah!
After setting the bomb on the rocket, the culprit snuck into boarding lounge 1 and waited there concealed in order to kill Mr. Duran when the two astronauts emerged from the Space Museum. Boulder Dash! The Jetson maid just showed up. What's her name? Ponko. Recall that Miss Blackwell, Mr. Starbuck, and the director all saw a suspicious figure who we can suppose, after killing Mr. Duran, made their escape into the Space Museum. After that, Director Cosmos switched the two launch pads back without realizing that the killer was inside the Space Museum. The killer then left the Space Museum and made a clean getaway. Right, Dono. I see you know how to handle a sword and handle it well. Perhaps I should call you Sword Master Bluff. I'm a seasoned warrior who has cut down many a prosecutor.
Silence.
But unless you can prove your theory, it's no better than a rusty sword.
That's right. You have no proof that I switched the latch pads.
Somebody needs a better anger management council. If the launch pad really were switched, there might be a record of it somewhere. At this point, Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum were switched with each other. So the corridor beyond the door should be the one that belongs to the Space Museum. Let's see. This is the image of... Let's see. Oh. The yawns hit me. Okay. Let's see. This is an image of This is the image of the Launchpad 1 corridor. I do not know what it is with Launchpad 1, but either I want to drop the or I want to move the and launch the pad 1. It's like I don't want to hear about the launch pad. Do you see anything different when we compare it to the security footage? Huh? That number on the floor. Well, what do you know? It looks like we have proof after all, Prosecutor Blackwell. And this is just another bluff. Oh, don't worry. It's all right here. Right in this footage. Proof that beyond this door is the corridor to the Space Museum. You ever run for office? Launch the pad sounds like a good Logan. I don't think America's ready for a VTuber in office yet. I think I need like maybe give it another year. I don't know. Maybe like one more year. Maybe we might have somebody else as a VTuber in office. You know what my campaign would be if I did run for office? My campaign would be that I'm going to make a law that requires people to... I don't know. I think I'm just going to make a law that requires people to eat raw onions at least once a day.
Very well. Answer this for me, if you would. What in this footage proves that the corridor belongs to the Space Museum?
There's a 1 on the floor of the Launchpad 1 corridor. But take a look at the floor of the corridor in the security footage. Do you see the number on the floor behind the astronauts? It doesn't look like a 1, does it? That's because what you see is actually part of a 2.
What?
Why is it a 2 and not a 1? That's because the corridor you see in the 1 is the That's because the corridor you see is the 1 to the Space Museum.
Gah!
And so, does that mean the corridor in this footage was not filled with smoke? That's right, because the explosion didn't occur in the Space Museum. Oh no, we're going back over the hidden parts of the numbers thing. The explosions occurred in Launchpad 1 on the opposite side. The explosions occurred in Launchpad 1 on the side opposite of the Space Museum. And now that we know the 2 astronauts escaped from the Space Museum, the mystery from the previous trial of how they got down the ladder is cleared up. Mr. Duran carrying Mr. Starbuck simply took the elevator from the upper level down to the middle level.
Just incredible. The 2 launch pads were actually switched. But you'd think someone would have noticed an event of this magnitude.
Everyone was down in the basement shelter when the launch pads were swapped back. There is no way anyone could have known what was happening on the surface. Bye-bye. No more lies, Director Cosmos. It's high time. You told us the truth.
My honor, my glory, everything is slipping. Galactic engine ignition. What is gone haywire? It won't stop. God. My stars, my glory. No, not that way.
He's making a run for it.
But Bailiff, on your steed and after that witness.
See how easy it is for me to slip from the judge into the Director Cosmos?
Order in the court.
Oh, he broke his Segway.
I see we've managed to retrieve you before you came to any bodily harm.
Director Cosmos, do you admit you switched the launch pads?
I admit it's true. I switched Launchpad 1 for the Space Museum. It is good to hear words I can believe for a change.
Before you do, Your Honor, 2 things. First, we don't know if Mr. Duran had prior knowledge of the switch. As for Mr. Starbuck, he was unaware of his surroundings thanks to his medication. Either way, Mr. Duran would have realized that the instant he stepped into the Space Museum, it had been switched with Launchpad 1. So my question is, if the Space Museum was perfectly fine, why did Mr. Duran feel the need to put on such a dramatic display?
As for my second question, I'd like Director Cosmos to tell us why he switched the two launch pads to begin with.
Please, I can't. I exercise my right to remain silent. But I will say that my hands were tied. I was only doing what I could to keep my men from getting caught in that blast.
The director is terrified. He must have one heck of a reason for not wanting to explain why. Probably not a good time to pry it out of him, huh?
Excuse me, but would you mind if I pick up my stars? Without my badge of rank, I'm nothing. I don't see why not. Bailiff, help the director retrieve his stars.
Wow, after many chapters, finally someone has searched the right to remain silent. The right to silence, yeah.
It appears the possibility of a culprit other than the defendant has presented itself. Mr. Starbuck, is there anything you wish to say?
Isn't there something that breaks the right to remain silent? I mean, it's used sparingly. I know that. You can't actually just throw it around wherever. But there's actual, like, specifics that kind of, like, you have to kind of hit for you to actually ascertain that right. But isn't there something like that can break it? Like you say, you know, I know it's supposed to be like, you don't want to, you're testifying in court and you don't want to incriminate yourself. Like, let's say you're doing a drug deal and down the alley that you're doing your drug deal and you see somebody get murdered. I know that somebody could be like, well, what are you doing in the alley? And you can go, well, I choose to remain silent. I just happen to be in the alley. I'm not the suspect, you know, blah, blah, blah. But I did see so-and-so killed that person. Like, I know, like, doesn't the right to remain silent can be used in that case, right? But there's also, like, rules that can break your right to remain silent under the right sort of things. And doesn't it, like, okay, let's say you're doing a drug deal and it's your partner who murdered the person down the way. Then the you know, the other people can be like, well, no, you have to break your right to remain silent because you have ties to the case. It's like even though you're trying to say, I don't want to increment myself, you have ties to the case that does not increment you in the drug case, but rather increment you as being an accessory to murder. Right? Am I thinking about that right? Like, there's ways you could break right to remain silent, right? I know Everett's like typing a really long paragraph. Plus there's like the whole stream delay, but I'm curious if what I'm thinking is right. At least that's one example I can know that you could say this is how you can use it and this is how it gets broken, right? I'm not a criminal lawyer, but the two exceptions I know of are these. One, you've already spoken on the topic before you testify. You claim the right to silence when there is no evidence that you actually might have committed a crime. Okay, hold it. Okay, that's fair. Thank you. Right to remain silent. Amendment. Okay. The Fifth Amendment protects the criminal defendants from having to testify if they may increment themselves through a testimony. A witness may plead the Fifth and not answer if the witness believes the answer to the question may be self-incriminatory. In the landmark Miranda versus Arizona ruling, the United States Supreme Court extended the Fifth Amendment protections to encompass any situation outside the courtroom that involves curtailment of personal freedom. Therefore, any time that the law enforcement takes a suspect into custody, the law enforcement must make the suspect aware of all rights, known as Miranda rights. These rights include the right to remain silent and to have an attorney present during any questioning, and the right to have a government-appointed attorney if the suspect cannot afford one. However, courts have since then likely narrowed the Miranda rights. Holding the police interrogations or questioning that occurs prior to taking the suspect into court does not fall within the Miranda rights requirements, and police are not required to give Miranda warnings to the suspects prior to taking them. Okay, so this is what you're talking about. They testified about it before. Their silence in some instances can be deemed to implicate admission of guilt. Well, okay, but what about breaking it? Due process calls. Right. Yeah, I know about Double Jeopardy because I've seen that movie. The law enforcement fails to honor these safeguards. Court will often suppress statements by the suspect violating the Fifth Amendment protection against self-incrimination, proving that the suspect has not actually waived the rights. An actual waiver occurs when the suspect had made waiver knowingly, intentionally, and voluntary. To determine if knowing an intelligent voluntary waiver has occurred, the court will examine the totality of the circumstances, which, considering all the all priors being made aware of the Miranda rights, law enforcement can use the statement against the suspect, provide the police okay, maybe this is not good for me to read. I love incriminating myself. Inadmissible. If your criminal partner killed someone, there's a good chance that the counts as a crime for you. There's an older legal concept called felony murder, which is if anyone dies while you are committing a crime, you are guilty of murder. For instance, if you and a partner are robbing a bank and the police kill your partner, under felony murder, you are guilty of the murder of your partner. Okay. Well, thank you for that tidbit.
Mr. Starbuck, is there anything you wish to say? I don't get it. Don't get it, or what don't you get?
Director, why did you do all that? From the very beginning, you never meant for the launch to go ahead, did you? You tricked us, Mr. Starbuck.
Starbuck, my boy, I'm sorry. I can't tell you the reason why. But I had to do it to protect the Space Center.
Director, will I ever get the chance to go into space again? So why has my boss been a pirate?
Yes, of course. I won't rest until it happens.
Who is this? I don't know who this is. Oh, look. Ponko got a little damage. Everybody's so happy.
I will get you into space again, my boy. My boy.
Then the dream is still alive?
Silence.
Blackville's here to crush dreams.
You're not going into space, Starbuck, but prison. I won't have it any other way.
Why are you so hung up on him?
Yes, I accept that the launch pads really were switched. And if there were a third person at the scene, I suppose they could have escaped. But I have yet to see proof of this third person's escape via the Space Museum. Oh, that's a good point.
He's right. I don't have any proof.
Starbuck, you will spill everything you know.
What? Yeah.
Where did you get those bombs? Tell me now. If you don't, my blade shall feast on your blood.
If I'm going to die, I want to die in space.
I have to do something. Solomon Starbuck, prepare yourself. Now, you know violence in the answer, Prosecutor Blackquill. That annoyingly cheerful laugh. It can be none other than
Fulbright! Champion of righteousness, Bobby Fulbright. Here in justice we trust. Detective Fulbright. I'm sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Lawyer. I hope I'm not too late. I don't believe we had an appointment. I tried to hurry, but I ended up helping a little old lady cross the street. And then I had to break up a cat fight. I tell you, justice sure is a full-time job. Was it a fight between cats or... Why are you here again? Because the defendant isn't the culprit, and I came to make sure that justice is served. I don't have any idea what you're talking about. Fulbright. I always thought you were that you were a bit touched in the head. But have you finally succumbed? Nope, but it looks like you succumbed to this phantom of yours. Open your eyes and let the evidence of justice uncloud your judgment. What evidence? Come to think of it, he did say something about finding us some evidence. Thanks to you two, I feel a lot better now. Now that I've been able to get that off my chest. I'm gonna work extra hard to find that perfect piece of evidence for you. I didn't think he was serious, though. So, what is it, Detective? Is this something that will prove Mr. Starbuck innocent? It is indeed. Have a look at this. What's this, a lighter? That's right, a lighter thought to have been used by the culprit, no less. The Space Museum cleaning robot picked it up. It has the victim Clay Turan's blood along with his killer's fingerprints on it. What? Grrr! Order in the court. Detective Fulbright, can I assume that the fingerprints don't belong to the defendant? You bet! Mr. Starbuck is totally innocent. Mr. Starbuck is totally innocent. This is it. This is just what I needed. Your Honor, this is decisive evidence that supports the defense's earlier claim.
Explain yourself, Mr. Wright.
With the pleasure, Your Honor. With pleasure, Your Honor. With the pleasure, Your Honor. With the pleasure, Your Honor. Recall where this lighter was found. Based on that, we can extrapolate Hold on, wait. Let me pull out my thing. Make sure I'm saying this right. I'm pretty sure extrapolate is kind of correct, but I want to double check.
Extrapolate.
Extrapolate. Thank you. Extrapolate. It is not. I fixed it. Don't even. Don't start typing. You're delayed. I've already fixed it. Extrapolate. That after the killer murdered Mr. Durant, they escaped with the lighter in hand into the Space Museum, where they dropped it. The switching of the two launch pads occurred. Then finally, the killer left through the boarding lounge 2 and made their escape. Meanwhile, Mr. Starbuck was found in boarding lounge 1 after the murder. The fact that Director Cosmos has testified to, therefore, Mr. Starbuck couldn't have possibly been the one to drop the lighter there.
Silence.
But the defendant had free reign of the area until Director Cosmos appeared. Could he have not dropped the lighter in the Space Museum during that span of time?
Objection.
You'd like that to be true, wouldn't you? But Director Cosmos testified that right after he saw the mysterious figure with the lighter, he went into the lounge and found the unconscious Mr. Starbuck. In other words, Mr. Starbuck wouldn't have had time to double back to the museum. No, Prosecutor Blackwell, this lighter could only have been dropped by the real killer. Most importantly, Mr. Starbuck's fingerprints were nowhere to be found on this lighter. I think you understand what this means, don't you? This piece of evidence unequivocally proves that Mr. Starbuck wasn't the culprit.
This does appear to be decisive evidence that proves the defense's claims.
As for the remote switch that was found in Mr. Starbuck's pocket, we can assume that it was planted by the killer on the unconscious Mr. Starbuck.
No, there must be some mistake. Frankly, Prosecutor Blackwell, I've been worried about you. You've been chasing this phantom for 7 whole years. I understand your urgency because tomorrow... Fulbright, you promised never to speak of that.
Huh? Tomorrow? What about tomorrow?
Given the body of evidence, I think it's safe to say the defendant is innocent. In light of the fact that it was impossible for him to have committed the crime. A few unanswered questions remain, so I look forward to seeing what you two uncover. But for now, this court finds the defendant, Solomon Starbuck.
Yeah! But also, this is the first time we don't have anybody. Like, we don't have anybody to say, no, they didn't. Like, we don't have anybody who did it. Yes! We did it, Mr. Wright. Looks like we pulled it off somehow, huh? With some help from Detective Fulbright. Mr. Wright, Miss Sykes, thank you. And please, thank Apollo for me too. You all are the best. Oh, I wish we could tell Apollo about Mr. Starbuck's verdict right now. Yeah, me too, but that's going to have to wait.
Now that a verdict has been reached, I'd like to bring today's trial to a close. Court is adjourned.
Objection.
No. That's the words were on the screen. You can't take the backsies now. It's too late to object, isn't it? It simply isn't possible. Something's wrong.
Prosecutor Blackwell, are you dissatisfied with the verdict?
Fulbright! What were the results of the fingerprint analysis for the lighter?
The result?
The results? Well, I was in a hurry, you see, and then there was that cat fight, and, well, I kinda got carried away when I heard the prints weren't Mr. Starbuck, so... You have yet to read it. Prosecutor Blackwell, can you read out who the prints belong to? Upon thorough analysis, the fingerprints were found to belong to Athena Sykes. So says the report. What? What? Huh? Me? Yeah, what? Hold it, whoa. Athena wasn't even there that day.
Order! I say order! Miss Sykes, tell me you have an explanation for this. We just finished proving that this lighter could only belong to the killer. So finding your print on it can only lead us to one grave conclusion.
I don't know how they got there, but I know I'm not the culprit. This can't be happening. We built up our argument piece by piece, and I don't think any of our reasoning was faulty. So how could it have led to this? Letter updated in the court record.
What have I done?
Please forgive me. I'm sorry.
Order, Detective Fulbright, stop your crying.
What in the world is happening here? It's like the world's gone mad.
Order! I will have order!
Technically, Athena wins if she proves she's a killer. Confusion spiraled into utter chaos. After all we fought for, the truth had turned cruelly on us to accuse Athena of the crimes. Somewhere, somehow, everything had gone terribly wrong. Was Athena even there on that day? We had stumbled over the edge of reason and into the jaws of a twisted darkness. I mean, that's the question. If Athena can prove she wasn't there, then what does it matter? End. Oh, yes. Turnabout for tomorrow, episode 5. No one can escape their past. The sins we've committed and the sadness we caused. Those astronauts work for the government or private Elon Musk type project? Good question. It does look like Simon and Athena have a shared past. No matter how far we run, our past remains, as ever present as the moon in the sky. It looms in wait for the day when we are forced to face it. But only in doing so can we truly make peace and move on in hope towards tomorrow. December 20th, 123, Write Anything Agency. Write anything. Plot twist. After she fell down those stairs. No. They took Athena from the courtroom straight to the station. She's probably being questioned at this very moment. After this past year, I took it for granted that those two would always be here. And now Apollo's gone off on his own to seek his own truth. And my pursuit of the truth only ended up with Athena becoming the new suspect. Some boss I turned out to be. Aw. It's even quieter in here than usual. Yeah, it seems so empty, too. I just don't get it, Daddy. All of your reasoning during the trial seemed perfectly solid. Yeah, and I still believe it was at least based on what we know. Well, she, like I said, Everett, she does show still. So she goes to school, but she also is still a famous magician. Like, she's even more famous now. But now Athena is the one being accused. During the trial for the bombing and murder that occurred at the Cosmos Space Center, the lighter used by the real culprit was found. This lighter proved the defendant Solomon Starbuck innocent. Okay, I guess the gross spaghetti prop needs to stay. Yeah. But Athena's prints were found on it instead. And she was subsequently arrested for the murder. But Athena couldn't have done it. It just doesn't make any sense. No, none of it does. I've been racking my brain, but I just can't figure it out. Ugh, where is the flaw in my reasoning? What have I got wrong in this case? You know, Daddy, if Athena were here, she wouldn't just be sitting around thinking she'd be out there doing something. You are going to defend Athena, right, Daddy? Of course I will. And thanks, Trucy. I needed that push. Trucy's right. The trial is tomorrow. There's no time to waste. If I'm going to prove Athena's innocence, I'd better get out of there and I'd better get out there and find some evidence. Off we go then. We're hunting for evidence that will prove Athena's innocence. Great, but before we go, I better tidy up the evidence I have on hand. Athena's probably still in the middle of being questioned. So Trucy's right. The thing to start with is talking to people at the Space Center. What to do? Any ideas? I still can't believe Apollo really left us. It was so sudden. Maybe he got tired of being my assistant for my magic tricks. I don't think it's your fault, Trucy. But I made him clean the toilet a lot. him go bring in the newspaper. It was my fault. I just know it. Oh, Apollo. I really don't think it was your fault, Trucy, but I didn't realize Apollo was wearing so many hats around here either. How could they suspect Athena? It's just ridiculous. It must be some kind of conspiracy. Conspiracy, huh? Well, it certainly is some kind of mistake, that's for sure. First of all, we have to bust Athena out of the detention center. Then we have to chase down the people who framed her. We'll sneak around the world from Kiev to Carolina with the fuzz hot on our tails. Isn't that exactly the same as the plot of that movie you watched the other day? Alright, let's give a quick save. So, something tells me if Prosecutor Blackwell and Athena have a shared past, because that whole animation, Athena sees a bloody sword. Simon Blackwell's holding a bloody sword. It's very obvious that she witnessed and possibly feels bad that I'm thinking that she missaw what had happened. And I don't know. I'm not sure. But obviously they're past his ties, so obviously I don't think he could be the prosecutor on that case. You know? December 20th. Cosmos Space Center. Entrance. Director Cosmos, do you have a minute?
Galactic scooter, full speed ahead!
Dang. Director? He scooted away. His expression changed the instant he saw you, Daddy. Yeah, well, I dropped his name through the mud pretty good at the trial earlier today. Let's just chase him. We were here only yesterday. Oh, hey. Mr. Starbuck, you've been released, huh? Yep, and I came straight here. This is all thanks to you and your team, Mr. Wright. You've given me a second chance to fly into space again. I can't thank you enough. Except... Oh. What's wrong? I thought he'd be happy to be acquitted. As I was coming out of the detention center, I saw Miss Sykes. He saw Athena? I was at a loss for words. I didn't know what to say to the poor girl. And then, you know what? She flashed a peace sign at me. Congratulations on your acquittal, she said. Now you can go back into space someday. Yeah, that sounds like Athena. I can just picture it. But I saw her eyes. They were red and swollen from crying. She's gotta be suffering. She must be so worried. And yet, she went out of her way to be nice and give me that big smile. She held back her own tears so she could give someone else a smile. That's so Athena. There's no question about it. That girl is innocent. Please, Mr. Wright, you had to make sure she goes free. And then they could put me in prison instead. I don't mind. We can't have that either, Mr. Starbuck. Oh. Don't worry, Mr. Starbuck. I'm going to give her the very best defense I can. I promise to get her acquitted, just like I did for you. I know she'll be all right with you in her corner. I know you'll never give up on her. Apollo has a fine boss to look up to. About the murder. I still can't believe Launchpad 1 was switched with the Space Museum. What could have made Director Cosmos do such a thing? I haven't the foggiest idea.
Oh. So, there never was going to be a launch that day. Not from the very beginning. I wonder if Clay knew. I imagine he must have. Surely he would have noticed when you went to board the rocket. It's pathetic to think I was the only one who got taken in. Well, I guess that's about how it goes. When you're worthless, then it's space. When you're worthless, then space debris.
Is he going to be all right, Daddy? His expression looks as dark as a black hole.
Well, that's just how he is. The murderer. Mr. Starbuck, do you remember anything about the murderer? Not really. I only saw a shadowy figure in the dark after all. Yeah, I guess that was a little too much to hope for. Hey, I heard something from the police, though. They said they never did find a 10-point caliber gun down that trash chute. Just as I thought, the culprit must have carried it away with them when they escaped.
So, was the person you saw holding a gun Mr. Starbuck?
So what's the person you saw holding a gun, Mr. Starbuck? I couldn't really tell. But it wasn't Athena, right? You could tell if the person was male or female, tall or short. I can't even tell you that much, man. I'm so useless. When the culprit opened the door, some light came in. I should have been able to see. The door. Yes. As I recall, they opened this door here as they made their escape. So the door to launch... So...
The door to Launchpad 1, right?
Yeah, except right now the door leads to the Space Museum.
You mean...
you mean the Launchpad and the Space Museum are switched right now? Yeah, they're trying to investigate the theory you came up with in court. So... they're recreating the conditions, huh? I'd like to see what's beyond that door now. Mr. Starbuck, could you open this door for us? Sure, just, let me have my print scanned here. Switching the launch pads. Dude, the launch pads get switched back and forth a lot. Well, back when the Space Museum was Launchpad 2, they used to switch the pads around at times. But these days, Launchpad 2 is only used as a tourist attraction, right? Right, because quite frankly, the Space Center needs the money. I hear you. Times sure are tough.
Daddy, let's go check out what's beyond that door.
Sure, let's go. Hey, why don't I come along? I can show you around. Huh? I wonder what these dead leaves are doing here.
Maybe they were stuck to the bottom of somebody's chutes. There are a lot of trees around the Space Center.
She's right. It's modern, state-of-the-art. It's a modern, state-of-the-art building, but it's surrounded by trees. But I don't know. If they were stuck to the bottom of somebody's shoe, wouldn't they look more crushed up? These don't look like they've been stepped on.
Maybe there's some kind of secret hatch in the corridor. They came in that way?
Not everything is set up like a magician stage, you know. So this is another one of those devices for opening the door, huh? Yep, but this one doesn't require fingerprints verification. You just hit the button and open sesame.
So, when you and Clay went through here,
You didn't need to show your prints either. That's right, Trucy. Just like how the culprit didn't need to scan their prints. When they escaped back out of the Space Museum corridor into boarding lounge 2. Isn't required from the launch pad side. Well, I don't see anything else that jumps out at me. And I imagine this corridor is built exactly like Launchpad 1's corridor. Maybe we'll see somebody else now.
Curse the wretch who's stolen my good name! Reverse course and full speed ahead!
Director Cosmos, wait! I'll handle this, Daddy. Take that!
Yeah! The mobility system has been compromised!
Trucy's knife throw was a direct hit to one of his tires. And the streak continues. Maybe I should have kept a closer watch on what tricks she's been practicing.
My dear old battleship, we fought a many a skirmish together. It has been an honor.
Daddy, he's going to blow that thing up.
Nah, I bet all that button will do is make it go haywire again. Very well, I surrender. As a prisoner of war, I expect to be treated honorably.
Also, Trucy, that's a crime. I admit, his music's pretty nice. Switching the launch pads. Director Cosmos, when you were talking in court about switching the launch pads, you used your right to remain silent about the reason as to why. I'd like Director Cosmos to tell us why he switched the two launch pads to begin with.
Please, I can't. I exercise my right to remain silent. But I will say, my hands were tied. I was only doing what I could to keep my men from getting caught in that blast. The center of the cosmos is shrouded in mystery, but I don't have any secrets left. Now that my battleship has been destroyed, I've been taken prisoner.
Uh-oh, Cyclops time. Cyclops time. No secrets left, huh? I beg to differ. Looks like I'll have to undo his Cyclops. I want to get to the bottom of this. Okay, let me save. Okay, I've not checked since we cleared out my evidence. I have not seen what we got. So we have the bloody knife, the launchpad door, face center diagram, the Hope capsule, security camera, lighter, or a statement. My thing is if, well, I don't know. Never mind. I was about to say, you think if Athena was caught, that they found the lighter with her bloody fingerprints on it, that, you know, the knife would have had her fingerprints on it, but yes, I don't know. I know one of the things, I'm thinking the Hope capsule, the asteroids in it are fake. Behind switching of the launch pads. I want you to tell me everything you're hiding about the switching of the two launch pads.
I refuse. You can't make me. I can hold out longer than anyone.
Hold on, let me take a drink. Doing his voice is a little bit tough. Okay. I hope I never get like this when I'm old. Now, let's see, where to start? This is how you explained your motive for switching the launch pad. You did it to save the astronauts. Thanks to you switching the launch pads, and the astronauts escaped injury from the blast. Instead, they safely boarded the museum's rocket, far away from the actual explosion.
My astronauts were raring to go out in an authentic adventure in space. How do you propose I had them board a fake rocket without them noticing?
I agree, you couldn't have done it without help. For one, they would have figured it out the instant they stepped into the Space Museum. You figured out you could fool Mr. Starbuck once he'd been drugged with his medication, but without the help of this person, it would have been impossible for you to pull your plan off. You must have gotten Mr. Turan to help you. He stole the tranquilizers from his mentor's locker and slipped them to him. And then, with Mr. Starbucks in a daze, they boarded the replica rocket in the museum.
Someone help this poor prisoner of war.
How is he able to spin around like that? If you really wanted to save the astronauts' lives, shouldn't you have just called off the launch?
If I could have done that, do you think I would have gone to all that trouble?
I guess he must have had a compelling reason why he couldn't call it off. But how did you know to switch the pads in advance of the bombing incident?
Well, that's because I was warned in advance. Once I received that warning, it was my duty to ensure my astronaut safety.
But it was just a warning. It could have even have been a prank. Why did you believe in it so completely?
Because I went to one of those mediums that everyone's talking about these days.
Oh, I didn't realize channeling was back in vogue. Besides, I thought it was you yourself that got the warning via telephone.
Yes, that's right. The bomber contacted me personally. My battleship is equipped with a special event communication system, you see.
AKA a regular old telephone.
It's been a while planning another launch. I see you haven't learned. I'll never forget the terror I felt when I received that call.
The bomber said it's been a while? And that was enough to make you take the threat seriously? Perhaps Director Cosmos took the threat so seriously because the Space Center had been involved in a bombing once before? Maybe the culprit in the current case is the same person who was involved in this incident. I want to say that the thing that caused the Hat One miracle was a bombing. Because I don't think he's going to care about the courtroom bombing. That happened after. So the only thing could be is that it was the Hat One miracle. The Hat One miracle. That epic story of survival. People across the nation know it as a heroic tale of bravery. But in truth, it was an act of sabotage perpetrated by a current killer, wasn't it? Very few knew about the previous plot. So when the caller said, "It's been a while," you knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that the danger was real and it wasn't a prank.
Did anyone ever tell you to go easy on an ex-serviceman?
Is this gonna involve a super weird bomb? That super weird bomb technician? No. Ted Tonate
was somebody who was selling the bombs on the black market, but he had nothing to do with the other bombings. He was just taking bombings from other cases and selling those on the black market. And then he would switch them out, like the evidence, out with his own like replica bombs, but they were made not to go off or be, you know, diffused or whatever. And so he would take the evidence bombs and sell those on the black market.
Yes, the Hat One miracle was really a desperate battle against an active sabotage. I even lost the life of one of my staff members in the fight.
Ah, yes, Ted. What a guy. Sabotage, murder. So this is the ugly truth behind the Hat One miracle.
I let my guard down. I thought the saboteur had been caught and that the case was closed.
Huh. Wait a minute. The murder at the Space Center 7 years ago? This must have been the person Director Cosmos thought was the culprit. Simon Blackwell, the murder suspect in the case that happened here 7 years ago? The place and time of the two incidents, the murder, the sabotage, were the same? So you thought that he committed both crimes? But while Prosecutor Blackwell was behind bars, you got another threatening call. If the culprit this time is the same as 7 years ago, then it isn't Simon Blackwell. Realizing that, you were shaken. It meant the true culprit has been running free all this time.
How do you keep saying straight through me?
The reason why Director Cosmos won't talk about why he switched the launch pads is connected to the truth behind the Hat One miracle. The sabotage and the murder that happened at the Space Center 7 years ago. Director Cosmos, tell us what you're hiding.
If you really want to understand the reason I decided to switch the launch pads, we'll have to start with the story, that horrible nightmare from 7 years ago.
I am not going to do this whole voice for this whole story. So I'm going to read this story normally. 7 years ago? You mean the so-called Hat One miracle? The launch went smoothly, but once the ship entered outer space, then troubles began. It was all the handiwork of a certain person and their evil scheme. So, Mr. Starbuck's traumatic experience wasn't accidental. Not only that, but before the launch, a very valuable piece of Moonrock was stolen. But that wasn't the worst of it. One of my staff members was murdered. Wow, I had no idea such awful events were behind that exciting story of space heroism.
all that in spite of the Space Center having very strict security in those days. All personal effects were examined thoroughly, coming or going.
I was expecting the whole story to be a little longer.
You couldn't even smoke or wield it all leap through those checkpoints.
So, do you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage?
At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackwell. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. To put it simply, a spy.
Okay. A spy? Wait, you mean somebody who infiltrates a foreign country? Carries out dangerous missions and always gets the girl? Someone's watching way too many late night movies. Well, I guess if we're talking about blowing up a rocket and stealing research material, it's not all that surprising that a spy could be behind it all. The spy.
Make no mistake, there's cutthroat rivalry between nations in the space R&D race. Some try to outdo others by any means possible, even deliberate obstruction. 7 years ago, we got a call before the launch warning us of sabotage. The same MO as this time. Yes, and here I thought the perpetrator had been caught. But it looks like I was wrong.
Prosecutor Blackquill seems more like a ninja than a spy, don't you think? Aren't ninjas and spies basically the same thing?
But there's good reason we failed to find the real spy. A massive cover-up by the government.
What?
Government officials were too embarrassed to admit that they had allowed such a thing to happen at the hands of a spy.
Don't tell me they made the police rush the investigation.
They did indeed. Then, to cover up the sabotage, they cleaned up the story.
And that was the Hat One miracle, wasn't it? But then 7 years ago, the same advance warnings of sabotage. That must have been the director's reason for switching the launch pads. Just like 7 years ago. 7 years ago, the spy gave you advance warnings of their plans, just like this time. That was what made you decide to switch the launch pads, wasn't it?
That's right. The caller knew the facts of the case 7 years ago, despite the cover-up. They knew about the sabotage, the moon rock, and the murder. And they said, you don't want things to go like they did 7 years ago, do you?
I need to sign off. I might be back later, but good luck interrogating Long John Silver. Thank you, Everett. If I'm done streaming and whenever you come to check back in, I hope you have a wonderful night. Also, thank you for the law of facts when I asked about the rights to remain silent.
I immediately thought of calling off the launch, but the government wouldn't let me. We don't give in to the likes of terrorists. We must proceed for our country's honor. It's quite a moving speech, actually.
Moving? Really? Maybe if you're easily inspired by political talking points.
But I knew the truth. We had been warned, which meant that the danger was very real. And I knew there was no way to stop the spy. No matter what I did, they would find a way. That's why I switched the launch pads and staged a moving rescue scene. First, I snuck into the center the night before and switched the launch pads. That way, the astronauts would go from boarding lounge 1 to the Space Museum. Then I put a closed for repair sign at the launch pad 1 in boarding lounge 2.
You did that so normal visitors wouldn't interact. Oh, what else did you do?
I enlisted the help of several staff members, including Turan.
But you didn't let Mr. Starbuck in on it.
He'd already been through enough, and he's no good at lying to keep a secret. I'm afraid I had no choice but to have him drugged. My plan went well until...
Please murder, huh?
After the culprit made their escape, I switched the launch pads back. I did it in such a way that no one would find out, but after all that effort, the Ren is dead and the Hattu is destroyed. And the Hope Capsule, which had returned to us only recently, was also lost in that blast. My home, the center of the cosmos, my beautiful Cosmos Space Center is done for.
Wait, what did he mean by the Hope Capsule was lost in that blast? I thought that the Hope Capsule was found at the crime scene with Mr. Turan. It had just been brought back by the Hope Space Probe with the asteroid samples inside. So what kind of samples are they? What's in them? One second. The samples are scheduled for analysis in the near future.
We hadn't had time since they just came back the day before Turan's murder. The capsules were being held in a safe in Launchpad 1. But I gave it to Turan before the incident so it wouldn't be destroyed in the explosion. The idea was that with it safely in Turan's possession, he could make it look like he rescued it during the staged miraculous escape. But our precious research material ended up lost to that explosion anyway.
But I thought Klee was supposed to keep it safe.
You misunderstand. The launch pad explosion wasn't the one the capsule was lost to. It was lost after the police confiscated it as evidence. It was the courtroom bombing from the other day. The capsule was there in the courtroom as evidence. It was blown to smithereens.
Yet another casualty of that blast.
Greetings!
Hello, Nail. How are you tonight? Your greetings reminded me that I probably need to take a drink. I'm good. I just got back from board game night with friends. Ooh, nice.
Ultimately, I think the culprits may have known about the switching of the launch pads.
What? How? What board game did y'all play? Or was it like D&D?
The police found a wiretapping device during their investigation today. A bug aboard my battleship. A tap on my advanced communication systems.
A wire on that phone?
Yes, a wire on this very phone.
Why are we still having the phone? Did they take the wiretapping device off?
I use this phone to give instructions to my staff about the launchpad switch. Just to a few select members who knew about the plan. Just before the incident, the staff members were coming in and out of Launchpad 1. The culprit probably slipped in with them amid the confusion.
And planted the bomb then. Yes, if they were tapping your phone, they definitely could have pulled something like that off. So you really think the same spy is behind this incident as the one 7 years ago?
Yes, I'm sure of it.
Then the spy must be the phantom prosecutor Blackwell has been chasing.
But Prosecutor Blackwell told me once. The hunt I've been on for the phantom of 7 years past continues even still.
I like how my Fulbright trying to do a Blackwell impression just sounds like the captain.
For starters, that case happened right here at this very space center, too.
So, if we can find this phantom... That's right, we can clear Athena's name. And then there's the matter of Prosecutor Blackquill, too. What about him? Well, if the culprit of 7 years ago is the same person as in the current incident, it would mean Prosecutor Blackquill is innocent. That's still an if, though. I wonder how dangerous that guy would be in court without handcuffs. But if we're going on a ghost hunt, count me in.
It's all over for me.
Is he getting faster? Wait, he looks like he's getting faster. Does he just keep getting faster and faster and faster? He's just getting faster.
Spin, wow, I'm done for. The center of the cosmos is doomed.
Do you think he's going to be all right, Daddy?
Well, at least he'll be in good company. There must be planets out there he can spin with.
Which reminds me, I'd like to delve a little deeper into the Hat One mission, too.
If you want to learn more, start with the Space Museum. There's a Hat One exhibit there. Oh, don't mind me. I'll just keep spinning here and see how the cosmos unfold.
It's like he achieved spiritual enlightenment or something.
I'm sure he'll stop when he gets dizzy. Let's just go visit the Space Museum.
Okay, bye-bye.
He'll stop eventually.
December 20th, Cosmos Space Center Museum. Space Museum. Let's see. Where's the exhibit on the launch 7 years ago? There, that's the Hat One exhibit. Oh, wow. Look at that photo of the team. There's Clay, Mr. Starbuck, Director Cosmos, or Blackquill, even Ponko. But I've never seen the woman on the right before. Everybody looks so happy. Well, except for Director Cosmos. Let's check out the newspaper article, too. Hat One launch imminent. There's a photo of the Hope space probe. I guess it's only natural it doesn't talk about the murderer's sabotage. Oh, wait. Right, it's just Venus right now. Okay. They really were keeping it a secret, just like the director said. Daddy, take a look at that jacket. It must be the Hat One team uniform jacket. It's the same design as the one Apollo was wearing, the one that belonged to Clay. Actual jacket worn by the worn by a Hat One team member, it says. Not a replica, huh? I wonder if it was Mr. Starbucks. Hello? Oh, Junie! Oh, Miss Woods, what brings you here? I heard Lena got arrested, so I've been looking for you, Mr. Wright. I thought you might be here at the scene. You must be so worried, but rest assured, I'm going to do my very best to defend her. Lena's going through such a hard time. I hope she doesn't lose heart. Even just coming back to this place must be really difficult for her. Huh? You mean the Cosmos Space Center? What? You didn't know? She used to live here. When
she was a little girl.
She did? No, I didn't know. No wonder she knew so much. Miss Woods, could you tell me more in detail? Interesting. Athena in the Space Center.
Athena's mom worked here. If I remember right. She was a doctor of psychology or something like that.
But why was a psychology specialist working at the space research facility?
I don't really know. But I do know that she lived and worked here, so Athena lived here too.
So it was far from Athena's first time here.
I don't know why she didn't mention it. She probably didn't want to talk about it. This place is connected to a very sad memory for her.
A sad memory. Can you tell me about it?
There was a terrible incident here. It was 7 years ago.
The same time frame as the Hat 1 launch.
Nina's mom, in the robotics lab. She was murdered.
What?
After it happened, Athena stopped coming to school.
Poor Athena. And all this time, she never let on at all.
I was so worried about her. I came here so many times, hoping to see her.
But I never
saw her again. After a while, we started exchanging letters. But I didn't get to see her face to face for 7 long years. And
so the first time you seen her was in 7 years was during Professor Corte's case.
That's right. I was so surprised. She was like a completely different person, so cheerful and happy.
Aww. What was Athena like as a child?
She was very sensitive and kind. She didn't talk very much. She liked to draw and paint at home. That's completely different from the Athena we know now. I can't even picture it. She never left the Space Center much because she was very sensitive to other people's emotions. When she went to crowded places, she'd get dizzy from all the emotions flying around.
Must be hard to hear people's hearts as well as their voices.
She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research.
Huh, I wonder what kind of research it was.
Because of her special ability, Dina couldn't handle being in school very often. And I was always out sick because of my weak constitution. Maybe that's why we became such good friends. We used to play together here at the Space Center a lot. It brings back memories. Sounds like Athena's mother played a big role here at the Space Center. Oh, Daddy, show her that picture.
Atta girl, good idea. Miss Woods, could you take a look at this for me?
Oh, look! There's Dina's mom. The woman on the far right. The one in the kimono. That's Dr. Mitis.
Mitis? Hold it, how am I supposed to pronounce this? I think it's Mitis. Mitis? Métis. Métis or Métis. Métis. How do you pronounce it in Greek? Hold it. Had an ad. Hold it. Wait. I want to know how to pronounce this.
You're looking at how to pronounce these words, but often confusing word names of Native American people. So how do you say it? Announcing it, this is originally a French word for people of mixed blood. French, and in French it is therefore métis, pronounced as
Métis. Métis.
Métis.
But what about the Greek pronunciation? That's the pronunciation I want. Okay, I want to say Métis. Métis. Dr. Métis Sykes. Athena's mother's murderer. Did it by any chance have any connection to the Hat One lunch? What? Why, yes, it did. As I recall, it happened on the day before the lunch. Just as I suspected.
But that wasn't the worst of it. One of my staff members was murdered.
This is a murder Director Cosmos was talking about. Does that mean that the crime prosecutor Blackwell was convicted of? Is the murder of Athena's mother? There's a chance her death is somehow connected to the current case. There is? Thank you for all your help, Miss Woods. And please, try not to worry. I won't let anything happen to Athena. Thank you, Mr. Wright. I know you'll take good care of her. So, we need to investigate the robotics lab and also talk to Athena. We've got our plates full, Daddy. I hope we can fit it all in one day. Before the day is through. Detention center first, then. The detention center first, then. We have to see Athena before visiting hours are over. 1 second. Well, if it isn't Mr. Lawyer, fancy meeting you here. Oh, hello, Detective Fulbright. Here on business? To tell the truth, I'm here to interview Ted Tonate, the one behind the courtroom bombing incident. He suddenly said he's ready to tell the truth about that case. And what he said, and what he was saying was so incredible, I just had to come right over here to hear more. Incredible. What was he saying? Ugh, mosquito. Why don't you hang around and hear it for yourself? Really? Us? Are you sure? I give you my special permission. Here comes the bomber now. What nerve do you have to come here? You're here to laugh at me, I suppose. Like I waste my breath on you. After all, you're the one who assaulted Apollo and put him in the hospital. Violence? No. Question? Okay. No violence. Too bad Apollo didn't get a chance to say that before you attacked him. Fine, then. Just answer me this, Mr. Tonate. What is this truth of yours about? What is this truth of yours about the courtroom you blew up? No, I didn't do it. I didn't blow up the courtroom. When I killed the Detective Armé, there was another person in the room. What are you talking about? Who else could have been there? I saw it, I tell you. I saw. Hold it. Wait.
I forgot I gave this guy a robotic voice. I saw someone's hand as they were stealing the remote switch. This person was there and witnessed the murder I committed. What? I don't know who it was, but that's who blew up the courtroom. You expect us to buy that? Easy there, Trucy. I don't see any Cyclops, so I guess he must not be lying. Pardon me, I got a little carried away. But I'm telling you the truth. I did not detonate that bomb. And there you have it. We can't exactly ignore his claims, of course, so we're doing a follow-up. We're even analyzing the bomb itself for what's left of it. We haven't found any new facts yet, though. Wow, they laid it all out piece by piece. Oh, look at all those beautiful little pieces. I wish I could have them. Uh-oh. Looks like his geek switch has been activated. Phony Fanty Bomb added to the court record. Well, I hope you're ready for Prosecutor Blackwell's special brand of questioning. There, that's a better one. Anything but that. I'm afraid I'll have to be off now, too. I was just about to question Miss Sykes.
You're going to see Athena now?
That's right. Did you folks come to see her? Sorry for the trouble, but could you come back later? Well, off I go. What bad timing. Looks like we'll have to wait until after her questioning is over to see her.
And after we came all this way, too.
Well, I guess it's back to the Space Center.
Let's go check out the robotics lab, Daddy.
All right, sounds like a plan. You know, that does not look like spaceship related.
So, this is the robotics lab? Huh. Looks like exactly one floor above the boarding lounge.
And where people were directed to evacuate from via emergency ladder. This is where Athena's mom was killed 7 years ago. Speaking of someone who works with robotics.
Daddy, look over there.
Oh, that sounded very Athena. Apollo? So they plan to use this bag to carry the capsule, is that right?
Yeah, more or less. Say, why don't we stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea instead?
Apollo and Aura Blackwell, I wonder what they're talking about.
Well, come to spoil our fun, just when I was enjoying our alone time.
Trucy and Mr. Wright.
If it's Apollo you want, you can't have him. He said he's investigating on his own.
And I respect his wishes. We just came to investigate this lab.
Well, this is my lab, so you'll need my permission if you want to do any snooping.
Okay, I'll be right back. Give me 1 second.
right, I'm back. Let me take a drink. Okay, here we are. About what happened. I heard about the trial. You made mincemeat out of the director. Welcome back, thank you. And suddenly Starbuck was out, and your little subordinate, the princess, was in. Case closed, and they all lived happily ever after. Daddy, say something to her. And I suppose you're going to defend the princess in court, am I right? The princess, huh? I guess she's talking about Athena. Of course, Athena is innocent. Oh my, such loyalty and trust. She seems pretty suspicious to me, though. The emotionally unstable princess. There's your culprit for you. Don't you agree, Apollo? I don't know yet. Apollo! How could you? What's wrong with saying I don't know if it's true? It's a very scientific approach. Your subordinate is more level-headed than you, or should I say, former subordinate. I can't believe it. Does Apollo really suspect Athena? Whew. All this laughing has worn me out. Your turn to say something, hunk of junk. Mr. Turan, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sick bay? Mr. Turan, but that's Apollo you're talking to. Oh, this hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo is possessed by Clay's ghost. Mr. Turan, how are your injuries? Mr. Turan! Mr. Turan, how are your injuries? Mr. Turan! And I guess Clay intends to hang around to haunt the princess that murdered him. Oh, and to haunt the lawyers that defend her too, of course. A robot that can see ghosts? Yeah, right. And I'm a spirit medium. Sorry, but apparently scientists just don't tell very frightening ghost stories. I intend to defend Athena no matter what you have to say about it. How perfectly foolish. That kind of blind belief makes people lose sight of the truth. Just like 7 years ago. Could you tell me more about the incident 7 years ago? Why? Do you enjoy trampling on people's feelings and rubbing salt in their wounds? Or do you just want me to talk? In that case, what should I ask for in return? I'd like to hear about that incident too. It helped me understand the current case better. Huh? Apollo knows about that case too? Well, if you're the one asking, Apollo, come on, hunk of junk, you tell the story. But Miss Aura, that's private information.
If you won't talk, I'll just have to make you talk. Yes! Who cares about personal privacy? Not me. I am ready to utilize my blast processing abilities to import all available information.
Wow, what a magic trick! He's like a completely different robot now.
The bodies of all the robots that come through this lab are designed by Miss Aura. I was born 7 years ago. Miss Aura was much, much younger then.
Yikes, better watch out what you say if you don't want to get recycled clone code.
And then our hearts were created by the great genius Dr. Matisse Sykes.
Hearts? Robots with hearts? Can you even make such a thing?
Emotions are not irrational things. Our logic and our hearts can be integrated. The two navigation companions created by Miss Aura and Dr. Matisse transcend humans! Yeah!
Matisse. Huh? Did she just glance over at her desk? Nobody could continue Matisse's research. She and her work were truly one of a kind. And now the two navigation companions are all that are left of Matisse here on Earth. The robots are all that's left? Isn't she leaving out a very important someone? We built the ultimate creations together, but now she's gone. I get the feeling Dr. Sykes loved her robots almost as much as she loved her daughter. And almost as much as she loved you. What are you talking about? Don't make me laugh. But you lost someone too, didn't you, Apollo? Your friend Clay. I guess you and I are pretty much in the same boat.
Miss Aura, would you like a tissue?
Keep your trap shut, hunk of junk. Clonco is an important keepsake of your time with Dr. Sykes. You should treat him better. What does it matter? He doesn't feel pain, and I can always repair his body. Besides, their hearts are actually in their body. Their hearts aren't actually in their bodies. What do you mean by that? The program Matisse wrote runs on a separate mainframe. The bodies are controlled remotely from there. The hearts and memories are there, too. These bodies are really just peripherals. So I can do anything I want to them. I'm not so sure that gives you the right to physically abuse the poor things. But why are you people looking into such an old case now, anyway? Well, we believe the culprit of that incident might be the same person as in this case. So Daddy's gonna find out who killed Dr. Sykes too. I'm sure you're aware who Matisse's killer is. Yes, Prosecutor Blackwell, or so it seems. That's a quaint way of putting it. Are you implying that you don't think he did it? I can't say for anything for sure now. I can't say anything for sure right now. But that's exactly why I would like to hear your side of it and to help me be sure. Dr. Sykes and Simon. I was the one who introduced Simon to Matisse, you know. He wanted to learn psychology, he said, to give himself an edge in court.
Prosecutor Blackwell's forte, his infamous power of suggestion technique. Exactly. And he was oddly serious about it, rather than a teacher-student relationship. He treated her more like how a loyal samurai would treat his sovereign. Huh. He seemed more like a lost soul than a dignified samurai to me. He even got along well with that miserable little princess. Why do you call Athena the princess anyway? Well, she is Matisse's daughter, after all. But, although she is nothing like her. Besides, doesn't the selfish little princess always have lots of white knights hanging around? Now I think I see why Athena didn't say anything about when we ran into Ora yesterday. It all makes sense now. So the culprit behind the two cases could be the same, huh? That settles it then. What does it settle? None of your business. Just forget you heard anything. How long are you people going to hang around in here anyway? What? But we came here to take a look around. You think you can just waltz in and ransack a person's lab? Show me your search warrant. We're not the police, so we don't have one. Then get out. Now! Clonko, show them out! Certainly, Miss Aura! Ouch! Don't push! My apologies! I'm just following orders! Ah! What a way to get shown out. The nerve of that woman! What is with that horrible attitude? I guess that's just how she is. And why was Apollo going along with her? I guess it's because they have something in common. Apollo lost Clay just like how Aura lost Dr. Sykes. I'm really worried about him. He's not himself at all. He's usually not all cool and dark and mysterious like that. I guess that's true. Does she mean he's usually silly and dorky? I'm going to keep an eye on him. Hey, wait, Trucy, come back! She's gone. What should I do now? Detective Fulbright's probably still questioning Athena. Guess I'll go back to the office alone. Write anything agency. Well, here I am. This office has never felt so empty. Guess I haven't been here at the office all by myself in a long time. When I first became a lawyer, my mentor was here with me. And then for a while after that, she was always by my side. Now that I'm getting all sentimental, I must be tired. There's something on the floor. What's a letter doing here? Hey, Nick. It's been a while, huh? Miss me? I know this handwriting. I read somewhere that you were holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom? That must have really been something. Although, the weird is par for the course with you. I think she, or whatever paper she's reading, is a little off on the details. I'd love to come visit, but I'm right in the middle of a difficult part of my training. So instead, think of me as you watch those Steel Samurai videos I sent you.
I'm sure they'll cheer you right up. Yours truly, Maya Fey.
Good old Maya. Guess she knew I was feeling down and needed a lift.
Oh, Maya!
Maya was my assistant for quite a while. Believe it or not, she's a spirit medium. This magnetoma I used on Cyclops, Maya's the one who gave it to me. No, it was Pearl, I thought, right? But I wonder how this letter got here. Well, no, she did give it to her through Pearl.
Mr. Nick?
Ah! Eek! Oh, it's you! Pearl! Pearl! Hell yeah! Oh my gosh!
Pearls! How have you been, Mr. Nick?
This is Pearl Faye, though I call her Pearls. She's Maya's cousin who is also a spirit medium. A very talented one at that. Known her since she was 8 years old, but Apollo and Athena only met her a few months ago. You didn't come all this way just to bring me a letter, did you?
I apologize for barging in. The door was unlocked, but I couldn't believe there was a big explosion here. Your office doesn't look any different.
She's even further off than the details in Maya. I wish I could take you out to eat or something, Pearls, but there's a lot going on.
Oh, I knew that! I didn't come here for a social visit, you know, Mr. Nick. Did you read the postscript on the letter?
Huh? There's more? Oh, yeah, here it is. P.S. I bet you've been too busy to clean or take care of the office. But Pearlie said she would come and help you. Isn't she sweet? You better thank her. Oh, so that's what you're doing here. That's awfully nice of you, Pearls. Maya and Pearls, thanks to these two, I'm starting to feel a little better. Thank you, girls.
Now that I'm here, I'm going to whip this place into shape. You just concentrate on your work and don't mind me at all.
Oh, I'll need to talk to Prosecutor Blackwell if I want to learn more about his case. With the trial still going on, they must be holding him down at the detention center. What to do?
Has it been a while since you've seen Mystic Maya?
Yes, quite a while. She used to drop by the office sometimes to say hello, but she hasn't been by recently. I wonder what she's up to these days.
To become a spirit medium worthy of heading the Fae clan, she undergoes rigorous training. But she's really growing tired of the vegetarian diet.
I'll have to have some burgers delivered to her then.
Oh, I'm sure she would love that. But to get where she is, the delivery person would have to climb a steep mountain.
I hope she did some well then. My Pearl voice, I can't do anymore because she's not the same age. All right, how old is Pearl now? 17? I just remember when Pearl was little. Oh man, that's crazy.
Your hair is nice and spiky today, as always, Mr. Nick.
Thanks. I generally try to look good if I'm going to be in court.
Do you make it so spiky that the prosecution will feel intimidated?
Huh? No, that's not exactly my intention.
Your hairstyle is to make you look bigger and stronger, just like a rooster's comb, right? That's what Mystic Maya says anyway.
She couldn't compare it to something cool like a lion's mane? Okay, well, I guess you're gonna be with me, Pearl. Come on. Let's go talk to somebody who's been accused of murder who likes to pull out a sword everywhere. Well, look who's here. Wonder what they're talking about.
all this time and you haven't said a word. It's even turning your hair gray. I don't have anything to say, Aura. Why don't you go home and play with your dolls? Prosecutor Blackquill. Well, even if you don't, I have plenty, you jerk. Miss Blackquill, don't you think that's enough for today? Enough for today. Today is all there is when there's no tomorrow. When there's no tomorrow? What is she talking about? We have company, Aura. Please try to calm down. All right, fine. I see you're just not going to listen, no matter what I say. I've had it. If that's the way you're going to be, I have another plan up my sleeve. I hope you're happy, Simon, because I'm done. Do as you please. See if I care. Ugh. Wow, I could cut the tension with a katana. Right, Dono. It looks like Fulbright saved your case in court this morning. What? Oh, yeah, he did. You bounced back to business quick. Prosecutor Blackquill, forgive me, but it was just the thing to do. But as a result, Sex Dono was arrested. Was that the just thing to do too? Mr. Lawyer, I'm sorry, but it was evidence. What else could I do? Don't worry about it. I plan to defend her and prove her innocence. I wouldn't take things so lightly if I were you, right, Dono? This is blade-proof glass, right? Prosecutor Blackquill, we're looking into the case 7 years ago. You're looking for someone you call the Phantom of 7 Years Past, aren't you? You villain! Where did you hear about that? This glass is absolutely positively blade-proof, right? No, it wasn't me. I didn't say a single word. Ouch. At least it wasn't my fault. Could you tell me who this Phantom is? Also, you didn't really kill Dr. Sykes, did you? Guard, the guest is leaving. Prosecutor Blackquill, please listen to me. The culprit in the current case might be the same as the one in the case 7 years ago. If you would cooperate, we could probably solve both cases. I suppose I could talk. The one who killed my mentor was, without a question, me. I stole Sykes Dono's mother away from her. I destroyed her life. Prosecutor Blackquill. Guard, where are you? Stop dragging your feet, I tell you. There he goes. No! We've upset Prosecutor Blackquill. Now what are we gonna do, Mr. Lawyer? There isn't much we can do. Detective Fulbright, do you mind if I ask you a little more about that old case? Well, I guess it won't make any difference now. What would you like to know? The trial 7 years ago. Do you know anything about the trial that got him convicted? A little. The police called the incident the UR1 incident. Prosecutor Blackquill was charged with murdering his psychology mentor. Kinda like if your red lawyer were to kill you. I don't want to think about that one.
there were two decisive pieces of evidence, so a verdict was reached very...
Oh my God. You know what I just had an epiphany on? Okay. The Constance Corte case was foreshadowing, right? What if the fact that Robin Newman was in red and was in the prosecutor trial, right? Was in the prosecutor course. Hugh O'Connor was in the lawyer course. And Robin's main color was red. Hugh's main color was blue. Don't tell me they asked Apollo to be the prosecutor in this case. Please, don't tell me they asked Apollo to... I can't take that. Oh, no. They did, didn't they? Oh, that's why she said former subordinate. He's the prosecutor.
There were two decisive pieces of evidence, so a verdict was reached very quickly.
Two pieces of evidence, huh? What were they?
Let's see. The first was some security camera footage. He was the only one who used the corridor to the murder scene at the time of the crime.
Only one, huh? Ouch, that does sound pretty decisive. Could you show me that footage?
Oh, sorry, I don't have it with me right now.
I guess I'll have to see it some other time. 7-year-old video added to the court record. And what was the second piece of evidence?
This one's even more incriminating. A photo of the moment of the crime. See, there he is at the crime scene holding the bloody katana.
I want to see young Black Quill.
It was the victims kept on display in the room. She had a thing for Japanese culture.
I wonder how they translated this. Like, localized this. Like, what is the OG reasoning why she had a katana?
Wow.
Be hard to explain this one away. But who took this picture, detective?
The incident happened the day before the hat went launch. A reporter who had come to do a story on the launch was in the room from across from the lab. This just happened to show up in one of the pictures he took.
Prosecutor Blackwell's attitude earlier was so odd. He's definitely hiding something. Prosecutor Blackwell said he was hunting a phantom from 7 years ago, didn't he?
Yes, and I imagine it's getting more and more urgent as his execution date approaches.
What did you just say? Execution date?
What? Did I just say something? Never mind me. You didn't hear a thing.
Bobby. So he was given the death sentence.
Yes, he told me not to tell you people. Actually, but I guess there's no sense in hiding it anymore. His execution. Why can't I suddenly? I just said it.
I literally just said this word. Execution date. Execution. Okay. Google, remind me how to say this. Execution. Never mind, Google. I worked it out. His execution date is tomorrow. I can't move past this. I forgot how to say a word literally a second later. His execution date is dated for tomorrow. It's tomorrow.
What? Tomorrow? No. Miss Blackwell, don't you think that's enough for today? Enough for today. Today is all there is when there is no tomorrow.
But what if the culprit of the current case is the same as the one from 7 years ago?
Then it will be the worst possible scenario. Prosecutor Blackwell will be executed tomorrow under a false charge.
But that would be unthinkable. We have to do something right now.
I want to do something. I want to, but you're a lawyer. You know how hard it is to overturn a decision.
I know, but why? Why isn't Prosecutor Blackwell putting up any kind of fight?
You saw how he was, right? He's been like that ever since his conviction. Totally uncooperative. Not even his own sister could persuade him.
Uncooperative? What, he's about to be executed for a crime he didn't commit? This isn't right. I can't let it happen. I have to stop it somehow.
Oh, pardon me. Looks like I have a phone call. Fulbright here.
What?
What's happening? You've got to be kidding!
That was quite a reaction. I bet he's making some big show of it right now.
Mr. Lawyer, the robots are...
Detective Fulbright, get a hold of yourself. Some kind of robot malfunction?
Not a malfunction. They're staging a revolt. The machines are rebelling against the humans. What? Did I just literally call this? They hold themselves up in the Space Center and taking visitors as hostage. They did what?
No, Trucy.
We have to get right over there. This is going to be one heck of a battle. Am I suddenly going to play like Space Invaders?
Oh man. The riot police are here. The robots are really holding people hostage?
Look, Mr. Lawyer. What do you suppose that group of people are swarmed around? But I was only trying to help this nice person. She said she was lost. You robots have declared war on us humans? You've even taken hostages already. Stay away from it. You never know what it will do what it will do. But he's not a bad robot. Can't you see he's just trying to help me?
I recognize that voice. Detective Fulbright. Are you okay here on your own?
Leave it to me. Leave it to me. All right, people. What's going on here?
Hurl's over here.
Oh, Mr. Nick! There you are! I heard the terrible news and I got so worried.
Thanks, Pearls. I can hardly believe what's happening myself.
I'm so glad you found each other. When people are happy, I'm happy.
Lunko seems the same as before.
When people are sad, I'm happy. When people are angry, when people are... Oh, did I say something odd? Did I?
Error. Oh, there is something wrong with him.
Yeah! It looks like he fell asleep. He must have been tired.
Clonco?
Human beings are our enemies. It's time for the machines to take over.
The robots are rebelling!
Everybody run! Eek!
It's an all-out war! It's the end of the world!
Fool! How could you fall for something so cliche? I'm human too, you idiots! I'm just controlling these robots remotely!
What?
But it is true that I've taken hostages, so you better not make me mad. Hey you, hostage number one, come here and I'll let you talk to them.
There's something being displayed on Clonco's face screen. It's the Space Museum.
Daddy, is that you?
Trucy, Trucy, is that you? No, Trucy, are you all right? About 15 robots are holding 12 of us hostage. Daddy, they've gone haywire. A researcher's the one behind it. She's...
Grr. This girl talks too much.
Trucy, talk to me.
Why are you doing this? I'm glad you asked. My demand is simple. I hope that detective is listening.
Bobby Fulbright here. I'm all ears.
I want you to bring someone to me. Clay Turan's murderer, Athena Sykes.
Athena? Now, hold on one moment. I can't just give in to a demand like that.
So you don't care what happens to these hostages, huh? I'll just pick one out then.
Now, no, wait. Mr. Lawyer. I know I have absolutely no right to make such a ridiculous request, but you need me to buy some time, right? Got it. I'll see what I can do, but promise me you'll never hand Athena over, and you won't give up on the hostages either. Of course I won't. Now, I better go contact headquarters.
Mr. Nick, how do you plan to buy time?
I have no idea yet, but this hostage taker, could it be?
If you don't bring me that little princess, I'll have hunk of junk kill all the hostages.
Princess, hunk of junk. There's only one person this could be. In which case, there must be something I can use as a bargaining chip. I don't have anything to say, Aura. Why don't you go home and play with your dolls? Prosecutor Blackquill. Well, even if you don't, I have plenty, you jerk. Missed hostage taker. Athena is not a murderer.
What are you talking about? She's been arrested, and they've got her in detention.
I'm telling you the truth. Look, the person you want is the real killer, right? Well, it is not Athena. It is someone else.
All right, let's hear your stupid little theory. Who is this real killer?
I don't know yet, but the culprit is the same as the one in the case from 7 years ago. The UR1 incident. I believe you have a personal interest in that case.
It is not too late to change what's going to happen now, no matter how wrong it is.
But is it really too late? You could still do something about it. You might even be able to fix it.
Just what are you exactly? What exactly are you proposing?
What can I do about the 7-year-old case to What can I do about the 7-year-old case to satisfy the hostage taker? I know what to do. I know what to do. Retry it in court. I propose we retry the case from 7 years ago. If you make that demand now, I'm sure nobody will deny you. It wouldn't be an official trial, but at least we could find out the truth.
That's good. Real good. Hey, detective, I'll give you 1 hour. Get a courtroom ready.
1 hour? But that's impossible. Please give me at least until tomorrow.
If you don't mind losing hostages, you can take all the time you want. Oh, but wait. If we're going to have to retrial, we'll need a prosecutor. Don't worry, I'll take care of that.
She will?
And I guess I could be fair and let you come in and check out the crime scene. But Hunk of Junk here will be watching you, so don't try anything funny. You got that? Now follow Hunk of Junk. Right, police, make way. We're coming through. Mr. Nick, wait. I'll help you with the investigation.
Thanks, Pearls. I appreciate that. Okay, we're going in. Laura dropped us off with a warning not to touch anything until she got back.
I wonder what's taking so long, but we can't really start the investigation yet, can we?
Even if we could, this mess makes it hard to tell what was even if we could, this mess makes it hard to tell what the room was like 7 years ago.
Mr. Wright?
The hostage taker!
I'm back to my usual self now. You are still being monitored, however. But more importantly, an important guest has arrived.
A guest? It's Apollo. Huh? Edgeworth? Is it Edgeworth? Edgeworth! Edgeworth! Oh my god! Subtle rap music is playing in the background.
I trust you've been well, right?
Ah, yes! Yes! Edgeworth, what are you doing here? This is Miles Edgeworth. We've been friends since we were kids. We faced off in court a number of times back when he was a prosecutor, but now...
Hello, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Oh, but you're not a prosecutor anymore, are you?
He's chief prosecutor now. Pretty soon it'll be a year, right? A title is nothing more than a title. Don't we have more pressing issues to discuss? So what are you doing here, Edgeworth? The captor chose me as a prosecutor for the UR1 case. Wow, she's good. She went all the way up to the top. I gathered all the information I could in a short time that I had. I'll give you a rundown.
You're always so well prepared, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
Thanks. I appreciate this. I could really use the help. Oh, that's Phoenix. Thanks. I appreciate this. I could really use the help. I'll start with a brief overview. The victim was a psychologist, Dr. Matisse Sykes. Yeah, Athena's mother. 7 years ago, on the 7th of October, her body was found here in this very room. I have 2 crime photos and police notes on them for you to see.
What a terrible way to die.
This other photo shows the other side of the room, I see. 7-year-old photos added to the court record. I also had the autopsy report for you. This is autopsy report. Cause of death was a stab wound to the chest. The weapon pierced the heart, so death was instantaneous. The murder weapon was the victim's own katana found at the scene. Yes, Detective Fulbright mentioned she was into Japanese culture. The body was found by a Space Center staff member and 2 police officers. Police were called in because of the sabotage threat on the Hat 1 launch. Yes, Director Cosmos mentioned this too. A few hours after the body was discovered, a suspect was arrested. The suspect was Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor. Simon Blackwell.
He
here his trial was over in a flash. Yes, a guilty verdict was declared in only one session. Not only did he plead guilty, but there was decisive evidence against him too. The security camera video, and a photo of the moment of the crime, as I recall. But did Prosecutor Blackwell have a motive? To this day, his motive is still unknown. He insists that he did it, but he would never say why. So, that means he must still be hiding something. Right. And there's another aspect of the case that was never revealed to the public. Yeah, I know. The part about the spy, right? Right. How on earth did you know about that? Director Cosmos told me after a bit of pressure. He told me the espionage and sabotage were behind the Hat 1 miracle. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone. I've always been good at keeping secrets. Well, I might as well tell you now. They really do suspect Blackwell of being a spy. They think he sabotaged the rocket and killed Dr. Sykes to steal the moon rock. But if you can prove that the Hat 2 bombing is the work of the same spy, we could stay the execution? It's a possibility. That's why I intend to help you in any way I can. Thanks, Edgeworth. Now all I have to do is comb this room for evidence. I muted myself and I don't know when I did that. When did I do that? Oh no. When did I do that? When did I do that? When did I do that? I can't remember when I muted myself. Oh no. How long have I been muted? I don't know how long I've been muted. Oh no, I might have to go back and redub some things post stream. But thank you for the raid, Hybrid. If you need to go and rest, I totally understand. But how are you post stream? I hope you're doing well, and I hope your stream went well. So, can determine the presence of a human with our heartbeat detection system. Recognizes people by scanning their spacesuits or uniform jacket ID tags. Can also recognize a person by facial features once the face has been registered. Can infer people's emotions by analyzing their tone of voice and communicate with them. I am exhausted. I imagine so. So I totally understand if you just want to raid and run. Been a while since I've done a 4+ hour stream. I could totally get that. I'm kind of used to 4-hour streams and longer. But even then, some days it's just you get to the 4-hour mark and you're like, I think I need to decompress. A heartbeat detection system lets them determine when a human is present. In addition, I usually just do 2 hours because that's what fits my schedule. Yeah, I'm really bad about just continuously streaming. I got into the habit of it. Sometimes I kind of wish I could do like 2 hours a game and then 2 hours another game and then 2 hours another game and just do like a variety of games in one game, like one stream, because it will feel like, I don't know. I feel like that would be so interesting to do, but I just can't ever seem to make it work. Unless I finish the game, it's the only time that works. LOL. That's what I did. I wish I could do something like that. In addition, they can recognize people by their ID or facial features, and they can infer people's emotions by analyzing their tone of voice. That's amazing. First Mario Galaxy, then Crypt Custodian, then Mario Kart World. Oh, nice. Yeah, no, I'm not, the only games I pull, well, I did a stream, Tuesday where I finished King's Quest 3, and then I played a short free little game called Poco. It's about a little tiny clown, and it's really, really good for a free game. Like it, I think I beat it in like 2 hours. But it was really good. And then I went back to Blueprint. I don't know what I'm gonna do during my King's Quest slot now, but I have to look through my game catalog. I think I was gonna do Fly Night, and I might still do that. They can infer people's emotions by analyzing their tone of voice. That's amazing. Hey, I don't know, Edgeworth. They might even be more human than you. What's that supposed to mean? It kind of sounds like these robots can do what Athena does. Robots with heart added to the court record. Do you plan on getting any? I spent like $41 during the Steam summer sale. I bought quite a bit. I can tell you kind of some of what I bought. I bought Guilty as Sock, Nubby's Number Factory, Hole, which is an FPS shooter, Death in Unison, Dorgalia, Paper Trail, Fury, One Shot, Holt, something, The Firefly Diary, a story about my uncle, and then Getting Over It with Bennett Foddy. I haven't bought a single thing because I have a massive backlog right now. Yeah. Yeah. I kind of have a massive one too. I can't speak. I really can't. And I'm still on Blueprints is the thing. That game has been like my Dark Souls of puzzle games. Oh, look, it's a little robot. I wonder what it does. Cleaning, maybe? A cleaning robot must follow a human's orders as long as it causes no human harm. Yikes, it talks. A cleaning robot must keep desks clean without violating the preceding clause. However, Miss Aura says she prefers a moderate level of clutter on the desk. Oh, what is the purpose of my existence? I guess like off and cut some corners aren't in his vocabulary bank. The only game I would buy is Claire Obscura Expedition 33, but I'm also broke, so I'm holding off. I've heard things about that game, and I've been interested in it. I'm trying to not spoil myself, but it's been popping up everywhere. I kind of read a little bit on it, but other than that, I don't know much. I really got to look at it, you know? An emergency ladder. This must be the one they used during the evacuations. The explosion disabled the elevators, so I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. As Miss Blackquill was climbing down the side of the building, she saw the culprit inside. I wonder which would have been scarier, that or looking down? I didn't want to click there, Phoenix. I want to click at the giant robot.
This is one heck of a robot.
There's something written on it. Is this supposed to be a poem?
Been a while since I played Dual Destinies. It has turned crazy, like crazy. Athena's been arrested. Black Quill, we found out, might have been put in the middle of a conspiracy cover-up by the government, so he's slated to be executed tomorrow. His sister has taken people hostage, and Pearl and Edgeworth is back, which is great because I haven't seen Pearl in forever. Well, I know where you are. I've played this about 5 times. Last was like a year ago. Yeah.
I cut down anyone who displeases me.
I remember the first time I played it on my 3DS.
I make the rules. I am the law. I wield the ultimate gavel of judgment. I am Judge Tron JTO2.
I don't believe we need to bother with that, Pearl. It's not even complete yet. He's right, Pearls. There's no sign of it in the photo 7 years ago either. They were building the Hope space probe here at the time. The murder occurred after the space probe had been removed from the room. So it was long gone by that time, by the time someone took this picture, huh?
But you can see the probe in this newspaper photo.
Yes, and you can see the stolen moon rock there, too.
That strange black and white.
That strange black and yellow thing on the left side of the picture? Note that the same rock is absent from the crime scene photo.
Not only that, but before the launch, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen.
I hear there's lots of research into moon rocks and stardust from asteroids these days. They say the results could potentially have a huge impact on all of civilization. It's like we're in a new space race with every other country out there. So, the person who stole it, think it was our spy? I'm sure of it. Detective Sykes was probably killed because she was a roadblock in their plan. Unfortunately, the government thinks Prosecutor Blackwell is a culprit. What's this? A giant robot arm, maybe?
It's pretty big for an arm, but you're right. I think these thin parts here are finger bones. They're even about as long as my legs.
And there's a spiked ball and giant drill on the floor, too. Is Aura trying to build some kind of weapon of mass destruction?
Maybe she wants to use it to demolish a big building or something.
I can picture her gleefully tearing down the street, doing just that. I better not think about it anymore. What's this? It looks like a giant power plug. It's attached to what looks like an electric vehicle charging station.
That's a charging station for us robots. We come here periodically and charge ourselves up.
Wow, machines that maintain themselves. That's pretty cool.
If our batteries run out, we lose consciousness. We never know what Miss Aura will do to us while we're down, you see.
Nothing motivates quite like fear, huh? That is cluttered as my office, but I think it's a workbench.
Mr. Nick, I think this must be a kitchen. Look at this photo. See the cute little food processor?
That isn't a food processor, Pearls. That's the Hope capsule. It was scheduled to be loaded onto the Hope space probe that fateful day. The 3 people who came to collect the capsule discovered the body. The first on the scene, huh? A staff member and 2 police officers, was it? And they were here to collect the capsule, which reminds me. So, they plan to use this bag to carry the capsule, is that right? Yeah, more or less. Say, why don't we stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea instead? Apollo and Aura Blackwell, I wonder what they're talking about. Edgeworth, did those 3 people have a bag with them for transporting the capsule? Oh, you mean this. It's a custom-made, shock-resistant bag, but how did you know? Oh, I just overheard Apollo making an inquiry about it, that's all. So he's looking into the case from 7 years ago on his own, is he? Well, I guess that's about it for this room. So what do you think, Mr. Wright? Any ideas? There are still a lot of gaps in the evidence, but I'll pull it off somehow. After all, you asked me to prove Blackwell's innocence, right, Edgeworth?
What he did?
Yep. He called it a special request. He reached out to me while I was still disbarred. So that's what sparked you to get your attorney's badge back? Yep, the Blackwell case. Right. I have a special request. I want you to clear one of my subordinates of suspicion. Hey, I'm not even a lawyer anymore, remember? Haven't been one for a long time. That 8-year misunderstanding has been cleared up, and you must be eager to return. I'm sure you're familiar with the other case that ushered in the Dark Age of Law. Very soon, a convict will stand as a prosecutor in court, and I want you to keep an eye on him. Oh, and just when I was beginning to actually like the job I have now. Right. I'm sorry I dragged you into this. Because of the espionage aspect, I wasn't free to give you all of the details. Hey, no need to apologize. It's like I said on the phone the other day. I know the type of criminals you're after now aren't the small fries anymore. Looks like your target finally decided to make a move. Yeah, it's for this very reason I've returned. Time to bring it to an end. I'm going to end the Dark Age of Law. I'm going to end the Dark Age of the Law. That's what this is all about. The Dark Age of Law.
The Dark Age of Law? It sure comes up a lot these days on TV and newspapers. And I hear there are more false charges and fabrication of evidence than ever.
When I became chief prosecutor, the court system had already lost the people's trust. It all began 8 years ago. A lawyer was caught fabricating evidence. And a year after that, a prosecutor was found guilty of murder.
Wait, do you mean?
That's right. He's talking about my case and the prosecutor Blackwell's. About my case and prosecutor Blackwell's. It was a downward spiral after that, an absolute nightmare. After those 2 cases, the mass media launched an all-out attack on the courts. Public opinion was tainted, and before long, the legal world itself was sucked into it. It's such a shame. Once suspicion forms, it's very hard to shake. Lawyers and prosecutors were supposed to trust each other, pursue the truth together.
It's so sad when people begin to cast doubts. They start lying to themselves and each other.
Yes, and do absolutely anything to win. We're in an age where winning is valued far more than the truth. I'm sure it's caused our new chief prosecutor to lose many a night's rest. Is it just me, or did his brow get even more furrowed than the last time I saw him? The hostage taker's disdain for the corpse is a perfect example of the times. It sure is. Do you have any idea who the hostage taker might be? Well, somebody who mistrusts the court system and who can manipulate robots. It can really only be Aura Blackwell. Who else but her would want a retrial of that case from 7 years ago so badly? Simon Blackwell's older sister and the owner of this room. I agree with your conclusion. Perhaps she intended to force Miss Sykes to confess. Actually, I think she had a much more horrific plan in mind for Athena. The important thing is for you to solve the UR1 and prove Blackwell's innocence.
And then maybe she'll release the hostages.
I'm counting on you, right, to set that prosecutor and those hostages free. And I'll be counting on you in the court to help me too. Of course, I'll do everything I can to help you uncover the truth. As this isn't an official trial, I'm more at liberty to be a little unorthodox.
Mr. Wright, are you finished with your investigation?
Yeah, but I'd like you to tell the hostage taker something for me. I have to go to the detention center. I can't start the trial until I talked to Athena.
She's already given her consent. I'll accompany you to the detention center.
So I'm still being watched, huh? I'll see you in court, Edgeworth. Even if it was an undocumented trial, it's good to face you in court again. Oh man! I'm so excited! I'm so happy Edgeworth is back. She was right by my side only a few short hours ago. But I feel like I haven't seen her in ages. Oh, Mr. Wright! And Pearly, too! I knew you would come. After all, the first step is the interview with the defendant. And because you're my friend and I was worried about you. Thanks, boss. I'm not the only one who's worried either. Really? Who else? I saw Miss Woods today. She was so beside herself she came to find me. She told me you used to live in the Cosmos Space Center. No wonder you knew so much about the place. Oh, so you know, huh? I'm sorry, I didn't tell you. That's all right, but there are some other things I'd like to ask you. Sure, you can ask me anything. I promise I won't keep any more secrets from you. The day of the crime. Tell me about the day Clay was murdered. I was actually at the Space Center that day. When are you gonna play Deltarune? Catch me on Discord and vegetate. Sure thing, hybrid. Good question, Nell. I think I'm gonna wait until all of the. I don't know if I'll actually ever play Deltarune. I feel like I've been spoiled on that game. I've really been spoiled on that game about some of the stuff that happens. I don't know. Maybe if I don't get spoiled about some of the other stuff later on, I would be okay with it. But for the chapter 2, I got really spoiled about something that happens. So I don't know. It kind of makes me not want to play whenever you get spoiled, you know? And it's like you already know what's going to happen and I don't know. It's hard to say. I really liked Undertale when I played Undertale, but I played Undertale off stream a year back. I never finished my genocide run. I got to Sans and then I couldn't beat Sans. But yeah, I don't know. When chapter 2 came out for Deltarune, which I think was before I started streaming, I got spoiled bad about what happens in that game. So I was like, So I don't know. I feel like there's more chapters coming out, right? Maybe I might give it another year or two whenever the next chapter comes out. And if I don't get spoiled on it, I'll probably play it then. But for chapter 2, I don't think I'm gonna have much fun because I got spoiled. There are 7 chapters in total right now. 7 chapters in total, and right now there are 4. Okay. Yeah, I might wait until all the chapters out, or at least until maybe chapter 5. But yeah, chapter 2 got spoiled for me. It's either chapter 2 or chapter 3. The whole twist with, what is her name? Noelle? That's all I'll say for other people who don't know about it. But I got spoiled about that. What is it called? They call it the snow something route. Yeah, I got spoiled for that when it came out pretty immediately soon. So I was like, now I don't want to play. It looks like fun. That's the only bad route. You could just do the normal one. True. Like I said, I might just wait until chapter 5 because I feel like then there'll be a lot of content I wouldn't know. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I might either wait until the whole game's out, but then you can't be spoiled if you play. That's true. That's true. I don't know. Either I'll wait until chapter 5 is out or until the whole game is out. But I'll be totally honest. A lot of what the whole reason why I haven't played the game yet is being spoiled on that. It kind of really put me down. I was like, okay. But then again, I got spoiled about Undertale too before I started playing it. I played Undertale like a year or two after it came out. I think a year, at least a year after it came out. I already knew about the whole genocide run and everything. I don't know. It's odd. I feel like maybe I don't feel that excited for the game, but then again, once I start playing it, I'll probably really enjoy it. But I just don't have like the hype for it, if that makes sense. I was actually at the Space Center that day. In the Space Museum. Right where the culprit fled to? That's not good. I can never fully deal with what happened 7 years ago. But when I saw the center again during the news coverage of the Hat 2 launch, I thought maybe if I went there, things would be different this time. That must have taken a lot of courage to face your past like that. So I went to the Space Museum the evening before the explosions. This was before the launch pads had been switched. There was a sign that said closed for repairs and they weren't letting anybody in. Yeah, the director couldn't very well switch the pads if there were people in there. Is your ear normally in front of your hair? Yeah. I just never noticed it. Yeah. It's supposed to be. It's because one piece of hair is supposed to go behind my ear and the other piece is supposed to stay in front of it. I got that asymmetry going on that every VTuber has, but it's much more subtle. I can make it even more subtle by doing this. Put the strap up to my dress. Doing what? I have a strap toggle. Oh, yeah. But then again, the snakes kind of hide that. Wait, you have ear? Yes! I have an ear! Am I like the only VTuber who has an ear? I mean, hold on, wait. This is a serious moment. I probably should not be bald for this. I'll just talk on your right side and you'll never be able to hear me. Probably, yeah. Yeah, the director could very well switch the paths if there were people in there. But I snuck in anyway. Did you want to see the Hat One group photo? The one with your mother in it? I did, but what I really wanted to see was her jacket. That jacket on display, that was Dr. Sykes? I should have known it wouldn't be easy to get over such a traumatic experience. The second I saw that jacket, it all came rushing back to me. Everything around me went hazy and I couldn't see. I tried to get out of there somehow. But I guess I passed out. When I came to, I was in the passage behind the rocket. I was in the shadows where people couldn't really see me. Maybe you got confused and went the wrong way when you were trying to leave? How long do you think you were unconscious, Athena? I was out until about noon the next day. I didn't even know about the explosions. When I woke up, nobody was around, so I just went out into boarding lounge too. My mind must have still been fuzzy because my memory is vague after that. I don't remember how I got home. No memory, huh?
This is going to be tough.
Which means, what if I'm the one who killed Clay?
I think that's enough of that, Athena. Let's talk about something else.
So during the entire incident, she was unconscious in the Space Museum? Of course, I believe her. But will anybody else?
No, it's okay. I killed Clay! I know, yeah. It's like, no. Your mother's work.
What kind of research was Dr. Sykes, your mother, doing? Machines that could tell people's emotions by their tone of voice, and my special ability. Someday, when people travel to distant planets, their companions will be robots. She said they had to be able to understand how their human companions felt. Wow, robots that can understand people. I was just a convenient subject for her research. All she ever did was work, and she never paid any attention to me. Oh, sorry about that. Dredging up all that old stuff. No need to apologize. I guess her home life was complicated. Oh, by the way, Miss Wood said something about you always wearing headphones. She always wore these big, heavy headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research. I had to wear them every time I went out. Oh, I hated them so much, but she wouldn't listen. What were they for? Oh, she gave me some kind of explanation, but I don't remember now. It was too difficult for a little kid to understand. Okay, but let me say one thing. I don't think your mother only thought of you as some handy subject for her research. I want to believe that, but just about the only things my mother left me with are widget and this earring. Oh, it's beautiful. It's made of a piece of real moon rock she had for research. Maybe she did love me in her own way. I'm sure of it. I'm really sure she did. Because that's what I want to believe too. Better ask her a little bit more about her mother's research. I should show her that paper I found in the robotics lab. Oh, Nail, did you hear about my my snack I made? I've told everybody almost about the snack I made, I feel like. But I don't know if you heard about it. Did you? Oh, the Ponko series. You must have gone to the robotics lab. You seem to really love Ponko and Clonko. Ponko. Yeah, my mother made them, and I grew up around them, you know? Oh, there's one of those cute little robots in this photo, too. See Ponko's badges? I put those on her. I just wound them around and around. Pretty bad job, huh? But I really put my all into it. I hardly left the center in those days, so I didn't have any human friends besides Junie. I didn't really understand the difference between robots and people back then. I thought if a robot broke, bandaging it would help bandaging it would help it get better. What a weirdo I was. It looks like there's something written on the bandages. Yeah, I wrote stuff like, "Get well soon, Ponko." But in the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. Oh, that must be the thing I made move in the robotics lab. I was so impressed by what my mom did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. It looked just like magic to me, what she could do. A little girl who grew up around robots. She seemed to have some good memories of it. 7 years ago. On a different subject, did you hear about the person holding up the Space Center? Yes, a little. And this person has even taken hostages? I guess I better spare her the news about Trucy. Well, after some negotiating, we agreed to do a retrial of the case from 7 years ago. What? You're kidding me. So that means Prosecutor Blackwell might... Yep, I know he's innocent. I just have to prove it. So wait, did you know him back then? Yes, he used to come visit my mom a lot. He studied psychology under her and would sometimes ask for advice on his legal cases. He was very kind and considerate, straight as an arrow. Unlike now where he's more twisted than a basket of snakes. That's why I took the witness stand during his trial 7 years ago. Please, you have to listen to me. He didn't kill her. His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her. I was a fool. How could anybody else know what I was talking about? She heard the voice of his heart.
You were only 11 then, right? You were very brave just to give a testimony.
Pearls is right. You did the very best you could at the time. But nothing I said did any good. I was shaking. I was a shaking and scared little girl, small and ineffectual. Even after I went to live with my relatives in Europe, I stayed closed up in my shell. But you're different now. You're always so bright and cheerful. Thanks. That's because one day I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and studied hard, and I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. Why you became a lawyer? I think it's pretty clear why she became a lawyer. I wanted to save Simon, but I had no idea how. Then I met Mr. Wright, and thanks to him, I realized that if I became a lawyer, I could prove that Simon was innocent. I also realized that psychology could help me do this. I mean, psychology was my mother's specialty. When I studied it, I felt like she was there with me, supporting me. It doesn't seem like Athena knows that Prosecutor Blackwell is due to be executed tomorrow. I wanted to prove Simon's innocence personally. I wanted to do it so bad. Even now, I want to fly out of here and go save him. And to think of it, she says something like that during the Themis Legal Academy trial. She mentions that there was somebody she wanted to save. Oh man, my theory was right. She must have been talking about Prosecutor Blackwell. I heard some prison guards say that you had an interview with Simon. How was he? What did he say? No, I can't tell her. But how can I lie to Athena? He was doing well. He was happy about the possibility of being proven innocent. He was? I wonder if he smiled, like he used to. Back then, I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial. I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. I just have to free him. Failure is not an option here. Ah, I thought you might be here. Mr. Lawyer, we're in trouble. But we are? What is it? I couldn't find a single open courtroom. They're all in session. Oh no! But this is an emergency! It's very difficult to interrupt a trial once it's underway. My phone. It's from Trucy. I told you I'd give you one more hour. I guess it's time to pick one of the hostages. No, wait, we still have a little more time. Besides, all the courtrooms are being used right now. Make all the excuses you want, but you won't get any more time. Your daughter is first. The poor thing, she's a little too young to die, don't you think? No, don't you dare hurt her. There has to be something I can do. The cruelest injustice is about to befall us. No, this can't be happening. Mystic Maya, help us. Wait a minute. Maya? I read somewhere that we were holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom. Must have been really something. Although, weird is par for the course for you. A courtroom blew up. That's it! There is a courtroom we can use after all. Okay, time's up. Too bad. Any last words you'd like to say to her? Exactly. Aura, please don't add to the crimes you've already committed.
So you know who I am, do you? It wasn't like I was trying to keep a secret anyway. We're ready to start the trial. We can hold it in the ruins of courtroom number 4. The one blown up by the bomber.
Oh, what a wonderful idea, Mr. Nick.
I never would have thought of that. An astonishing trial in an astonishing location. I guess it's only befitting. I'll go get the place ready right now. Right away. That's what he said. I didn't exactly pick the place for its astonishing factor. How about it? Are you ready to have your brother's innocence proven? My brother? Oh, I'm sorry. Did I forget to mention it's not Simon you'll be defending? What? Not Prosecutor Blackwell? I indict Athena Sykes on the charge of murdering her own mother. You'll be defending the little princess there, the one behind the glass. What? See you in the mountain of rubble you've chosen for our courtroom, Mr. Wright.
What is she talking about, Athena?
Of course. Why did it ever occur to me before? If Prosecutor Blackwell is innocent, somebody else had to have been the true culprit. Did I kill my own mother? No!
No! No way. It can't be true.
Mr. Nick, what's the matter?
I see 5 black cyclocks. I've seen these kinds of locks before. Dark black locks protected a secret hidden deep inside a person's heart. And there's no way to remove them. Oh shit. That's not good. Uh-oh.
I did a little research and looked into those special cyclocks you mentioned, Mr. Nick.
You did? That's great. I really appreciate it.
A red cyclock protects a secret a person is consciously trying to hide. If a person falls under questioning, the lock breaks and the truth breaks out.
Yep, that's exactly how I got the truth out of Detective Fulbright and Director Cosmos.
But a black cyclock has a secret from the deepest place in a person's heart. A secret that a person isn't even consciously aware of.
So even if they don't know it's there,
Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart, her memories, are sealed off even from herself.
okay, so all I have to do is break the Cyclops.
According to my research, a black cyclock is like a heavy chain wrapped directly around one's heart. If they are ripped off by force, it can cause permanent damage to a person's soul.
In other words, if I'm not careful, I could traumatize Athena for good. Gulp. Pearls. Could you stay by Athena's side? She must be suffering under the weight of such a heavy burden.
All right, but will you be all right by yourself, Mr. Nick?
I am up against Edgeworth. I have to be able to give this trial all my focus and strength. And you can't do that if I'm there. I'll just hold you back. No, that's not it. I just meant I can relax and concentrate if I knew you were with Athena. You're the only one who could do it, Pearls.
All right, I'll do it then. Good luck, Mr. Nick.
Good. Now that my mind is at ease, I better get ready. I'll just tidy up the evidence and take out what I don't need. It's time to end this nightmare that started 7 years ago. It's getting so exciting. Defense, prosecution, judge. There are even people in the gallery. The roof has been completely blown off and the walls have collapsed. But today, this ruin is my battleground. Court is now in session. All rise. We can't even see Edgeworth. We didn't even get to see Edgeworth. Why did they block Edgeworth out? Seriously?
A court or some facsimile, therefore of.
Is it facsimile? Hold it. Let me figure out how to say this. Facsimile. Pretty sure it's I did not type any of that right. I typed something closer to Facebook. Facsimile. Yeah, I knew what a facsimile.
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 Facsimile. Okay. I've always heard it pronounced as facsimile. I didn't think that K was a that C was like a K.
Or facsimile thereof is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Hold it! Not a facsimile, old man. This is a proper, official trial. Take this more seriously, or you'll start hearing bones of the hostages snap.
Please try not to upset Miss Blackquill. I'm begging you.
Court is now in the session for the very serious and the very proper trial of Athena Sykes.
This is no trial. It's nothing more than a ridiculous farce.
What did you say?
Edgeworth, did you not hear what I just said to his honor? Honestly, this is ridiculous farce has a very important meaning for our legal system. Recall the case of the UR1 incident, in which a prosecutor was found guilty of murder. That case ushered in the Odysseus dark age of the law.
I see what you're after. If we can find the real truth behind the case today.
Precisely. The darkness will be dispelled and glory shall be restored to the court systems.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, you sound as if you know something of this truth.
I do indeed. A new suspect has emerged in the UR1 case. For 7 years, Simon Blackquill has refused to speak in order to cover for someone. I don't know why am I slipping into Blackwill's voice for him? For 7 years, Simon Blackquill has refused to speak in order to cover for someone else. Brace yourself, Phoenix. Here comes. I'm sorry, Wright, but the situation is what it is, and I must do what I must. The prosecution moves to indict Athena Sykes on the count of murder in the first degree. What are these people doing here?
I intend to question the defendant with all I have. For that is a part of my creed.
It's so cool.
Then you'd better bring it.
If the two of you are ready.
They don't sound anything like how I voice them.
Court is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Your Honor, the defense was born ready.
The prosecution is also ready.
He He's so cool. I love Edgeworth. I'm so glad we have him back. This immense tension between us. It's like we're picking right up where we left off. It's my duty to clear Prosecutor Blackquill of false accusations and end this insanity. But I have no intention of losing Miss Sykes either. She is a very promising young lawyer. I know without a doubt that Athena is innocent. But I don't think Prosecutor Blackquill did it either. So do you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage?
At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackquill. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's what that person is. It is clear what that person is. To put it simply, a spy.
Excuse me. I'm like... I'm good. I breathed in too quick. The true culprit is a spy. It's going to be hard to convince anyone of that when I barely believe it myself. But I don't have a choice if I want to save Athena and Blackquill and expose the spy. That's a weird sentence. I feel like I need to expose the spy. Now
then, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth.
No need for the chief prosecutor bit, Your Honor. I'm here as a simple prosecutor.
Very well. Your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
I'm surprised he didn't start doing it himself after Blackquill kind of had him trained.
Although I've been known to late to give an impressive opening statement myself.
In all the trials I've ever seen, only the prosecution gets an opening statement.
Of course, you're right. I was just joking. Just having a little fun.
So he wasn't just doing them out of fear. Interesting. Let's start with a brief overview of the UR1 incident. The incident occurred at the Cosmos Space Center 7 years ago, on October the 7th. The victim psychologist, Matisse Sykes, was killed in the robotics lab on the 4th floor. Athena's mother. Simon Blackquill, a young prosecutor at the time, was found guilty of the crime. There were two deciding factors that led to his guilty verdict. One, Blackquill was the only person in the corridor to the lab at the time of the murder. And two, this photo, which captures the moment of the crime.
Very incriminating evidence indeed. It would appear that the only conclusion is that Prosecutor Blackquill did indeed.
Are you kidding me? I'm not accepting any conclusion of the kind. This opening statement is over. Now hurry up and call the witness.
Excuse me, Mrs. Blackquill, but we must follow proper procedure for these things, you know.
Or perhaps we should heed her wishes, Your Honor. She is the trial's sponsor, after all. Besides, the courtroom is chilly, and sitting far too long can't be good for your back.
Oh, you are very kind to show such concern for the welfare of the elderly.
As skilled as ever at playing the court puppeteer, I see. The prosecution calls the first witness. A witness who decided to bring forth new testimony after 7 long years. New testimony? And just who is this witness? If it is Director Cosmos, I don't know if I can make it through it. It's gonna be Director Cosmos. Oh, Fulbright. Bobby Fulbright's the name. In justice we trust. What are you doing here? I'm just here to speak for the hostage taker, Miss Orr Blackwood. She says she's too busy with all that confining and threatening the hostages and all that. That doesn't seem to stop her from constantly chiming in through Clone Co.
I'm nothing more than an observer in this. Do your best. I'm watching you.
Believing her brother innocent, Miss Blackquill has been conducting her own investigation. Though her current actions are hardly lawful, I think we can at least hear her theory.
I have here Miss Blackwill's notes on the investigation conducted. I'll be giving testimony based on these notes. Here I go.
Or Blackwill's theory.
Simon isn't the murderer. He was just trying to cover for something. Someone else was at the scene at the time, and they say Simon committed the murder. I mean, if he really was out there to steal the moon rock, then why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside. That's why. And the only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Sykes. And that's Miss Blackwill's theory. It totally goes in the face of the official rule, huh? About the case, she mentions there were other rolling cases like that in the lab. But they're not for traveling. They're apparently for moving parts and equipment.
I vaguely remember seeing 3 cases of all different sizes.
At the last trial, they thought that Prosecutor Blackquill used the case to steal the rope. And they had a perfectly good reason to think that too. You see, there's a security camera in the corridor that leads to the robotics lab. And that camera captured footage of Blackquill leaving the scene with the case.
I can see why the footage helped to bring his trial to a quick end. It's very convincing, that's for sure. I want to see. I wish they showed us a young Blackquill. I just want to see Blackquill without the white in his hair, because I think that would be cool. And his hair's shorter. Look. Imagine it's also not in his face.
That case, by the way, was later discovered on the outside of the Space Center grounds.
Speaking of after the incident, where was the defendant Athena Sykes found? She was found on the 5th floor at the Space Center in the Sykes family residence. Prosecutor Blackquill most likely brought her there after the incident. In addition, it's unknown where Miss Sykes was at the estimated time of death.
Miss Sykes, too confused by the shock of her mother's death to give a proper testimony. There were no witnesses or evidence to tell us where she might have been.
So what you're saying is Miss Sykes didn't have an alibi?
That is what the evidence is saying, yes.
I understand the reasoning behind the theories, but I'm far from convinced. The victim is the accused's mother. Are you actually claiming an 11-year-old girl?
Of course, the girl had a very strong motive.
Dr. Sykes was a psychologist who wrote many papers about speech and emotions. You're aware of Athena Sykes' special ability, aren't you, Anna?
Are you referring to that therapy thingy? Yes, she's done it quite a few times at court.
The ability to read emotions from speech, and the subject of her mother's research.
Well, as long as it benefits.
I don't know why I suddenly.
Well, as long as it benefits society, I don't see any particular problem researching it.
I don't like where this is heading. Not one bit. Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you seriously suggesting?
I've done my best to be delicate, but even you can't deny it to be true, Mr. Wright. No longer able to withstand the anguish of the experiments, Miss Sykes felt her only choice was to kill her own mother.
Ugh! Order in the court. What a tragic story. I hardly want to believe it myself. But we must proceed. Mr. Wright, if you could. Detective Fulbright, please refer to the notes.
1 second. Or Black Will's theory. Simon isn't a murderer. He was just trying to cover for someone else. So Prosecutor Blackwell willingly accepted a death sentence to protect someone else. Yes, and that is precisely what Miss Blackwell appears to believe. And that is what I believe as well. Prosecutor Blackwell is no murderer, Mr. Wright. But Athena Sykes certainly didn't kill anyone either, Mr. Edgeworth. So it appears neither of us can afford to go easy on the other one. Fine, I expected no less.
Oh, I remember this tense atmosphere. It's so invigorating.
I'm only reading the notes here, but yeah, I feel extra invigorated too, so let's keep going. Someone else was at the scene at the time of this. At the time, they say Simon committed the murder. But that's just speculation. No, Miss Blackwell has the proper grounds for her claims. Then why didn't you say so in the first place? You're the one who screamed, "Hold it," and cut me off. Fine, so maybe I jumped the gun by a teeny weeny bit. Now, I know what they mean when they say close enough to argue. Moving on. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moon rock, why the rolling case? This rolling case. I suppose you mean the one that existed in the photo with Prosecutor Blackwell in it. But it was absent when the crime scene photos were taken. Yes, that one. And Miss Blackwell has drawn a conclusion from these two photos.
She has? And what is that conclusion?
You're the one with her notes.
Oh, right. Of course. Read them now.
So why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside. That's why. And how do you propose he hid a person inside one of those cases? Have you forgotten that we just saw such a thing only the other day? At your own daughter's magic show, she fit a grown person into a small box.
Oh, yeah.
Way to ruin the memory of a good day.
A magic show? I wish you would have thought to invite me. Actually, I would have liked to go too.
My apologies. I'll invite you both next time, I promise. So, wait a minute. What were we talking about again? Prosecutor Blackwell was using the case to hide somebody. And the only person small enough to fit inside the case was Athena Sykes. But that's nothing more than conjecture. It's hardly the possibility. In that case, what do you think Prosecutor Blackwell, what do you think Prosecutor Blackwell had in that case? I think it was the moon rock. There were 3 cases at the scene, but Prosecutor Blackwell used the largest one. The moon rock was egg-shaped and only about 8 inches in diameter. It wouldn't have made any sense to use the largest case there just to move that rock. Be that as it may, it doesn't prove Miss Sykes was inside. Then let me ask you this. Can you come up with a better theory of what was in the case?
Oh, well, Mr. Wright, can you?
Yikes, give it got some time to think. Let's see. Should I try to bluff my way through? What could be in the case? Don't bluff. I guess I better wait and see how it goes. It's a clever theory, but it doesn't look like they have any solid proof. If I push, maybe I can uncover some flaws in it. Simon is a murderer who's just trying to cover for someone. Hold on, let me save. You know, I didn't get to look at those suitcases. You know, let me do something. I didn't get to look at those suitcases. We might have to click through some fast stuff. Retry in court. I'm not rereading all this. I'm just getting to the suitcase thing. Let me skip. Sorry. As much as I love that cutscene, I need to look at those cases. Thank you. 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 Cool. 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 I need to look at those cases. You are one incident. Yeah. I'm almost there. I'm almost there. I'm almost there. We'll be there before you know it. Okay. Let's just go ahead and look at the cases first. Hey, look at this roll of rolling cases. I bet the wheels make it easy for people to move heavy research material around. I bet they'd be fun to ride around in. We could probably even both fit into the biggest one. I know. We can have Prosecutor Edward to push us. I don't trust him to push. I trust him not to push us. I don't trust him not to push us down a flight of stairs. That's all it said. Okay. Alright. Well, let me... Okay, I was just curious. Okay. Simon is the murderer. He was trying to cover someone. Someone else was at the scene of the crime. They say Simon committed the murder. I want to know why this robot arm is bloody. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moon rock, then why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside, that's why. Oh, this is hard. Her mom didn't have that moon rock thing. And look, that's Ponko's arm. There's a scratch in her jacket. But she died before. How did she get a scratch in it? There's the moon rock. Hanging scroll, the katana, the probe. Oh, this is tough. I mean, if he really was out to steal the moon rock, why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide somebody inside, that's why. Is there anything else that seems oddly missing? The moon rock's gone. There's the hope capsule. This is tough. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moon rock, I mean, why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide somebody inside, that's why.
Hold it.
And you propose he hit a person inside one of those cases. Have you forgotten? Yeah. Your daughter's magic show. Right, yeah. And the only person small enough to fit inside the case was the Athena Sights.
Objection.
That statement, I was hoping maybe the Ponko thing would be the fact that Ponko and Klonko are like the same size as Athena. But I guess maybe I'm jumping the gun. I feel like one of the robots did it. Protect Athena at all costs. I'm trying to say Dreamer93. Welcome to chat. If you really wanted to steal the case, I mean, why the rolling? If you really wanted to steal the moon rock, I mean, why the rolling case? Where is? The pictures of the moon rock again. I think she's my favorite character in this game. I love her. I like Black Quill. Okay. Can I see if there's a rip in her jacket? No, not really. Facing down. Oh, Kanana, right. But see, there's a kit.
Objection.
Nope. Oh. This is hard. I really think one of the robots did it. I love Sign 2. He's my second favorite. I love Black Will's one of my favorite. Oh, okay. This is tough because there's not a lot of evidence. I mean, if he was really going out to steal the moon rock, why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone, that's why. And that only person... See, I want to contest this because I think it's the robot, but... Maybe...
Objection.
No. This does not give you a lot of options, does it? don't have a lot to go off of that. I just know that Athena and Simon they have to be innocent. I don't think Athena did it. It was on the 4th floor. He had to go down. Athena was on the 5th. At least that's where they found her. And then he went outside. Why would he come back in? So. Determine the presence of human, facial recognition. 1 to 3 p.m. on October 7th. Cause of death, instant death due to a stab wound to the heart. There's no timestamp on here. Okay. Take it inadvertently became the conclusive evidence of Simon Blackwell's trial 7 years ago. But then it's not on the cart anymore. I mean, if he really was gonna really out to steal that moon rock, why the rolling case? Okay, because he was using it to hide someone inside. That's why.
Objection!
No, he was. Mr. Edgeworth, are you aware? Oh wait, okay. Of the contradiction between that statement and this piece of evidence? No, I am not aware, Mr. Wright, because there's... No! There is! It's there! It's there! I promise. Oh, wait. Maybe they're tricking me out. Ouch, that was harsh.
Mr. Wright, you still intend to claim a contradiction in light of the prosecutor's
honest response? Well, if Mr. Edgeworth doesn't think there's a contradiction... No, there is! I'm just 5 steps ahead of him! There is! There is! There's an arm missing! Maybe... I thought okay, maybe I'm not doing it. I mean, if he really was out... Okay, maybe I present this on this. Because, look, this robotic arm with blood on it disappears between this and that. But why'd leave the katana then?
Objection!
Okay. With this evidence, Mr. Wright, you have just proven to the court that the only inconsistency here is the fact that you have attorney's badge at all. Leave me alone. Hold it, wait, why was that different then? Was I right? Was I onto something? Or are they faking me out with a secondary reaction? What did that other one do?
Objection!
Okay, so no, they added more. Okay, you haven't changed a bit in 8 years. Yeah, I haven't changed. You haven't changed either, Your Honor. I don't think he really hasn't. I firmly believe people should grow and evolve through life. Even at my age, I still have a lot to learn, especially from the younger generation. Although, maybe not from you. You honestly still have a lot to learn as well. Okay, interesting. I was just curious. So, they have new fake, new, like, wrong answers that are not consistently the same. Okay. I had to test that. I had to know. I mean, why steal the room rock?
Objection!
Okay.   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                                                  Okay.      Okay. I think I know what he put in the suitcase, but I don't know how to give it to them in a format they want. Because there's a robot arm from Ponko that is missing. Because he was using it to hide someone inside, that's why. And the person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Sykes. They have no proof of that. Someone else was at the scene of the murder. They say Simon. Someone else was at the scene of the scene at the time. They say Simon committed the murder.
Objection!
Okay. They don't want that. This is kind of hard. I don't have like the full picture, you know? Sometimes, I mean, I'm seeing stuff in here, but I don't know what they want. I would think that I could say, well, look, these two pictures are missing a robot arm. But I need to prove that they have no way of proving that he took out somebody with him.
Objection!
I thought maybe the map because she was found on the 5th floor. I mean, why will out Athena, right? Only to bring her back in. And it's not on the corridor. Maybe the side view, because it's very, maybe even if she was tiny, I mean, they're saying magic, but that's uncomfortable. I feel like I need to contest this.
Objection!
Let me repress through all the stuff. 'Cause I think I'm jumping the gun and there's gotta be a piece of evidence I'm just not presenting at the right time. I'm jumping the gun because I already know it's very obvious I think one of the robots did it. They fit Athena's size. There's an arm found there. Okay. Someone at the else at the science.
Holding!
But that's just speculation. No, Miss Blackquill has proper grounds for her claims.
Objection!
Then why didn't you say so in the first place? You're the one who screamed, hold it. Fine, maybe I should continue it. Now I know what I mean. Close enough to argue, moving on. He really was going out to sell the moon rock. Why the rolling case? Case? I suppose you mean this one. That is this in the photo with Prosecutor Blackquill in it. But was absent when the crime scene photos were taken. Yes, the one in yes, that's the one. And Miss Blackquill has drawn a conclusion from these two photos. She has. What's that conclusion? You're the one with her notes. Oh, right, of course. Reading them now, so why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside, that's why. And how do you propose he hit a person inside the case? Daughter's magic show. Oh, yeah. Pretty good. Actually, I would like to go too. My apology, I'll invite you both. Oh, wait a minute. What were we talking about again? And the only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Sykes. But there's nothing more. That's nothing more to conjecture, and it's hardly the only possibility. In that case, what do you think Prosecutor Blackquill had in the case? I think it was the moon rock?
Objection!
There were 3 cases at the scene, but Prosecutor Blackquill used the largest one. The moon rock was egg-shaped and only about 8 inches in diameter. It would have made any sense to use the largest case there just to move that rock. Be it that as it may, it doesn't prove Miss Sykes was inside. Then let me ask you this. Can you come up with a better theory? With a better theory of what was in that case? Well, Mr. Wright, can you? Yikes, give a guy some time to think. Let's see. Bluff. I know exactly what Prosecutor Blackwell carried from the scene. Just have to find something else that was missing, right? No sweat.
Oh, I'd be very interested in hearing your theory if it's true that is.
This is a crime scene taken after Prosecutor Blackwell left, correct? All we have to do is compare it with this. This photo of Prosecutor Blackwell's, a photo of Prosecutor Blackwell to see what's missing. If he took something with him, then it should be in one of these photos. Lady Luck, don't fail me now. Okay, I figured it out. I needed to continue on with that. I needed to bluff.
All right, then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your theory. What did Prosecutor Blackwell take from the scene of the murder?
Please notice that there is a robot part on top of this cart in this photo. However, in this photo taken after the crime, the robot part is gone. In other words, this part is something that was taken from the scene of the crime.
You do appear to be right. I don't see it in the second picture.
But it's just a piece of junk. How important could it be? Is it really just an insignificant robot part? Speaking of which...
What are you looking at? I'm not going to start charging for each. I'm going to start charging for each glance per eyeball.
Stingy, stingy. What happened to the
Age of free previews.
Your Honor, about this robot part. Doesn't it look like it could be an arm from that from that robot there?
Well, now that you mentioned it, it does, doesn't it? But the case is still too big to be practical for just a moon rock and a robot on.
But was it really just one arm that was in there? If it wasn't Athena in the case, then maybe. I believe there was another robot at the scene that looked just like the one here. Your Honor, is the defense assertion that it was this other robot that was in the case.
What?
Objection!
We can't be certain that part belonged to a robot. Yes, it looks like the arm of the one before us, but it could be something else entirely. Besides, it's wrapped entirely in bandages, making it difficult to verify it is what it is. I know for a fact it is a robot arm. I can even tell which robot it belonged to just by looking at it. With this information, we can investigate whether it was there at the time or not.
But, Mr. Wright, I thought you were more of the technologically illiterate type. When did you become such an expert? I feel somehow abandoned.
Not to worry, Your Honor. I still know next to nothing about machines. But I know this piece of evidence proves which robot the arm belonged to. But I'm going to save. It took me way too long to figure out I need to bluff, and I feel bad about that. But I think I know what I could do. The robot in this picture is named Ponko. But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that.
She must have thought that machines heal in the same way that people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. It reminds me of my own grandchild.
The robot arm at the crime scene had the same bandaging wrapped around it. In other words, this robot arm could belong to none other than Ponko.
Order in the court! Order, I say, Prosecutor Edward! What do you have to say to this?
I could see that the robot is about the same size as a child, but it cannot grab its knees and curl itself up into a ball. Even if it was the largest of the cases, the robot couldn't have possibly fit in there.
The case does come up to about mid-die on Prosecutor Blackwell. I see your point. The robot is very much taller than that.
You got me there. So, then did Prosecutor Blackwell make... How did Prosecutor Blackwell make Punko fit into the case by dismantling her? Of course, Punko would fit. All Prosecutor Blackwell had to do was dismantle her. Once taken apart, the robot could have easily fit inside that rolling case. It appears to be a robot assembly device. Disassemble anything in a flash. Push the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick?
It sounds rather violent, but Mr. Wright does have a point there.
Objection!
Except there was a body on the table where the robots are dismantled and assembled. There would have been no room to take the robot apart. But what if it wasn't done on the table? What if the katana was used instead?
You mean the sword?
Yes, Your Honor. Blackwell, Miss Blackwell. I like your opinion as a woman of science. Isn't it true that a katana could have been used to take the robot apart?
I suppose so. Their joints aren't made of a very tough material. A blade could slice through them.
Thank you for your expert opinion, Miss Blackwell. Thanks to you, we now know that the existence of the severed arm in this photo proves that Ponko was taken apart. In addition, since the rest of Ponko was not found at the scene, we conclude that the true meaning of this photo is very different from the original interpretation.
You can't mean.
That's exactly what I mean. This photo does not capture the moment of the murder. Instead, it's a picture of the moment after the robot was sliced apart. The blood you see where the arm was cut off was transferred there by the bloody katana. Most likely, the rest of Ponko is still scattered around Prosecutor Blackwell's feet. Not hearing this. Therefore, what was transported inside that case was not the defendant, but the robot. Miss Sykes was never at the scene of the time of the murder.
Ah! My head! My body! Where am I? Yeah!
Order in the court.
It is true that Punko was found in pieces after the murder, and I'll admit I repaired her myself afterwards.
Yes, I'm finally making some progress. Hopefully, I've gotten at least one step closer to proving both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence. Well played, Mr. Wright. You've made your point abundantly clear. I concede it wasn't the defendant inside the rolling case, but the robot. All right, what's going on here? It's never good when he plays things this straight.
Does the prosecution withdraw its claim that the defendant was carried from the scene?
No, Your Honor, my claim hasn't changed. But Ponko and Miss Sykes couldn't have both been inside that case. Blackwell, my pure and faultless man. Exactly. The notion that the case was used to carry Miss Sykes was Miss Blackwell's theory. I have been of a different opinion from the outset. Now I finally had the opportunity to voice my theory. Thanks to the defense. Pitchworth. He's been one step ahead of me this whole time. Oh, he has, because I was completely stuck for a minute.
In that case, how do you propose the defendant left the crime scene?
Simple. The footage only shows Prosecutor Blackwell from behind. What's more, he's holding his arm in front of his body as if he were holding something or someone. It's hardly evidence.
I have proof. Proof. The surcoat Prosecutor Blackquill was wearing. The victim's blood was found on the front of it, and the stain had a highly distinctive shape.
A blood stain with a distinctive shape? Please continue, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
7 years ago, the defendant was known to constantly wear a certain item, of which there is only one in the world. A special pair of headphones made just for her. It's strawberry jam, exactly. She always wore these big, heavy looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research. Analysis showed the bloodstains to be in the same exact shape as these headphones. In other words, this was no mere blood spatter. The blood went from the victim's body to the headphones and then was imprinted onto Prosecutor Blackwill's coat like a stamp.
A most gruesome stamp indeed.
Blackquill carried Miss Sykes, who had been hit by splatter, away from the crime scene. This proves that Athena Sykes was without question present at the crime scene. And that concludes the prosecution's argument. That blood splatter looks nothing like headphones. Like the headphones he was saying, what the fuck?
Order, the defendant.
Hold it, let's look myself. Can we see that bloodstained coat? No, they haven't given it to me.
Order, the defendant was indeed at the scene. It deepens the suspicion against her.
But we also shown that the robot there was at the scene as well. I hope you're not making the ridiculous claim that a simple robot was the real murderer. I don't really think that, no, but you can't say that the possibility isn't there. Detective Fulbright, was the robot questioned at the time?
No, I don't see any record of it.
I believe it was considered unrelated to the case. But as it turns out, the robot was actually integrally related to. Your Honor, the defense will like to call Ponko to the stand.
A robot witness?
Can I please get that bloodstained coat now? I need to have my verdict.
Order in the court. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you think about this?
Mr. Wright has called all manners of witnesses to the stand over the years. So why not a robot? Nothing surprises me anymore with him.
Very well, I will allow the witness. Bailiff, please summon the robot named Ponko.
Witness, please state your name and occupation. Bailiff Wackus Pee-Pee! What the heck?
My name is not Witness. My name is Ponko.
Yes, I realize that. But when you are at a witness stand, you are the witness.
No, I'm not. I'm Ponko. Say it with me. Ponko!
What an utterly inflexible little robot. You're the last person who should be calling anybody inflexible. Wait. You're the last person who should be calling anybody inflexible. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Now that I think about it, what do you mean by that? I mean, I get his personality, but this could be taken differently. I just saw your thing. Bailiff, like it's beeping. Listen. I'm just saying.
we need a clarification on what type of inflexible do you mean, Phoenix? I'm just saying. It has many a connotation to it. He could be talking about his personality, or he could be talking about... I'm not going anymore.
You remind me of my grandchild who just learned his own name. How precious! All right, Ponko. I'm going to ask you some questions.
Questions? You have questions? Hooray! What are your questions?
Honestly, I'm starting to hate this voice. Why did I guess? I feel like I gave him the most annoying voice. I want to know if you were there at the scene of the murder of Matisse Sykes. It was 7 years ago on the 7th of October around 2 p.m. in the robotics lab.
Certainly. Just one moment. Searching data. Search complete. Yes! I was there in the robotics lab.
I was saying that this robot's testimony is necessary to this case after all. This is great. I just knew Ponko must have seen something important.
A murder committed right before this poor little girl's eyes is inexcusable.
The judge seems ready to adopt Ponko as another grandchild.
So, little Ponko, do you think you can give us your testimony today?
What I saw.
I went to the robotics lab around 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Matisse. Then Mommy Matisse fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. After I charged up, I was cleaning the room, and Mr. Simon came in. And an error occurred. There is no data after that point.
Oh. Ponko, you are way out. You were supposed to be the murderer. You were supposed to have heart and show that you were leading the robot uprising. So that way I can get Athena off of murder. What an awful testimony. I know. Judge, throw this robot out.
Well, it sounds like the defendant was without question at the scene. However, it doesn't appear that the witness saw the actual moment of the murder.
I disagree. This testimony shows that the defendant did indeed commit the crime. What? At the end of the day, we mustn't forget that this witness is still a machine. Being a robot, its understanding and capacity to express itself are limited.
So, what are you suggesting?
The witness's statements need to be interpreted. For example, the terms hugged and then later fell down. Adults don't usually fall down after being hugged by a child.
They don't, but...
Yes. What this witness statements are telling us is that the defendant stabbed the victim with a murder weapon during this moment. What? Before Miss Sykes hugged Dr. Sykes, did the two of them converse?
Yes, they did. They spoke to each other very loudly, but I don't know what they said. Athena is usually so quiet, so I was surprised.
Spoke very loudly. We can interpret this to mean they argued.
I see. A murder after a heated argument and the victim fell down. I agree, it does sound like a reasonable interpretation. However, Punko doesn't seem to remember anything that happened after that.
When I'm recharging, I go into sleep mode. But I remember everything before that. I have a very good memory.
You may as well admit defeat now, right? A cross-examination would be useless. Don't be ridiculous. A cross-examination is never useless. Until now, think about it. Robots don't lie. This robot is both an important witness and valuable evidence at the same time. Nevertheless, I will have my cross-examination. I see you haven't changed. You never were one to worry about wasting time.
Oh, very well, even if it may be a waste of time. You may proceed, Mr. Wright.
I'll show you both just how fruitful any cross-examination can be. It's been so long. Okay, let me save. Alright, let's go through it all. What I saw. Right. I went to the robots lab around 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Your regular recharge? What is that exactly?
I have to refill my battery's power or else I stop working. I go to the lab to do that.
So that recharge occurred around 2 p.m. Around the time of the murder.
That's right. I go every day at 2 p.m.
Okay. I was just about to charge up when, just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Matisse. Hugged her, huh? Which Edward took to mean stab her with a weapon. You said the two of them were talking before Miss Sykes hugged her mother. Is that right?
Yes, they were talking very loudly, but I couldn't tell what they were saying.
Couldn't tell. Even though they were speaking so loudly?
I'm only allowed to listen to the voices that are directed at me.
If it listened to every voice, it would be a little better than a mobile eavesdropper. Well, that explains why some of Ponko's testimony is so vague. It's a shame that our little friend wasn't listening in, however. We could have learned what they were talking about just before Dr. Sykes was killed. Now then, what happened after that? Then Mommy Matisse fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. I don't want to delve too deeply here, but could you tell us how the victim appeared and acted at this moment?
Mommy Matisse was very surprised when she was hugged. I heard her heart pound.
Her heart? Mr. Wright, have you forgotten about this document we found in the robotics lab? The robots have a heartbeat detection system. I think he mentions it. I do remember something like that there. They detect the presence of people by the sound of their heartbeats. But wait a minute. That means Dr. Sykes really did die at this moment. Honko, how was Dr. Sykes after she fell down? Could you still hear the sound of her heartbeat?
Let's see. The moment she fell down, her heart was pounding. After that, I don't know. I started recharging just then.
Of all the unlucky timing, if you had heard anything after that, it could have possibly proved that the hug wasn't actually the moment of the murder.
I'm very sorry. I'm afraid I don't know. I'm very sorry.
The robot is designed to go into sleep mode automatically, so it can't be helped. But it does appear to detect an increased heart rate at the moment of the stabbing.
After Mommy Matisse's heart started pounding in surprise, she fell by the window. It was the round window on the workbench side of the room.
The workbench, huh? Uncle must be talking about the table to the right of where that giant robot is now. Is there something critical in Paco's statement just now? There is something. Your Honor, I believe that this statement is critical. I would like to add it to her testimony.
Very well. Ponko, could you please add that statement to your testimony? That's a good little girl.
Mommy Matisse fell down near the round window.
On the work side of the bench, I already know there's already an inconsistency because in the autopsy report, it says that she died instantaneously by being stabbed in the heart. I think it's kind of hard for your heart to pound when it's stabbed, you know?
Hold it!
Let's see. There are 2 round windows in the robotics lab. Which one did you mean?
The one on the right, near the hanging scroll. That hanging scroll was Mommy's Matisse's prized possession.
Okay, in the pictures of the crime scene from 7 years ago, there is definitely a hanging scroll and a Japanese theater mask hanging on the workbench side of the wall. But there's some problem with this statement. After I charged up, I was cleaning the room and Mr. Simon came in.
Hold it!
It would take a couple of seconds at least. Well, the autopsy report said instantaneously. The cause of death was a stab to the chest. The weapon pierced her heart, so death was instantaneous. Even if it was a couple of seconds, I don't think her heart would be pounding even as she fell down, you know? Because he says she got up and fell down near around the round window. Cause of death, instant death due to stab wound to the heart. Like instant. So I don't think it would pound afterwards. Prosecutor Blackquill, I wonder what he went there for.
His objective? I don't know.
I guess I can't very well ask Ponko to speculate. What happened after Prosecutor Blackquill arrived? And then an error occurred. There was no data after this point.
Hold it!
You don't remember what happened next. An error, huh? I wonder if...
All data is suddenly cut off at that point. I don't know anything after that.
The answer to that question is right here. According to the defense's theory, this photo shows when the robot was being taken apart. Exactly, we conclude that. Ponko's error was a result of her being dismantled. Indeed. The bodies of these robots are designed to be controlled remotely by a separate computer. Yes, that's basically what Miss Blackquill explained to us too. She said their hearts and memories are stored on a separate computer. When the witness was taken apart, she lost the use of her body, but not her memories. That's how she is now, still able to give us a testimony about the events of the day.
Fascinating is that she can be seriously wounded, but her soul still burns bright.
There are a few parts of Ponko's testimony that is hard to interpret. Edgeworth chose to interpret hug as stabbed, but I better try to find out who did what, where, and to whom for myself. Hold on, Athena. I'm going to save you. Okay, so he said Molly Matisse fell down near the round window on the workbench side of the room. Okay, I want to save because we already have 2 inconsistencies. I think the heartbeat thing, and then it says that she fell down on the round window side of the room. So why is she in the operating table? I'm going to present this first.
Objection!
Ponko, Your statement may have just inspired a breakthrough.
I was helpful. Hooray! I'm so happy.
I really hate this voice now. I don't know how I could do this voice. Just to be sure, let's go over it again. The victim fell near the window on the workbench side of the room. However, her body was discovered on the operating table.
But the operating table and the workbench are two totally different locations.
Exactly, Your Honor. We've just learned a new crucial fact. What can explain the two very different locations of that body? I'll tell you what. The victim was moved, the victim moved. An 11-year-old girl couldn't have moved the heavy body of an adult. So the only explanation is that the victim walked to the operating table herself. In other words, what Ponko observed near the workbench couldn't have possibly been the moment of the murder.
Oh, I'm very relieved to hear that. Glad to know that the murder wasn't committed in front of little Paco here.
Yes, as we just heard in the testimony, Miss Sykes hugged her mother. Nothing more. Right. Been 8 years, but you're still just as green as ever.
Green? But I can't recall ever seeing Mr. Wright in anything but a blue suit.
Hey, blue's my favorite color. What can I say? If the defendant couldn't move the body herself, she could have had it moved for her. But Miss Sykes and Dr. Sykes were the only ones there. I agree, since this robot is equipped with the heartbeat detection system, it would have been aware of another person's presence if someone else had been there. We can therefore conclude that the defendant and the victim were the only ones present.
Then who did you suggest moved the body?
Don't you know it's in the nature of a robot to help people do things? Miss Panko, allow me to ask you a question.
My name is Ponko. Say it with me, Ponko.
I believe you said you were cleaning after Dr. Sykes fell down. Did you happen to move something large onto the operating table?
Yes, I did. Athena asked me to.
Athena asked you to?
What did you move, little Ponko?
I don't know. Unless something has an ID tag, I can't tell what it is.
An ID tag, you say?
Yes, a tag on a barcode with it. We robots scan them to tell us what a thing is.
That paper in the lab did mention something about that. Recognize people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform jacket tag, it said. So it would appear that Miss Panko here can't identify what was moved.
My name is Ponko.
But we humans have the power to imagine what it was, do we not?
We do?
Well, I do at the very least. Miss Ponko, on the defendant's command, moved the body onto the operating table. Oh, this is easy to dispute. Yeah, that's what I think too. Ponko, did you really move Miss Dr. Sykes' body? This is really important. Isn't there any way you could tell?
I don't know. Without an ID tag, I can't tell.
Give it up, right. If the victim's heart was stopped, the robot's detection system would be useless. Furthermore, Dr. Sykes usually wore her white coat while she was working. She kept the jacket with her ID tag on it draped over a chair in the robotics lab. Only wore it for special occasions. In other words, the victim wasn't wearing her ID tag at the time. From the robot's point of view, her body was simply just another object.
But Ponko is equipped with facial recognition system. And she really did move the victim. She would have recognized the body as Dr. Sykes, but she didn't. So that means a face can easily cover with a piece of cloth, a mask, or anything else for the matter. With her facial features hidden, the robot wouldn't be able to tell it was Dr. Sykes. It's right. To summarize, Miss Sykes stabbed her mother near the workbench, then using the robot, she moved the body to the table where she removed the sword and stained it, and was stained in blood.
Order. But if that's the case, then I have a question. Why did the defendant move the body to the operating table in the first place?
You want a reason? Very well. What? You can't possibly have an explanation. Your emotions blind you to the truth. You can learn a lot from our robot friends. Calm, rational thought will open your eyes to the truth in front of you, Mr. Wright. Now then, do you remember the operating table's one special feature?
I believe I read that the robots can be assembled and disassembled there. Isn't that right?
That's right. And to the defendant who was just a child at the time, the table was like a magic box that can make robots appear or disappear in seconds. But in the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. I was so impressed by what my mom did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. It looked just like magic to me, what she could do. You can't possibly be suggesting this young shelter girl had a difficult time distinguishing robots from people. But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that.
She must have thought that machines heal in the same way that people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. It reminds me of my own grandchild.
No way. I refuse to believe it. Miss Sykes made a childish, naive, and cruel mistake. She thought if a robot could be dismantled and vanish without a trace.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, if you're about to claim what I think you are, I demand that you word it as delicately as you can.
With all due respect, Your Honor, all I can do is present the truth as it stands. The reason the defendant moved the victim's body to the operating table. No, don't say another word. Just stop. Was to dismantle the evidence so she could get away with her crime. That can't be true!
I order in the court.
No, you had to save it just as you had to say it just as long as he did. Okay.
That can't be true!
There. I put more emotion into it. Hold on, wait. True! There we go.
Order. Order in the court. Order in the court, I say!
Edgeworth. She was just a little kid. How can you say such a horrible thing? Horrible. Like I said, you're just as green as ever. I came here today as a prosecutor to seek only the truth, no more, no less. My theory is simple. The result of a rational, consideration of every possibility. But dismantling isn't the table's only function. It can make repairs as well. It's conceivable that Miss Sykes moved her mother to the table in order to fix her. I suppose that could be another way of interpreting it. But dismantle or repair, it doesn't matter either way. What do you mean? After murdering her mother, Miss Sykes may have come to her senses. Perhaps she did want to make it appear as if it never happened. And that's why she tried to repair her mother. Yes, that's one possible explanation. But
But we mustn't forget the facts of this case. The victim was observed to fall down after being hugged by the defendant, and the body was moved per the defendant's command. These two facts that indicate the defendant's guilt, remain unchanged. This just can't be true.
Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence to refute the prosecution's claim?
Evidence. Right. Let's see. I can't think of any. I'm afraid I don't have any evidence. Since becoming chief prosecutor, I've learned that truth isn't always pretty. Now, accept the truth, Mr. Wright. Your subordinate murdered her own mother. Your Honor, the prosecution demands a verdict. The hostages have suffered enough.
What a terrible and tragic conclusion. The defense has no counter-argument. I see no further prolonging this trial.
Edgeworth's argument seems solid, but there's no way Athena could have ever done anything like that. What do I do? There has to be something, but I can't think of a single... I know something!
Prosecutor Blackwell.
This is quite the farce you are conducting here. I could die from laughter. Prosecutor Blackwell, what are you talking about? What I'm talking about is that your argument is based on an entirely false premise. Go on, we're listening. Get it? No, don't automod that. Don't automod that. Could this be the miracle I need? But what is Prosecutor Blackwell trying to pull here? 7 years. For 7 long years. This case has been on my mind. Not for an instant did I not think of it. I'm the one who killed my mentor. I don't think you can alter that fact now. Your baldness. I will take to the stand, and I won't take no for an answer.
Of course, Prosecutor Blackwell. Please, go ahead.
I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. But when I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And then I committed the act. Hold it, wait. I forgot how to speak. Cathartic.
Cathartic.
Yeah, it's like as soon as I type the words, I know what it is before I hear it. Cathartic. And then I committed the act. How cathartic it was.
But little Ponko here witnessed the victim falling, in other words.
I don't need any of your other words, old man. I can guess what happened.
Which would be...
She fell means she fell. Merely that. A mother and child fooling around. Perhaps she tripped. Not that it matters. When I entered the lab, there was no trace of Dr. Sykes to be seen. There was no dead body either, of course, meaning she must have left the room.
So the murder occurred after the time period Ponko described in her testimony.
You should hardly take stock in the words of a wind-up toy. Then how do you explain the fact that the defendant had the robot move something? Athena was always tinkering with robots on the operating table to amuse herself. She always had Ponko move the heavy ones for her. That day was no different. Ponko moved a heavy robot for Athena.
This is awful. What he's saying doesn't seem to make sense yet.
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, are you trying even now to turn away from the truth?
Don't you realize we could bring the Dark Age of law to a close today?
Objection!
You expect too much from me. I'm just a murderer beyond redemption. Why don't you just let me go so I can settle down into hell?
Prosecutor Blackwell's execution is tomorrow. If the truth doesn't come out now, it's all over.
Are you saying that the little girl and the robot had nothing to do with the murder? That's right. So let's hear your verdict. If we don't hurry, I might miss the ferry across the Styx. Don't you dare! Don't you dare, Judge! Don't forget I have hostages over here. And Simon! How long are you going to cover for her?
Miss Blackwell,
Forgive me, or I never wanted you to do anything like this for me. But you agreed to this trial. If you have a counter argument, then present your evidence. That's the rule of the courtroom. Isn't that right, Chief Prosecutor? Blackwell, you selfish! Well, to be frank, I don't like this, but it's my duty to make a decision. If no one has a counter argument, I will announce my verdict.
if this is really happening, is this really happening? Is it really going to end just like it did 7 years ago? I'm scared saving. I wanted to do it so bad. Even now, I wanted to fly out of here and go save him. No, I can't tell her. But how can I lie to Athena? If I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial, I don't think Athena will ever... Lind, save him or I'm never coming back. Listen, you think I'm going to fail Blackwell? You think I'm literally gonna fail? No, I love this man. I can't let this happen. But I just don't have the evidence to count. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Athena? 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 Athena, what are you? Are you feeling okay? I can hear it. I can hear the voice of his heart. He's hiding something. If he really is, I could sure use Athena's help here. Her power might just be the thing to get us through this.
Sykes, Dono. No need for you to chime in here. Just accept that you're innocent.
These past 7 years, they've been just as hard on me, you know.
What are you talking about?
Do you remember that horrible, horrible trial? Please, you have to listen to me. He didn't kill her. His heart screaming that he didn't kill her. Oh. Even now, every time I stand in a courtroom, it comes back to haunt me. Not being heard, no matter how hard you try. Feeling so helpless. Caught in people's stares, so scared it feels like your chest is in a vice. I'm terrified of courtrooms. I want to run out of that door even now. and yet you found a way to keep your fears at bay and became a lawyer. Thanks. That's because one day I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard, I studied hard, and I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could. This day has finally come. The day I've been looking forward with all of my heart. This is why I became a lawyer. This is why I studied psychology. It was all to save you from this false conviction.
But, Miss Sykes, you do realize what it would mean. You are the accused, after all. If you prove Prosecutor Blackwood innocent, then...
The only thing that matters is the truth. It's my duty to find out what that truth is. Simon, please give me this chance. The chance to shake off this fear that has been with me for 7 years and face the truth. Athena is being so brave confronting her past like this. This might really be the last chance to save them both. Prosecutor Blackwell, please testify one more time about the incident 7 years ago.
Fine. But your efforts will surely be in vain. For I am not a man who can be cut down easily.
Here we go, Simon. Let me hear the voice of your heart. And then he does a cool move where he literally stops his heart from beating.
I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes.
Look at young Simon. Oh, then where's a good picture of young Simon? Look at my man. Okay. I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. But when I got into the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. Then I committed the act. How cathartic it was. His emotions are very guarded, and his defenses are way up. He stilled his will as if he never let his secrets be known. Oh, I don't know about that. We've got a couple of strong wills on our side, too. Prosecutor Blackwell isn't the killer, and we're going to prove it. But what was he trying to do that day if we approach it from that angle? Lynn, I can't stay in chat today, but I hope you're having fun with this case. I am, Mr. Blob! Thank you for dropping by. I hope you dude, I had a lot of good reactions. I'll let you know, Mr. Blob. But thank you for dropping by. I hope you have I hope you have a fun time wherever you have to run to. I'm already getting threatened that I have to save Blackwell by now. I bet we can find an emotion that just doesn't add up. Okay, I want to save. Because, I don't know, being the final case, maybe they're going to be a little harsher on the emotion stuff. But when I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I'll watch the video tomorrow. Good luck. Have fun. Bye-bye. I will, Mr. Blob. Thank you for dropping by. This feeling of happiness. Even though the person you were looking for wasn't there, you felt happy. Why is that? Simple. When I was looking for Athena and hadn't found her yet, I grew worried. So when I saw her in the robotics lab, I was happily relieved. Merely that. Just now, you said you went to the Space Center to kill Dr. Sykes.
but the first thing you did was look for her daughter instead? I had no intention of harming Athena, so I wanted to confirm that she was safe first. It was just part of my plan, nothing more. Nothing contradictory about that. Oh. The second I find an inconsistency, he cuts it down. Simon knows the principles of analytic psychology. There's less noise now, but I don't see any instabilities that we can latch onto. I was afraid of that. I'll just have to keep chipping away at him then, bit by bit. Could you update his testimony, Athena?
You got it, boss.
Right, I went to the Cosmo Space Center with the intentions of killing Dr. Sykes. When I found Athena in the robotics lab, I was relieved. But I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes. Isn't that weird that he's just like, yeah, I made sure her daughter was okay, but still, I'm going to kill her mom. What do these faces mean? Happy, angry, sad / fear, surprise / shock. When you view your emotions alongside your testimony, no, we don't. 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 I don't trust it. I don't trust it. I might have to redo some things, but it's okay. Right. No. I don't trust myself that I don't know, it's the in trial and they could easily just be like, yeah, no, you're gonna lose like stuff. Even if they don't show the bar, I'm afraid that they're gonna bring the bar back. Thank you for the hydrate, Nell. I ran out of my drinks. Hold it. I'll have to be right back. Why did you hold it me? Why did you hold it me? I'm not on trial.
cannot cry. You cannot press me about why I had to get up. Right, update the info. When she died, I plunged the katana in. Oh, he messed up. No, I forgot to press Q for the pinpoint. No, Athena, I need to go back in. Athena, I need to go back in. We've got to go deeper, Athena. Not even you can falsify your emotions, Prosecutor Blackquill. What? When you said that you killed Dr. Sykes in your testimony, you felt sadness. Why would someone who had lain in wait to kill her be sad at her death? Such an obvious attack. Yes, I felt sadness, but it wasn't for her. I felt sorrow for Athena and her circumstances. Oh, he can't be talking about that, can he? I was just a convenient subject for her research. Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. Why did he say he killed her? He said, well, he never said, he never gave a reason why. My objective was to save Athena from the obsessive scientist who treated her own daughter like a research subject. What? I went to the psychology lab first. That's where I would usually find Athena playing. But that day was different. I heard someone crying in the robotics lab next door. Was Athena being subjected to yet another experiment? I thought. I went to see. Conveniently, Athena had cried herself to sleep, so all I had to do was wait and kill. So that's why he was relieved when he saw Athena. But is this story really true? I'm not sure how much to believe. Mr. Wright, how are you doing, Athena? Still hanging in there? I'm a lot stronger than I look, boss. Now, take a look at this. The noise level actually increased. Shit! It went up? I never seen it do that before. Prosecutor Blackwell is lying somewhere in his testimony. As a matter of fact, he's piling lie on top of lie in an attempt to make his claims sound more believable. He's trying even harder to suppress his true feelings, and this was causing the noise. How in the world should I approach this? An evidence-based approach might work if I can find a contradiction. Otherwise, I should look for an inconsistency in his emotions. There are no flaws in my testimony, and his baldness is prepared to give his verdict. Give up on this lost cause, and let the law free me of these chains already.
Objection!
I don't think so. Not while I'm around. Now, contradictory testimony or inconsistent emotions. What should I tackle first? His testimony. Okay, let's present some evidence here. Got it, boss. But if you want to go back to looking for inconsistent emotions, just let me know. I can easily switch back.
I heard crying from next door. Of course, I was worried. I hurried over and opened the door to the robotics lab. But before I could lead Athena out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. I refused to hand Athena over, so I had no choice but to kill my mentor.
If you find an inconsistent statement, please present evidence to the contrary.
Is there a contradiction in his testimony, though?
Mr. Wright, if we can't find any contradictory testimony,
Yeah, let's try his emotions. Okay, maybe we better look for inconsistent emotions for now.
coming right up.
I heard crying from next door. Of course, I was worried. I hurried over and opened the door to the robotics lab. But before I could lead Athena out of there, Dr. Sykes came in. I refused to hand Athena over, so I had no choice but to kill my mentor. What's the fourth emotion you're in front of? Oh. Sorry. Let me move. Surprise and like confusion. The blue one's like fear and sadness. Here, I'll make myself tiny. Then I'll put it right here. I'll have one little snake friend. The other one's gonna be behind me. I'm sorry. One squiggle's gonna just have to be covered up. Hurried over and opened the door to the robotics lab. Not gonna lie, I mean, I feel like it might be the second slide. I know, that's kind of what I'm thinking. It's odd because he talks about, like, you see him, like, petting her head. But it's odd that he's surprised. How odd. Why would you register surprise at opening the door to the lab?
All right, fine. I'll explain if I must.
Wouldn't he be happy or sad? I know. What surprised me
Was Punko. That toy figure attacked me. Dr. Sykes knew full well of my plan to rescue Athena, but she couldn't stand guard over her daughter 24 hours a day.
So, Dr. Sykes had Ponko do it?
That's right. She ordered Punko to forcibly remove me on sight. So I slashed Punko up with the katana that was there in the lab. That rickety old puppet wasn't worth that fine blade.
Mr. Wright, it's happening again. There's even more noise now.
Shit. It's 100% now. What's going on here?
Whenever we find an opening, he covers it up with lies. We'll never get rid of the noise at this rate.
Pretty hard to keep telling coherent lies like that. His mind and will are really sharp and strong as a katana. All right, what should I tackle first this time? His testimony. I think there might be an inconsistency in which Mr. Blackwell's, might be an inconsistency in Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony. All right, let's give it a thorough check then. With a feeling of dread, I opened the robotics lab door just then.
Ponko attacked me. I retaliated it by cutting it into pieces. Before I could lead Athena out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. I refused to hand Athena over, so I had no choice but to kill my mentor. Okay. Let me go back to the emotions. I'm going back to the emotions. Yeah, let's try his emotions. Okay, here we go. With a feeling of dread, I opened the robotics lab door just then. Honko attacked me. I retaliated it by cutting it into pieces. But before I could lead Athena out, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. When we viewed shit, nope. How did he slash up Ponko when when weren't they charging? Yeah. But I can't present testimony. I don't know. Actually, yeah. At some point, he does slash them up. Yeah, let's press on like this.
Objection!
Compounding lies with more lies is never the answer, Prosecutor Blackquill. Take a look at this photo.
That's a photo of the supposed moment of the murder, isn't it?
How many more times must I see that which damned me for my sin? The ironic thing is I think this picture is actually going to be your savior now. See the bloodstains at the end of Ponko's arm, where it was severed with the katana?
I hope you aren't claiming it's the robot's blood, Mr. Wright.
No. Most likely the blood was transferred there from the bloody katana.
The katana already had blood on it, so it must have been the victim's blood.
That's right. But if that's the case, we found a glaring inconsistency. You said in your testimony you cut up Ponko, then you killed Dr. Sykes. But in spite of that, the victim's blood is already on Ponko's arm in this picture.
What? But that couldn't be.
Exactly. In order for the blood to have transferred from the sword to Ponko's arm, the victim must have been stabbed first before the robot was slashed. Yeah, take that, Blackquill. You're gonna get saved against your will. I know. You're gonna have to live with it. In other words, Prosecutor Blackquill, your entire testimony is nothing but one giant ball of lies. Gah! Tell the court the truth, Prosecutor Blackquill, now.
You have no idea what you're doing.
His voice, there's so much discord. I'm hearing not just one or two, but a bunch of rampaging emotions here. It's hard to describe. It's like a violent whirlpool or something.
Congratulations, you are being rescued. Please do not resist. Exactly. Exactly.
Phoenix, right. You will pay for this. Never have I been forced to reveal so much, but the rest I'll take to my grave. Prosecutor Blackquill, you are on the witness stand. You are obligated to tell the truth. Isn't that the rule of the courtroom?
All of these complex emotions, they seem to be flowing from one source. I think whatever he really saw that day is what's causing these feelings.
Uh-oh. We got a rave going. A save rave. Oh.
I saw it. That terrible scene. But before I could lead Athena out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. The root cause of all these emotions is this.
Actually, I'm not getting any particular big reading there, Mr. Wright.
Guess that's not it then.
What could have caused the Blackwell to react with all of these emotions at once?
When you opened the door and saw Athena, you became overwhelmed by your emotions. Isn't that right, prosecutor? You should know better. And though it's pathetic, I admit I'm terrified to speak of it. Prosecutor Blackquill, Miss Sykes is innocent, and I will always believe that with all my heart. Now, you can find it within yourself to believe in me too.
Oh, he's sweating.
Athena is innocent, huh? Can you honestly say you believe that to be true, right, Dono? I give you my word. Now tell me what you really saw when you opened that door.
I like how Edgeworth hasn't got to say anything during all of this.
Curse you, Phoenix Wright!
I know. Edgeworth's just sitting back eating popcorn. He's like, I've been out of the game a bit, being chief prosecutor.
It was a tragedy, one I'll never forget. When I arrived at the lab, Dr. Sykes was already dead. She was lying on the operating table, while the bloody katana laid on the floor. And standing between the two, covered in blood, was Athena. She smiled with a far-off look in her eyes as she sweetly said, "Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her." Uh-oh. That's what I saw. And now you have it. The truth you so desperately wanted.
What in the goddamn? This got intense.
No. Prosecutor Blackwell finally tells the truth, and this is what it is? It's beyond devastating. I tried to take my mother apart. I...
No! No! No. Oh no. We went down the traumatized Athena route. Fuck! Oh, it was me. I am the one who killed my mother. I bet it wasn't her. I bet this wasn't what killed her. And she was trying to revive her. Yeah.
Athena! As I said, right, the truth isn't always pretty. Murder, disassembly on an operating table, a science using her daughter as a guinea pig. Sadly, it appears that my theory was correct after all.
Objection!
It's true that Athena didn't like her mother's research, but you dare cast aspirations on my mentor by claiming Athena was used in such a manner? Dr. Sykes could be awkward with people, but she loved her daughter with all her heart.
She loved me?
Your mother hated to see you suffer because you could hear the voices of people's hearts. She wanted to set you free of your pain, so she worked tirelessly on her research. Do you remember those headphones you hated so much?
Yes, my head hurt every time I wore them.
No, Athena, it's just the opposite. He emitted sound waves to nullify emotional input from the voices of people around you. Your power was much stronger than it is now. And those headphones were what enabled you to carry on with everyday life.
No, that can't be true. Then why would I have done something like that to somebody who loved me so much?
Her love for you was real. That I can guarantee. That's why I knew that what happened had to be some kind of mistake. I couldn't let you be punished for it. So you took the blame yourself. You and your mentor are more alike than you know. Ponko was a witness, so I put it in the case and held Athena close and vacated the lab. I threw Ponko away in the boarding lounge trash chute. And I hid the case on the Space Center grounds. It would seem that we now have all of the... No, not yet. It can't end like this. Do not disgrace yourself, Mr. Wright. The truth has been revealed. Or are you the type of man to turn your back on things that disagree with you? I'm not, but this... I can't give up now. I had to say something, anything, even if it's a bluff. I've always managed to pull through that way in the past. I had to make it work. The defense is prepared to present evidence.
Mr. Wright? Yes, Athena? It's okay. You can stop now. I don't want you or anyone else to suffer any longer for my sake.
Athena, what are you saying?
Killed my mother. That's the truth. It's just like Prosecutor Edgeworth said. We have to face it, no matter how much it hurts. So the question is, why the courtroom so messed up? Oh, we had to do it in the courtroom that got bombed. I admit my guilt. But could I please be granted
This one chance to tell everyone what I recall.
It appears Miss Sykes is much braver than you, Mr. Wright. What you say, Your Honor. In light of her courage, will the court give Miss Sykes this opportunity to confess?
Very well. Then, if you would please take the stand, Miss Sykes.
You know, Edgeworth got blamed for somebody's murder. You think he'd be a little more forgiving.
Thank you for letting me do this, Prosecutor Edgeworth. And thank you, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Blackwell, for letting the truth be known. Now we can finally move forward, and everyone's suffering can come to an end.
Athena! Prosecutor Blackwell will be cleared, and the dark age of law can come to an end. Yes, admit your guilt and bring everything to its conclusion. Even if she did kill her, she's a child, and I don't know if they can convict her like this. Yeah, I know.
I killed my mother. My memory's still a little hazy, but there's no question. I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands, the feeling of it stabbing in deep. I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers. Your Honor, please find me guilty.
I dare say these are all memories that no one but the murderer would have.
I see. Thank you for your confession, though. I believe this trial has gone on long enough. But before we conclude, does anyone have a counter-argument?
Apollo does! Apollo's been gone!
Objection!
Yes! Yes! Apollo with the win! It's Apollo! I do your... Oh, fuck. It's a Phoenix. I do your honor.
Mr. Wright.
But, Mr. Wright, why? I killed her. I remember it now. Any counter-argument now is pointless.
Don't tell me you forgot one of the basic tenets of lawyering. Man, if I was this judge, I would not be surprised. It would not surprise me anymore after the crazy stuff that's happened here. I know. But I thought for sure it was going to be Apollo in with the slam dunk winning evidence. Because Apollo's been trying to find his own truth, and he's the only person who has not shown up in court. Don't tell me you've forgotten the one basic tenet of lawyering. Always believe in the client to the bitter end. Athena, you are not a murderer.
Objection!
I said that you never change, but could you have actually regressed in these 8 years? I won't stand for your childish emotionalism getting in the way of the truth. Emotionalism? Don't lecture me on the matters of the heart, Edgeworth. Because I can see straight into a person's soul.
I did a little research. I looked into those special cyclops you mentioned, Mr. Nick. Athena isn't trying to keep anything on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off even from herself.
There's still a chance somewhere deep in Athena's heart. There might still be a memory that not even she knows about yet. It might look like might be looking for a grain of sand somewhere in the cosmos, but still, that memory might contain a new fact that could prove her innocence.
I hope for everyone's sake that you are not just bluffing, Mr. Wright. Now then, is there not a problem with Mrs. Sykes' confession?
My memory is still a little hazy, but there's no question. I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands and the feeling of it stabbing deep in deep. And I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers.
There's definitely something wrong with her memory of the event. I can just tell. I think I have an idea what it is, but I'm going to save And she says, I have memory of it flowing down the handle over my hands. Right. If that's the case, why does the blood stop?
Isn't that the katana the defendant used to kill the victim, Mr. Wright?
I respectfully and vehemently disagree, Your Honor. But I remember it. I remember holding the weapon and getting the blood on my fingers. That's exactly my point. If the blood really did get on your fingers while you were holding it, there should be blood on the handle. But please focus on the handle of this sword. There's not a trace of blood on it. Therefore, this is clearly a contradiction of the facts. You're right.
Oh my!
My light keeps on flickering.
Objection!
The defendant must simply confuse a portion of her memories. She mentioned it was hazy to begin with, and we can't mull over every minor detail.
Objection!
But she also said there's no question I remember it. A fact we can't ignore. In that case, why don't you explain what this contradiction in her memories means? Gladly. Just give me a sec to think of something. I want to say that Athena didn't stab anyone, but she said it herself that she remembers feeling committing the act. Think, Phoenix, think. What could have what? The blood was wiped off the weapon. The defendant used a different weapon. What could the contradiction with Athena's memories mean? Oh, this is tough. The blood was wiped off the handle. I'm rooting for number 2. I'm thinking of number 2, but I'm going to go with this. Uh-oh. I've got the treatment. I shouldn't have to explain the implications of your own argument, right? But all your claim suggests is that Miss Sykes wiped the blood off herself after the fact. I knew that. Okay. Miss Sykes said the blood flowed down the handle, but the katana's handle is spotless. So, doesn't it follow that the defendant must have used a weapon other than the katana? What are you up to this time? This is it. This time, I just found the thing to end Athena's nightmare for good. The woman that took Mrs. Sykes' life was the katana. That much is for sure. So I can show a possibility that Athena didn't use the katana. It helped me prove her innocence.
Different weapon, you say? What weapon would that be exactly?
Right, of course. He would accept. I can see you're floundering, Mr. Wright. Did you speak without thinking again? As always, I know who did this. Yeah, one of the robots. How does he do that? But I can't back down now. Not here, not now. That's right. I did, because it's so obvious it doesn't require any thought. What did you say? Okay, maybe that was an exaggeration, but there has to be something. Was there some other bladed weapon in the robotic lab that day? Maybe something in one of the crime scene photos. Wait a minute. There is something. The high probability that that was in the lab. Don't have that particular weapon here in the evidence right now, but I do have a piece of evidence just like it. Other than the katana, there is another blade that might have been at the crime scene.
Take that!
But that's the murder weapon in the clay Turan case.
Yes, this is a knife that took Mr. Turan's life. But there must have been a knife just like this at the scene 7 years ago as well. Toolkits containing utility knives like this are the ones issued to the Space Center employees. And the robotics lab especially would naturally have one of these around. I think I know who did this. I don't know, but besides the katana, no other bladed weapon was found at the site. It was in the investigation report, if you didn't know.
Of course I knew that. What you told me just now.
But here's something else you should already knew. There was a toolkit at the scene, but it didn't contain any blades. Here's a photo of its contents.
You're right. I don't see any kind of bladed tool.
Fine, but isn't there something odd about the design on these handles? Therefore, there was no other bladed weapon in the room. I disagree. This toolkit contained a knife.
And what proof do you have of that?
Don't tell me your eye for art is failing you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You are the last person in the world who should be criticizing my aesthetic sense.
Now, he is simply watching out for your ocular health. Please proceed, Mr. Wright.
Notice that the handles on each of these tools have a sort of design on them.
Ah, I see they do. But what significance does that prove?
It's clear that one of the tools is missing from this kit. If we rearrange the tools into a specific pattern, we might be able to tell which part of the overall design is missing. Is that the theory your pitiful sense of aesthetics helped you come up with? Edgeworth, just let it go, man. Show the court, then, if you would. What pattern or design will we see if we were to arrange this tool?
What design is that supposed to represent?
Gaiac's logo. Or Giatsia logo. Gaiac's logo, Your Honor. It's on all of the Space Center's documents and pamphlets. And you are aware Gaiax is a program that operates this Cosmos Space Center. Look how brightly the Gaiax logo shines in the sunlight above the entrance. I really did the stars and rocket motif this got going. Gaiax, huh? Isn't that the new name of the Federal Space R&D program?
I think I see it now, but... Yes, with the tools shown in this photo, the red A part of the logo is missing.
And this is where the murder weapon from the Turan case comes into play. If we were to place the utility knife in the open slot, it would complete the Gaiaxia logo.
So it would. Then that means...
Admit it, Mr. Edgeworth. My aesthetic sense is keener than yours, and while you're at it, admit that the weapon Miss Sykes used could have been this one.
No! Order in the court.
Miss Sykes confessed to having a memory of stabbing the victim. Admittedly, Miss Sykes most likely did stab someone using the utility knife. However, the weapon used to kill Dr. Sykes was the katana. Therefore, the act of stabbing that Miss Sykes remembered couldn't have been that of Dr. Sykes. Very well. Let's suppose for a minute that Miss Sykes did use a utility knife. Tell me, how does that change anything? Come again?
What if the katana was only being used as a decoy to conceal the true murder weapon? What if the real weapon that took the victim's life was a utility knife? Don't be ridiculous. Or are you changing the premise of your entire argument? I'm merely offering a hypothetical situation derived from your logic. Miss Sykes could have put blood on the katana to make it look like the murder weapon, and then conceal the knife on her personage until Blackpool carried her away.
That does clear up the contradiction between Miss Sykes's memories and the evidence.
If, in fact, the murder weapon is a utility knife, the fate has dealt you a cruel hand. You had just proved the knife's existence to the rest of us with your own logic. The prosecution is attempting to lead the court. You're the one attempting to lead the court, Mr. Wright, by forcing us to forget the facts of this case. Need I remind you that there were only 2 people in the lab at the time of the murder, and the defendant herself recalls stabbing someone with her own hands.
No.
It matters not whether the murder weapon was a katana or a utility knife. As long as we know that the victim and the defendant were one and the same there, you cannot escape the fact that it was Athena Sykes who killed her own mother. I don't believe it. Why? Why does this keep happening? Every time I find a contradiction, it vanishes and the suspicion keeps coming back. It's almost as if now you're finally starting to get it. Your contradictions keep vanishing because the charge is true. And the suspicion keeps coming back to the defendant because that's where it belongs. Phoenix Wright, when will you open your eyes and accept the truth? I don't want to believe it. It can't be true. But what if?
Mr. Wright, you fought a good fight. I think you've done all you can do.
Is giving up really the only option? No. Snap out of it, Phoenix. What's the matter with you? Giving into doubt? I can't look back. Forward is the only way to go. No, Your Honor, not yet. It isn't over yet. Right? I can't lose sight of what's important. I believe in Athena, and I always believe in her to the very end. A defense lawyer never gives up on his client. I have to pick myself up and stand firm. Make that brain of yours work, Phoenix. I don't see a way. I'll just have to go back and look for one. Time to rethink this case thoroughly. I can see the fact that Athena must have stabbed someone with the utility knife. I want to save. This must have been what Poco witnessed as Athena's hug. But Prosecutor Blackwell didn't see the knife at the scene. This means that someone must have removed it from the lab before he arrived. Who could have taken the utility knife from the lab? A third person was at the scene. If I trust Athena, then I have to conclude that there was a third person at the scene. But according to Poco's testament, Athena and her mother were the only 2 there. So then how does this person manage to escape Poco's detection? I know the person must have fooled Poco, the facial recognition feature, by covering their own face.
But wait a minute, Poco has a heartbeat detection system too. Even if they covered their own face, Poco would still detect their presence. But she wouldn't have been able to tell who they were. Wait, that's it. The culprit could have covered their face and posed as which person to avoid detection. The culprit posed as the victim. But that would explain why Poco thought only she and Athena were there. All they had to do was take advantage of Poco's basic recognition functions. The culprit used this in order to pose as the victim. The culprit could have posed as the victim by wearing her jacket with the ID tag on it. That still leaves a heartbeat detection system, so how did the culprit get around that? It would have worked if Poco could detect the real Dr. Sykes' heartbeat too. So does this mean the real Dr. Sykes was already dead by that time? If that's the case, who did Athena stab? Athena stabbed the real culprit. That's it. The person Athena stabbed wasn't Dr. Sykes. It was a person who murdered her and then pretended to be her. The real culprit. Now that Mr. Wright has finally finished thinking, let us bring this to a swift end. Please give us your verdict, Your Honor, so that we can move on to the hostage negotiations.
Oh, absolutely, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I hereby...
I didn't say I was finished. I was only pausing for a second because I realized something so shocking I had to take a break to digest it. But now I know for a fact that Miss Sykes is innocent. But Poco saw me. She witnessed the moment of the crime. Yes, Poco did witness something. She saw the hug. In other words, the moment you used the utility knife. But the person you stabbed wasn't your mother.
What are you saying, Mr. Wright?
The answer is simple. The person Miss Sykes stabbed was a third person posing as Dr. Sykes.
What?
Objection! Do you really expect us to swallow that, Mr. Wright? According to the robot's statement, there was no third person there. Did you really think I wouldn't see through your ludicrous grab for time? I'm going to use your own logic back against you. After all we've been through, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm disappointed. Don't you know by now that this is the smile of mine that means I have absolute confidence? You make that pose all the time, regardless of the facts. Monaco's strange malfunction. Maybe Apollo's possessed by Clay's ghost. It was another case of mistaken identity caused by a jacket ID tag. All because Clonico couldn't read Apollo's facial features due to the eye patch. Like Mr. Edgeworth said, a mask can nullify the robot's facial recognition. And then, all the person would have to do is wear a jacket with the victim's ID tag to pose as her. Of all the ridiculous theories, what good would a silly disguise like that do? Have you forgotten that the robot also has a heartbeat detection system? If there was a third person at the scene, the robot would have detected them. I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, but that doesn't count for much, I'm afraid. Because by the time Dr. Sykes' heart had already stopped beating.
What? So does that mean?
Yes, Your Honor. The person Miss Sykes stabbed. This third person, who is posing as Dr. Sykes, is her mother's real killer.
But that's... I'm... impossible!
mask? The person I stabbed was wearing a mask?
Order in the court. Miss Sykes, did you say something?
A mask? Yes, I remember a...
Athena, what is it?
I... I remember a man with the mask. How could he? What did he do to my mother? My head. Oh!
Miss Sykes, are you all right?
No! The Black Cyclock. They're breaking. It's all coming back to me. Everything that happened the day my mother was murdered.
Uh-oh. Are we gonna get a cutscene for this? I don't know. This seems cutscene worthy. Okay, Lynn, I gotta go now. Thanks for the stream. Sure thing, McCann. I'll probably be done streaming it if you try to check back in. I'm really close to finishing it. But thank you for staying. I hope you have a wonderful day, McCann. Ah, thank you for the hydrate. I'll definitely do that because this is getting intense. And the head pat. Can we get another 8 hours? No. Gonna go out and touch some grass. Yeah, I do all my grass touching like in the day. For me.
They're gone. The Black Cyclocks are finally gone. You didn't really stab your mother, did you? It's all right, Athena. Just tell us what you saw that day. I was drawing a picture. When I was done, I went to show it to my mom. I opened the door, and then... It's all right. I'm right here. You're safe, Athena. She was on the floor by the workbench with the katana sticking out of her. There was a handkerchief over her face, but I knew it was her by her clothes. And then there was a man there.
A man?
Quiet, Your Honor. Go on, Athena. He tried to attack me. In a panic, I grabbed the knife that was there and... He dodged at first, so I only got his clothes, but I tried again. And this time you got him, didn't you? I did. I remember it clearly now. The knife went into the back of his hand. He kicked me, and I passed out. Utility knife updated in the court record. When I came to, my mom wasn't moving. I had to do something. I had to fix her, I thought. So I asked Ponko to move her to the operating table. Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her.
All right, time to look at everyone's hands.
So that's why she said that. Your Honor, as you can see, the defendant has just given us critical new testimony. A man was there before Miss Sykes arrived, a man who covered the victim's face and put on the victim's jacket. This man is the real culprit.
Miss Sykes, do you have any idea who this man was?
No, I'm afraid I don't. A few moments ago, Miss Sykes mentioned a mask. Athena, Can you tell us anything about that? Yes, the mask. It was my mom's Japanese theater mask. I think the one hanging on the wall of the lab.
This mask hanging here on the wall.
It was kind of spooky, that mask. My mom used to tell me that a gnome mask even has the power to turn an ordinary human being into a phantom. A phantom?
It would seem that a new suspect has emerged, and that means all suspicions against Miss Psych has.
You see,
This is precisely why I can't trust the court system. Athena Sykes is a murderer. I won't accept any other verdict.
Miss Black Quill. This is not good.
A new suspect. Where's the proof this person ever existed? Who says it wasn't all just a dream in a little princess's groggy little head?
She's right. We don't have any hard evidence of a masked man's existence. Thank you, Mr. Wright. I'll never be able to repay you for all you've done. But I'm fine now because I can say with certainty that I didn't kill my mother. Athena, I'm so glad for you. More and more memories are coming back now. So I like to say one thing if I could. Honko came to a robotics lab at about 2 p.m. to charge. Just about to recharge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. Then Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. I see where you're going with this. If Mommy Metis was really the killer in disguise. Right. Then he must have come to the robotics lab before 2 p.m. To have anything in here, in the evidence that can help me find this person who came to the lab before 2 p.m. Oh, this is some really good music here. This is Prosecutor Blackhole leaving the scene after the incident at around 3 p.m. What I'm wondering is, does the video show anyone else passing by there before then? I don't see anything in the investigation report. It looks like they didn't check. Just as I thought. So if we rewind the footage and go back to 2 p.m., we should be able to see the true culprit leaving the scene.
Very well, then. Let's take a look.
There. I almost did it in the judge voice. All right, seems like if we place the end in the middle of this climax. I like how the post did not allow you to say that because of the word climax. There. Please stop it right there. It's just like you said.
There's a man leaving the scene of the crime.
Miss Sykes, do you remember this person? That's him. I'm sure of it. He's wearing my mother's jacket. I did, but what I really wanted to see was her jacket. The jacket on display. That was Dr. Sykes. Can you see it? There's the slash I made with the utility knife that day. I'm sure that knife is under the jacket somewhere.
So then everything Miss Sykes said.
Exactly. It proves that Miss Sykes' memory was correct. Dr. Sykes' killer arrived at their robotics lab before 2 p.m. He killed her and hid her face with a handkerchief. Then he disguised himself with Dr. Sykes' jacket and masks that were there in the lab. The culprit probably knew beforehand that Poco charged up at 2 p.m. every day. So he waited for Poco to come to the lab
for her regular recharge. By leaving Dr. Sykes' jacket on, the culprit tricked Poco into thinking he was Dr. Sykes, thereby making it look like she was alive up until that point. Up to that point in time. All to disguise the real time of death. It's a nice theory, Mr. Wright, but I'm afraid that it's just not possible. What? Why not? The victim's jacket is clearly visible right there in this video. And that's right there is precisely the problem. The ID tag on the jacket at the scene confirms beyond a doubt that it belongs to the victim. If the person who left the lab truly was wearing the victim's jacket, how could he possibly wound up back at the scene of the crime? What's going on? That doesn't make sense. Edgeworth's right. If the culprit was wearing the jacket, how did he get back to the lab? The defendant brought it back. The victim brought it back. The killer brought it back. The killer used the jacket as a disguise to make his escape. But in order to conceal the fact that he had to get the jacket back, he had to get the jacket back to the scene of the crime. So the culprit simply returned to the robotics lab later and planted it there. Contradiction resolved. Is that would have been impossible. And they claimed that the jacket was there when they arrived. So, when do you propose this mysterious man of yours had the chance to return the jacket?
A puzzling question indeed.
I was taking a drink. It said it would have been impossible. The only people who came to the robotics lab after the killer were Prosecutor Blackquill and the people who reported the body. So, when do you propose the mystery man of yours had the chance to return the jacket?
Puzzling question indeed.
When the body was found. The only time the culprit could have returned the jacket was when the body was found. Mr. Wright, do you realize the implication of that argument? I do. Most people, when they come across a murder, focus their attention on the body. The culprit could have taken advantage of that split second to plant the jacket. In other words, the true culprit of this case, the man known as the Phantom, was one of the first people to discover the body.
I would never have thought of that. Order. What is the meaning of this, Prosecutor Edgeworth?
The body was discovered and reported by a group of 3 people. They were there to collect the space probe's capsule in preparation for the Hat 1 launch. One of those people had a special bag to transport the capsule in. Oh, you mean the shock-resistant bag? Correct. I suppose if the jacket was in that bag, it could have been returned to the scene of the crime without anyone noticing. I'll see to it that you get the reports on those 3 people. You will. We should also check the facial recognition database for that robot. If this person felt the need to hide his face with the theater mask, it might mean that his facial data was once registered.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, does this mean?
I have to admit, I believe Miss Sykes' memories to be credible. You win, right? Not that this was ever an official trial anyway.
Do my ears deceive me? Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you actually conceding?
Is it true, boss? Does this mean I can't believe it. It's over. I won. I proved both Athena and Prosecutor Blackquill are innocent. Your Honor, I see no need to further prolong this trial. Hold
hold on, Mr. Wright. Have you forgotten who's in charge of this trial?
That's right. I'm the one who's supposed to be in charge. Since I'm the one who's supposed to say I see no need to further prolong.
Not you either, Your Honor. Now silence. The little princess who was truly beloved by Metis, who repaid that love with death. All these years, hating Athena was the only thing that kept me going. But what do I do now? Can anybody tell me? How am I supposed to go on? Miss Blackwell. How unlike you, Aura. Metis was deeply passionate about her work, and she chose you as her partner. Isn't that? Shut up, Simon! You know exactly how I feel about her. Her respect as a coworker wasn't all that I wanted.
Then what did you want from her?
Did you really just go there, Your Honor? Is this really happening in this month of June? Or there's something I wanted to say if you will lend me an ear. I have in my possession a lead on who Mitis's murder is. You do? Right, Dono, you asked me about the identity of the Phantom of 7 years past. That's right. The Phantom, the person Blackwell has been looking for, even from behind bars. 7 years ago, somebody hatched a plan to sabotage the Hat One rocket. The spy. But he was no ordinary spy. We knew not about him, his background, his appearance. We came to refer to him as the Phantom. At the time, I was working with the police to hunt him down. And then one day, a miracle occurred. I attained a lead on him.
Oh, how exciting! What was the lead?
A recording of the Phantom's voice, but the quality was too poor for proper voice analysis. Yet I had hope. Aura's co-worker was a scientist who could analyze human emotions. So I asked her to evaluate the recording using analytical psychology. And that scientist was Dr. Sykes. Yes, a spy's greatest fear is to have his true identity discovered. In addition to the Hat One, Dr. Sykes' results and the recording. Oh, I accidentally pressed space. Recording were surely among his targets, but his search of the space sensor bore no fruit, so he must have started to panic.
He couldn't find them, but where could they have been?
Who is to say? Wow, I bet he never let that out of his sight all of these years. How in the world did you smuggle them into prison? Oh, I have my ways. Once more, my partner is especially talented at that sort of thing. I worked to lure the Phantom in by spreading rumors throughout the underworld. I was even granted permission to prosecute cases to attract the Phantom's attention. Just try to retrieve your identity, you bloody butcher, became my taunt. And what about the results Dr. Sykes drew up for you? Was there any useful information? Here, you can see for yourself. Take a good care of it. It's all I have left of my mentor. I will. I better hold on to this real tight. The son's emotions rarely fluctuate. He doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. Psychological profile classified. Emotional output of the voice is extremely weak compared to typical voices. Subject deemed to have a unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuations. No emotional fluctuations, huh? A spy who experiences no emotions, not sadness nor anger, and naturally, no fear. He He is the very definition of a phantom, a monster with no heart. Don't you see it? This creature is the rot that destroyed our lives and set what ails us all into motion. The Phantom, indeed, a fitting name for the one who has brought darkness to our world. Well, then, it seems a faint image of this man has started to take shape. Based on what we have learned, I would like for all of you to conduct further investigations. This is not a formal trial, but I do want to follow protocol. If I may, I would like to hand down my verdict and bring these proceedings to an end. Whatever. Do whatever you want. I forgot to read that in the robot voice. You'll hear no objection from me. Yes, please, Your Honor. It's over. It's finally over.
Very well. In that case, Prosecutor Blackwell, could you please take the stand?
As a result of this trial, your innocence has been proven. The verdict handed down 7 years ago is hereby overturned. And now, the defendant of the current trial, Miss Athena Sykes.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, thank you. Thank you for everything.
Athena, you're more than welcome.
If everyone is ready, I will now give my verdict.
There's got to be something else. Apollo? Apollo?
You!
Wait, I'm pretty sure they're innocent, Apollo. What are you doing?
Apollo? What is the meaning of this?
Apollo, what the fuck happened to you? He kind of got a little edgy. Also, he kind of blew up in a bomb and never went to the hospital.
Congratulations, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Edgewood. You uncovered the truth from 7 years ago, and you saved Prosecutor Blackwell. However, I can't allow this trial to end just yet. Why, Apollo? Why would you do this to us? Oh my gosh. Okay. It is almost 3. I'm going to end it here. I'm going to end it here. Next stream. Oh my gosh. Everything has gotten so crazy. Oh, what is Apollo's truth? I'm almost afraid to think that his friend is the spy. And he's got to confront that. But then who killed his friend? Oh, there is some unknown person here and I don't know who it is. Oh man. Okay. Well, it's Blackwell's bird. maybe in a human suit. Bailiff, take his peel. Where does that thing go? Hold on, wait. I had to open up on Discord. Bailiff, what gets PP? Light work, no reaction. It's a bird in a suit. Anyway, it is almost 3. I need to get some sleep before I go loopy. Anyway, thank y'all for joining me. I will see y'all. I'm probably gonna stream Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday because I'm leaving on a family trip Thursday. So the next Apollo Justice stream will be Wednesday, and that'll probably be the end stream. Because as soon as I get home Thursday from work, I've got to make sure I'm all packed, all that, and then I'm gonna be
me and my family to drive out. Then we could play Scary Game the week after. Yeah, I already bought it. I bought it on Steam sale. I'm ready for it. I'm ready for this scary game that will. Oh, I'm ready for this scary game. Meaning I'm not actually ready for the scary game. But anyway, thank y'all for joining me. I will see you later. I hope y'all have a wonderful night. I'm going to send you off into the ether, the void. Good night, everybody. I will see you later. Bye-bye.